Good morning, good morning, everyone. My name is Janine White. Welcome to day 2 of Dr. Bootcamp here, January 2023. Everyone, if you're on Zoom, celebrate. Woo! We're so excited to see you. And if you are watching us on Facebook, if you're watching us on YouTube, we want you to come join us here in the Zoom. So this is what we want you to do. Go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, go to VIPigniteSummit.com and come join us in the Zoom, because this is where you're going to get discovered by major agents from LA and New York. So if that's what you want, VIPigniteSummit.com. Okay, guys, so let me introduce myself to you. My name is Janine White. I'm the publicist for VIP Ignite. I host all of our live and virtual events. I'm also the president of Talent Services for Truth Management, our mother agency. You'll learn much more about that in a little while. And what I want to do today is I want to start off a little bit different. Normally we celebrate, which we already did, but what I want to do is I really want to set the tone for the day, because for Truth Management, for VIP Ignite, and for all of our team here, we are making a shift. And what we're doing is we're being more focused on being heart-centered and faith-based. So you might be thinking, okay, what does that mean for me? What that means for you is, if you are someone who is an actor that has a little bit of experience, if you get on a set where it's a faith-based production or it's more family-centered, heart-centered, it's going to most likely be a smaller production, which is going to give you more opportunities. Okay, so what I want to do is I just want to start off today with just a brief prayer so that we can set the tone for our day. Okay, so we're just going to pray we're going to pray and then we're going to get started. So Lord, we just thank you so much for this day. I thank you, God, that you've given each and every one of us the opportunity to be here today. Lord, because today is a gift, and we know that today is a gift. Lord, I pray that you would open the minds and the hearts of every person on the Zoom call right now, Lord, that you would let them see who they are in you, Lord God, what their future holds. Lord, and I just pray that they would be open to hear from all the experts that we have today, God. And I pray, Lord, that today is the best day that any one of us has ever had. In Jesus' name, amen. All right. Thank you guys very much. So let's talk about yesterday for a minute, and then we're going to talk about today. Okay, so yesterday we had such an amazing opportunity. We started off our day with Les flipping Brown. That was, how many of you, that alone was life transformational if you were here? I know for me, listening to Les Brown, I was listening to him, and last night I kept replaying what he was saying in my head, what he said in my head over and over and over again. Do you guys realize the opportunity to have Les Brown on a call like this? He doesn't really do that. He really doesn't do that. He doesn't do these little calls. He's used to talking to stadiums of 80,000 people. And he actually called Alicia afterwards. He's like, oh my gosh, I've never been to an event like yours. That was so fun. When can we do it again? And we didn't solicit that from him. He called and he was like, he felt the love from you guys, and it was amazing. We had the opportunity to talk about what type of model you are. So real quick, what type of model are you? Type it in the comments. What type of model are you? And go. Come on now. You all know. I know you know the answer. Yep. Commercial. Awesome. 248. I'm not sure what that means, but 246. Okay. Mike Trash is a bikini model. Okay, so when we see you in New York next, we definitely want to see you in a bikini. Gauntlet thrown. Everyone, if you're going to be in New York, you have to remind him when we're on the calls. Commercial print plus size. Awesome. Very good. Yeah, so we had the opportunity to find out what kind of model we are. We also talked about living a heart-centered life. How many of you understand now why it's so important to be heart-centered? How many of you know that one person that just leads by their heart and you're like, how do you do that? Like, how are you so heart-centered? But I think that we learned yesterday why it's so important, because every one of our speakers alluded to why it's so important to be heart-centered. We talked about the Model and Actor Cookbook. How many of you had apple pie last night? This is our confessional. Did anyone have apple pie last night? I did not, but I think tonight I'm definitely going to be indulging in some apple pie. That's always my favorite takeaway from that, because it's easy to talk about, but just having the opportunity to really know what goes into a resume, what goes into what you need to do. And how many of you sat back and thought about some of your special skills? Did any of you sit down and maybe like write down a couple, like, oh, you know what, I'm really good at crocheting. I'm really good at, I can bake a mean pie. I can, how many of you sat down and like started to think about those things that you can do? If you didn't, at the end of the day, I'm going to remind you to do that. We also talked about, from Patrick Lang, he talked about little things that you can implement right now that'll start changing your life. Just little things. We're not asking you to like radically, like, we're not asking you to pack your bags and move to a major city. We're asking you to make little changes every day, because those little incremental changes will exponentially explode your career. We had The Art of Comedy with Craig Shoemaker. Like, when I think about a comedian, I was like, okay, I can't wait to belly laugh, right? But I love the way he broke down like how you have to be in the moment. And that's how he lives his life. And what I love even more is that he's taken his gift of comedy and he's bringing it to the world and he's helping to change lives. That's pretty cool, right? On a scale of 1 to 10, how cool is that? Yeah, he is an authentically funny guy too. When you meet him in person, like, he can't help it. It's who he is. It's part of who he is. Okay, we have Ryan Colby. Oh my gosh, it's always a treat when Ryan Colby is in the house talking about the state of modeling in 2023. Alicia put him on the hot seat, which is pretty amazing. But today she's really going to put him on the hot seat. We're also going to be doing Model Garage later, which you guys will love. And then millionaire mindset. How many of you caught yourself thinking things that maybe weren't a millionaire mindset, but you're like, no, that's not who I am anymore? How many of you had that experience last night? Raise your hands. Did any of you like, oh, wait, hold on. No. That's not who I am in 2023. That's who I was in 2022. 2023, I'm a new being. Awesome. And then we talked a little bit about today. So let's look at today and see what we have to look forward to today. So in a couple minutes, we're going to have the State of the Union of Truth Management. We're going to let you know what's going on in the state of truth management. We have so many exciting things planned for this year. We have New York, we have Orlando, we have Miami, we have some more surprises up our sleeves. But again, our goal this year for truth management is to see you guys start booking more work. Is it okay if that's our goal, for you to start booking more work? And here's this: if you haven't booked any work, one job is more work. So see what I did there? We got plans for you guys this year. Is it okay if we have plans for you guys and goals? Okay, good. I'm glad. Okay, we're going to have the pitchman of Hollywood, Mr. Mark Schoenfeld, come on. He's working on an amazing, huge project out in Beverly Hills. I can't wait for him to talk to you about a little bit about that, what he's doing. He's actually like leaving for Beverly Hills, I think maybe tomorrow. So he was like, okay, he calls me D-Girl. You'll see that later. He's like, D-Girl, I only have this much time. I'm like, okay, Mark, let's do this. We're also going to hear from the Attorney General of the state of Nevada. He's a futurist. He's going to talk to us about the keys to success in the future of technology. Yesterday, I talked to you at the end of the day about how many of you want to get replaced by robots in the acting or modeling field. Raise your hand. No! So he's going to teach us what they're capable of, and then we're going to figure out how we're going to be better than that. Is that cool? We're going to outsmart the technology. It's going to be awesome. We're going to have 50 Cent acting coach Robert Galinsky come on. How many of you have ever done improv? Raise your hands. How many of you love the show Whose Line Is It Anyway? Raise your hands. How many of you just love to have fun and be in the moment and are looking forward to a new experience? Raise your hands. Awesome, because Robert Galinsky is going to come on. He's going to talk about improv, and he's also going to talk about being a national actor. He's mostly based in New York, but he definitely goes back and forth between New York and LA. How many of you would love to be able to say, you know what? I live in New York, but like I winter in LA because it's a little bit warmer there. Or, hey, you know what? I can literally act anywhere. Because of the people that I know, I can go to Omaha, Nebraska and book a job. I can go to Dubuque, Iowa and book a job. How awesome is that? 10 years ago, we would have been having a completely different conversation, but now the location doesn't matter. So Galinsky's going to talk about that. My favorite segment of the day, is it okay if I tell you my favorite? I know I'm not allowed to pick a favorite child, but my favorite segment of the day is going to be Alicia Kabak putting Tanya Kleckner on the hot seat. So all those questions you've ever wanted to ask an agent, Alicia's going to ask. And all those questions you wish, what?
I'm going to be ready for her. She always thinks she's going to get me or say something. Guys, if you have questions, when I ask anybody have questions, I want you to type them because it's going to get a lot. We're going to put her in the hot seat today.
Yep. And that's my favorite thing because because this is what I want you guys to understand. When you hear an expert question another expert, Alicia's going to ask questions. You're like, I never would have even thought of that question. She does that every time she puts Tanya on the hot seat. I'm like, how did you pull that one out of your hat? Like, come on now, tell me your tricks.
Lots of coffee, guys.
Lots of coffee.
Still waking up.
Oh, hi, Avinash. Awesome. So we're gonna have Tanya on the hot seat. Then we're gonna have one of our good friends come, and he's gonna talk about living from the heart, finding your why. Now, there are days where this industry is absolutely the most amazing industry in the whole entire world. And there are days where it's like, do I really need to do this? But when you have a why that is bigger than yourself, you show up no matter what the circumstances are. And that's part of being heart-centered. You have to know why you're doing this. If you're doing this because you want to be famous, if you're doing this because you want to be rich, if you're doing this because, your Aunt Sally told you, oh my God, you'd be cute as a model. I want to question why you're doing this. I want you to find a deeper why. And we're going to talk about that today. Okay, we're going to talk about finding that why. Because I love to talk about Denzel Washington. Like, he didn't even want to be an actor. He started out, he was a basketball player. Something happened with his basketball career. Then he wound up acting and he wound up going to a conservatory. But the reason why he continues to do what he does is not only because he has a deep passion for acting, which is obvious. I mean, he sometimes will take time off of huge productions so that he can go back and be on Broadway and go back to theater, his first love. But he does it because growing up, he was a part of the Boys and Girls Club. And he always wants to be able to give back to them. He wants to be a mentor to people that he had mentors in his life. So how many of you know having a why like that's going to make you get out of bed? One of our big whys here at VIP Ignite is to eradicate human trafficking. We partner with a company, with an organization called Operation Underground Railroad. Over the last couple of years, we've helped to free over 3,500 kids from sex trafficking. That's why I'm here today, because I want to make a difference in the world. So we're going to talk about that. And then we're going to have Antoinette Stratton is going to come on, and she's going to talk about all the success you need is inside of you. How many of you know that? Everything you need is already inside of you. You just need the right people surrounding you to pull it out of you. Because I know I can see greatness in so many people, but sometimes we can't see it in ourselves. So you may have everything you need inside of you, but you need people around you to pull it out of you and draw it out of you. Then, to cap off an absolutely freaking amazing day, we're going to have Mr. Ryan Colby come back. He has some special announcements. He's going to be talking about castings that he has coming up for 2023. And he's also going to be he's going to do a little segment we like to call Model Garage. That's where Ryan Colby puts you on the hot seat. Yes, you on the hot seat. So be ready. All right, guys. So we have a tremendous day ahead of us, and I'm so excited about everything that we're going to be doing. But how many of you are like, okay, Deneen, this is all awesome, but what's going on with Truth Management? Can you please let me know what's going on with Truth Management? Can we get a little bit of an update here? Well, I am glad that you asked, because what we're going to do is we are going to bring the one and only Mr. Michael Fomkin to the stage. He is the co-founder of VIP Ignite. He is on this advisory board. He's a special advisor to President Donald J. Trump in the arts and entertainment space, because he wants to help bring your voices to someone who has a loud voice. Can everyone say that's pretty freaking amazing, right? He's spoken from stage with people like Les Brown, Sharon Lecter. Guys, what I want you to do right now is I want you to get up on your feet, and I literally want you to stand up and give a rousing round of applause to the one, the only, Mr. Michael Funkin.
Hey guys, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's gonna be a great day, guys. Like you're in for a super treat today. We really got some powerful speakers. We're really gonna give you a lot of content, a lot of opportunity, and so forth. So I'm gonna go over a little bit what's going on with Truth and some of the things we're working on. But since I noticed we kind of had a lot of new people on here, I'm actually gonna do a little bonus presentation for you guys. One of my favorite ones. I'm gonna actually go over creating a award-winning resume. So for those of you who are interested in acting or modeling, I'm going to kind of break that all down. And if you heard this before, I think you'll hear it in a little bit of a different way today, because I'll wrap around some of the new things that we're working on as I'm going through this. So everyone can see my screen? Yes? Okay, good. All right, so this is how to create an award-winning resume that will get you noticed, make you unstoppable, and book you more work, even if you have tons of experience or even if you've never been hired or booked as a model and actor. The secret camera method to a winning resume for models and actors. And my favorite quote is, it's always better to be prepared for an opportunity and not have one than to have an opportunity and not be prepared. So the goal and overall purpose of a resume is to introduce your qualifications and skills to employers to get yourself hired, right? That's the basic definition. Now, but if you think about it for a moment, there's lots of types of jobs. Ones that you need a great resume for, and ones, well, maybe not so much. So if you think about, here's a company, it's a real company, Poop 911, right? Obviously, for something like this, you get to, we're looking responsible dog lovers, join our team. All they need to succeed is a great attitude, the ability to be on time every time, and desire to keep our clients and their pets happy. Obviously, you don't really need a great resume for a position like this, right? But now at the same time, here's some examples. Estimate this is now to be an intern at Google. So just to be an intern at Google, not a programmer, not a developer, not the president, just an intern. These are some of the questions they ask you just to be an intern. Estimate the number of tennis balls that can fit into a plane. Model raindrops falling on a sidewalk. Sidewalk is 1 millimeter and raindrops are 1 centimeter. How can we know when the sidewalk is completely wet? Now, just working as an intern at Google, right, you're able to make up to $68,000 per year. While the minimum wage back in 2020, and it's still kind of set the same in a lot of states, some states have now went up somewhat, but it still is nationally, the average is $725. That's two different types of resumes, right? Two different types of resumes that you need, two types of different skills, two different types of qualifications. The type of resume that you have and the skills that you put together, it really makes all the difference. And, you know, a lot of the things we're going to be working on in the future is, you know, we've had a lot of data over the past 3 years, especially with our online coaching. We had some really tremendous success in Hollywood. A lot of our talent, our scientists and major agencies. You're going to see some really incredible success stories later this year as the talents start getting placed and working. There's always that delay. So from the time you get signed to an agency, to your first booking, to getting on set, to wrapping, and then the actual product coming out, even for modeling. You know, if you're shooting for a cover of a magazine, that magazine might not be out on newsstands for 3 to 4 months. So there's always that delay. But my point is we're really going to be really focused on putting together a really strong framework for the talent and how we really get them prepared for working at a very high level. And we've really got that really dialed in and seeing what works and what doesn't work over the past 3 years. You're going to see some really incredible changes. For those of you that are already a part of the company, especially for our titanium program and our 30X challenge. I like to always call it 30X challenge. I know they call it titanium, but we're really going to be concentrating on that very heavily and really getting people prepared at the highest possible level. So that way, not only will they get signed to a higher level agency, but they'll also be able to book a lot better jobs a lot quicker. And really just really tying it in. We're going to be using a lot of, you know, a lot of stats, a lot of data, a lot of incredible trainers that we're bringing on board. So for those of you that are part of the company, that's something that's just one of the announcements we'll be making, kind of going through that later today. But let's just stick to this for now. So if you think about, you know, how a resume goes, and we kind of talked about this yesterday, when you're doing castings, it's kind of the same thing as when submitting out for a job. 250 resumes are sent for a single opening. 75 are rejected by applicant tracking systems, and applicant tracking systems is really a lot of it's based upon artificial intelligence. And I know George Lader, he's a former state attorney general. He's a futurist. He'll talk a lot about technology and the crossover for technology for when you're submitting out for a normal job, a 9-to-5 job. Most companies now use software to pull, and it's reading your resume and your keywords and maybe pulling in your social media, looking for specific keywords that might suggest you might not be the perfect candidate for it. So it's not something that's done by a human anymore. Now it's all done by computer software. As technology progresses, the technology that you see in being used in the regular job market will eventually shift over to the TV and film industry. So for a lot of people, they're going to really start, casting directors will limit how many people they want to see based upon the software telling them, hey, this resume matches at a higher chance of the qualifications you're looking for. So having a great resume and having great experience and the right keywords on your resume is going to make all the difference in the world. Because as you can see here, out of 250 applicants, only 4 or 6 will be called in for an interview, and then one person's offered the job, right? So when you think about it, when a casting company is calling an agency like we have Truth Management, we manage talent nationwide. Whenever Danina will get a call or an email for a submittal for a job, or Ryan Colby, he kind of handles probably about 90% of our submittals. He'll give us a call. He'll say, this is what I need. I need a guy like Mike Trash, or I need a person like Cynthia or Amanda, based upon looks, but then it also goes based upon some type of special skills. So special skills and so forth, these become like the keywords that you want to be able to use on your resume. Okay. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So obviously we can all agree that a resume is important to the type of work and life you want to have. So this I like to call it the secret camera method to a winning resume for models and actors. And here you can see, that's actually, I talked about that young gentleman, the blonde hair, yesterday, James Johnson. He lived in a small town in South Dakota. It was so small they only had one coffee shop. I love saying that. Just sounds like a beginning of a great show. One of the most important things for actors, of course, secondary to having skills, having some type of training, is going to be the type of headshot you use. Headshots, literally casting directors look at these and they make a decision instantaneously. Headshots are going to be designed to be showing who you are as a character. And, later on, Ryan today, he'll do Model Garage, and we're working on something really special with him. He's going to be doing like an extended training every week, working directly with the talent, pretty much in a group setting, but very one-on-one on Zoom, and really helping people develop their characters, really developing their monologues, developing their reels, developing how to do audition tapes and self-tapes, and really doing it from a very high level. For those of you not familiar with Ryan, Ryan's been doing this for over 40 years. And he really has a great eye for this, and he has a really great touch. And he's been out in California now for the past probably about 4 or 5 months, and he's really been setting up the company for some really great opportunities. So one of the first major things is going to be having a great headshot, and you're going to have a headshot that has very versatility. So it's something where, Ryan's really good at putting together the right celebrity photographers and makeup and hair and lighting, coordinating the clothing and so forth. But these shots here are really good. They're strong headshots because they kind of show versatility. They show a character, and you can kind of see the person playing different characters. Like the woman on the left with the gray hair, you can see she can play a grandmother, she can play a mom, she can play a lot of different roles. She's not just set, right? The one in the center, he kind of has that military look, right? But again, this is his character. This is what he's leaning into. From a casting director's perspective, these are really great. So for those of you trying to do this on your own, obviously this is what you want to strive for. And I know depending upon the market you live in, finding the right photographer is really difficult. That's why we kind of handle all those things, and we create these experiences around being able to do that. We'll talk more about that later. Here's another great headshot. So no matter what type of job you're interested in, it's always good to have a resume. If you're interested in acting, then your resume must include a professional actor headshot. Appearance plays an important role in the casting process, and directors must be able to see what each candidate looks like in order to find the best fit for each role. What's great about everyone on this call, and I kind of glanced through everybody this morning. I didn't get to go through everybody the way I did yesterday, and I will do that before the end of the day today. But I know 99% of you guys yesterday qualified for commercial print modeling, which is great because when you fit into the area of commercial print modeling, that automatically means that you're going to do very well from an acting standpoint for different types of character roles. So whether it's a show like Ozark, whether it's a show like Blacklist, Law and Order, whatever the different types of shows that are out there, you're going to be able to fit into a wide variety of different characters. So it's really good because if you're just high fashion, you're just like that one type, that overly, sexualized type of person, your roles become limited. So by having that character look, you really are able to fit into a lot more roles, which means then you're able to have a very long career, like a lifetime career. I was just watching Boardwalk Empire, and the character that plays Nookie Thompson, he's such a phenomenal actor. He's won Academy Awards. He's done so well, and he's unique, right? He plays into that role of being in that unique looking character. So each one of you later today, Ryan Colby will kind of go through that a little bit more, but I just want you guys to really have the confidence early on to know this is something you can do, because age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. Experience really doesn't matter. When you have the right training, the right tools, and the right people pushing you and fighting for you every day, it really helps. We have a lot of very strong relationships with the people we work with as far as castings go. So obviously the right photos, they can leave a lasting impression. Casting directors see a lot of faces when they're trying to find actors. Even if you do a great job during an audition, it can be difficult for a casting director to remember you at the end of the day. Luckily, actor headshots help casting directors remember their favorite actors, allowing them to cast each role perfectly. And this is really the most important thing, because even when you're doing stuff on Zoom and we're submitting stuff out digitally, there's a process to doing it. Like, you just can't submit photos directly via email. They expect what's called light boxes. They expect certain tools, software to be able to access it. A lot of companies, they block, these emails go into spam. So for those of you, and I know we went over this yesterday, who are just trying to kind of do this on your own and you're not really getting any type of results, that probably has a lot to do with it. And honestly, for 99% of legitimate castings, they're not posted online. Companies just contact directly to the agency because they don't have time to sort through millions of people, tens of thousands of people, especially people with no experience, no agency representation. There's a lot of stuff that goes on in the background. And I think this is something, now that I'm thinking about it, would be great for Ryan to really talk about, is really what actually happens during the negotiation process when you're being booked for a job. A lot of people think you just actually like somehow the agent calls, submits your pictures, and you're booked. There's actually a lot of back and forth that goes on. And a lot of times it's right down to the last minute as they're kind of making these decisions on who's getting chosen. You can kind of think about it like getting signed to the NFL. They're going back and forth. It's the NFL draft and so forth. It's kind of the same thing, and this going on consistently. So there's a lot of things that your agent is doing that most talent aren't really kind of familiar with or really ever thought about, that kind of makes the whole process run. So I think that'd be something great for Ryan to talk about. So obviously, also another great thing about getting photos, and I think this has really been something that's been a strong point of ours for the past few years, is since we do these different photo shoots in New Orleans and Miami, Orlando, Phoenix, Las Vegas, LA, New York, we get different textures and looks, but we get you in front of the camera a lot, and it really helps you become comfortable. And even with Ryan working with you and getting trained, I've noticed, like, when I've had people like Phil Sullivan on set from America's Next Top Model, or even JJ, he's a dancer with Michael Jackson. He danced with Michael Jackson, Cirque du Soleil. He's so great in front of the camera, and having somebody like that on set working with you just really 10x the photos and the quality a lot faster. Because if you just expected to kind of show up and shoot, the photos just don't come out that good. It sounds crazy, but it's really hard to kind of get the right poses, the right look, and feel really comfortable in front of the camera. So the more you can shoot and the more you can be in front of the camera, the more comfortable you'll be. So if you want to enter this industry, it's a good idea to get as much time in front of cameras as possible, because it really does accelerate that learning curve. And when you think about it, like, a lot of times in our shoots, we'll do like 1,000 photos, 1,500 photos of each talent, because we're looking for those like 30 to 40 good ones. When you're shooting for Vogue and you're getting paid $20,000, that photographer has to capture that image usually in 15 frames. Like, the models are so dialed in, like it's like being like Michael Jordan. So there's a really big difference when somebody's really been doing this for a long time, being in front of the camera and really nailing it, because at the end of the day, it becomes down to time. A lot of these larger companies for casting, especially for e-commerce, they may be shooting 30, 40, 50 models in a day. They don't have time to work with you at the same way we can, to be able to prepare you for that first type of paid shoot. So it's something to really think about. Like I tell talent all the time, pick up magazines, practice your posing, have fun with it, because the more you can get, it's just shifting your shoulders and your neck, and just kind of look at magazines and see the way they pose. Like if you look at the way that people are posed in magazines, they look so great. But if you actually try to mimic the pose, you feel weird. Like you're like, wait a second, this is a weird contortion. I would never stand this way. I feel totally awkward. But then when somebody takes a snapshot of it, you're like, oh, wow, that looks good. It's like the craziest thing, the way it's because here's the actual fact of how this works. It's a difference between 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional. So when you're standing there, you're 3-dimensional, but when you're shooting for something that's going to be 2-dimensional, right? A magazine cover, a billboard is 2-dimensional. So again, here's another example, some headshots. These aren't going to be that strong, and I just want you guys to realize the reason why. So like from a casting director standpoint, she's a great looking girl, she's cute, but the problem is the shots are not kind of focused. Like the first one on the left, your eyes are probably brought more to the necklace, the black jacket. Definitely on the right, the flowers distract. You got to realize you got like seconds to make an impression with a casting director. So I'm speaking to you guys from an agency standpoint. So I'm speaking to you, I've been doing this for 16 plus years. I've worked with IMG, with Ford, with Colby Models. I'm the president of Truth Management. So I'm teaching you guys this from this perspective of how an agency sees this. Okay, these are great photos for your family, but these are not going to be something a casting director is looking for, because the eye gets distracted. You have like seconds to make that impression. And, these are decent photos, and I'm sure she paid a lot of money for these, but these are not going to be really strong photos to be able to being able to submit out, right? So again, another example, these are, again, something from a casting director standpoint, you can see, the floral dress, the pearl necklace, it's just kind of throwing it off. Photo's not centered right. The right side, the lumberjack shirt, it's just not really working. She's a really beautiful woman, middle-aged, a lot of different roles she can play, but it's nearly not showing. It's almost like she's trying to step into a character versus being a little bit more set back and allowing the casting director to have that imagination of being able to see it. And just to kind of show you the difference, to go back, like these here pop, like these are great. Like these are really great. This one's great too. But then these are kind of just thrown off. And these are good photos. These are photos that people paid money. These are, setting in amateur photos, you're always 99% of the time you're going to get passed over, because then you automatically know you probably don't have an agent. There's just a lot of red flags. Okay. Here's another one. Great comedian. But again, these photos just not done correctly. The stripes and the red, I don't know what the stylist was thinking or how they allowed that. The glasses kind of throw it off, the blue. It's just not really going to be strong photos for her, especially for like her main headshot. Maybe these could be like character shots. These could be additional shots that if somebody said, well, let me see her normal photos, but I also want to see her in character. So these might be great for backup photos, but definitely not for getting like the foundation, because the foundational photos that's what holds the entire building up. That's going to has to be your strongest photos. Having that iconic photo that people recognize who you are instantaneously. Now, as far as a resume, actors have resumes. So normally how it goes is on the front will be their headshot. And on the back will be they have different types of skills and so forth. So for Truth Management, we do everything digitally. So we track people's stats, experience, and so forth. You have a log on. You can actually log on and see all that. I'll probably go over that a little bit with you guys later. I'll actually show you how that works. I'll have Denise maybe show that. But let's just pretend we're seeing this from a casting director standpoint. So you can see, all right, we got Yvonne. So we can see she's EMC, SAG-AFTRA eligible. So I mean, she qualifies for two different unions, one for Broadway, one for TV and film. She has her own direct website, which is great. And then you can see here, but then you also notice that she doesn't have her agency listed. So this means this is somebody who's she's submitting herself on her own. So she's trying to do this on her own, which means a lot of times, a lot of the better jobs are going to kind of pass her up, because of the fact they want to speak with an agent. They're not going to negotiate with the talent. A lot of times the talent, what is the day rate? What's the usage rate? What's the international rate? What are all these things like where your agent can entertain them instantly versus a talent? Well, can you explain that to me? And it's not that casting directors or agents are mean. It's just they just don't have time to do that. These guys are under very high pressure. Like they're competing against other agencies. They're competing against, being able to get that person booked the fastest, or being able to make sure that that person's being seen by the director. So you can see here a lot of stuff she's done. She's done some cool stuff, but nothing of a professional level. So she's done Miss Saigon, 25th Annual Spelling Bee, right? That was an ensemble. Big leader theater, so that's like local community theater. She's done some concert and cruise ship, so she's Secret Garden just off Broadway, musical theater. So you can see her resume is geared exclusively around theater, right? You can see she did a lot of regional theater, so she has a strong basic resume with the right agent and kind of like, putting together a better portfolio. Her headshot's pretty good. I like her headshot, and she's got a lot of training in dance and voice, right? She's done voice acting, so she does study acting. She's got a BA in drama from the University of California. And then she can see now some of her special skills. So she does basic baton twirling, splits, piano, bike riding, roller skating, blading, blood curdling scream. I like that one. Big laughter. I like that one. That just makes it stand out. Shows she has personality. And then she's also won some awards. So her resume is a good resume. So you can see it's, from where she's at, she's new, right? She's done a lot, but she's still new. She's not at a professional level yet. But this is somebody, hey, as everyone has to be given a chance to start someplace. I want you guys to realize that. A lot of times talent sometimes get intimidated when they're starting out. Everyone has to be given a chance. It's just how many times you can step up to the plate and swing at the ball. So your agency, their job is to get you to swing at that ball as many times as possible, because eventually you're going to land that first roll, and one roll becomes 2, becomes 4, and so forth. But you have to take the swings. If you don't take the swings, then you're never going to hit the ball, right? So let's think. So for a resume, this is a great, nice basic acting resume sample here just to show you, but let me just kind of go through this. So first thing you want to do is you want to relate your resume to the role. So first, make sure your resume is relevant to the role you're pursuing. For instance, if you want to audition for a TV series role, match your resume to that part by listing your TV acting experience, if you have it. And if your skills and training are relevant to that position. So maybe it's for, it's a role for being a barista in Law and Order. Great. You can add that into your resume, having barista skills, right? Because it's a lot easier to hire an actor to do a principal background. Principal background means that you're in the scene. You may not have a speaking role. It might be just a few lines, but somebody who knows how to use the machine, somebody, or basketball. You have a professional basketball, not professional, but you played college basketball. You know how to shoot. You know how to swing a bat. You know how to drive stick shift, fly a plane, things like that, because they stand out. You never know what's going to hit. And most of the times your agent they're going to get the size, and they're going to know exactly what they're looking for. So like, especially when you're using something like digital resume, you can go in and add that. Hey, John, just called. I just got a great casting for you. They need somebody who's able to play volleyball. Have you ever played volleyball? Awesome. Great. Let's get you submitted. Include your contact information. I cannot tell you how many times I've seen people submit and they somehow forget their phone number or their email. You definitely want to have like a professional email. So you can see like he has, tom.myers@gmail.com. It's free to set up. You can kind of block all the spam and have everything extra. I think Google charges like $5 a month, but just for a basic email, which is the same exact email, but then you'll see ads. One you see ads, one you don't. One is free, one is $5 a month. Always better to have a professional email like that set up. Takes 5 minutes to do it versus having like Bootylicious69 or just some like crazy random email that just sounds kind of weird. Just first name, last name is always going to be the best. And use that as your professional email. Just use that specifically for your agent, specifically for castings and so forth. So again, next, format your contact details, full name, your role, actor, thespian, current acting role, your current phone number, professional email address. If you have an agent, always include their name and contact phone number underneath your details. Include your physical characteristics. It's very important. Traits, your height, weight, hair and eye color, clothing size, if that's as applicable to the part you're auditioning for. These details can help further casting director find the best actor to play the character. A lot of times we're going to be doing stuff like The Gilded Age or different shows on HBO or any of the streaming networks that are set in a different time or a different setting. You're going to have to go through wardrobe. So always being able to make sure that you have like correct measurements is important. Because that's going to go directly to wardrobe. Most of the times when you guys are on set with us or you're doing a shoot, Ryan or one of the assistants will always get updated measurements for your portfolio and for us to be able to submit you out. Because sometimes it's kind of, there are some measurements like jacket size and length. A lot of times for men, like there's an actual tailor measurement versus you just like what size jeans you wear are completely different. That usually always blows people's minds away. Same thing for like dress size, bra size, so forth for women. Format your resume objective or summary. So after your basic details comes your resume objective or summary. If you're just starting your acting career, you might opt for a resume objective to highlight the role you're after. How do you plan to use your skills on the job? If you have extensive screen experience, you might choose to write a resume summary to showcase your acting history, skills, or awards. So that's pretty self-explanatory. List acting roles in reverse chronological order. I see people always make this mistake. List your acting experience in reverse chronological order, starting with your most recent or current acting role. Typically, it'd be acceptable to include up to 10 years of acting experience, especially if you have a long-standing role in a reoccurring series. If you're just entering your acting career, you might list the roles you've taken in community theater project as part of your training or any other acting or stage work you have professional experience in. Additionally, your resume should leave out the dates of your past roles. You know, when we do our photo shoots and experiences, we always try to include something that boosts people's resume, and that's worked really well. Like we have a shoot coming up in New York City. Our talent will actually be performing on stage live, doing improv and actually doing a comedy show. So now they're able to add on their resume. They performed in New York City or they performed in LA. We did a special training for stunt work, stunt coordination with the senior staff member from The Walking Dead. So now that became a part of their resume that they were certified in stunt training, and then also they were certified in firearms safety and handling. So we always try to do something. Well, you know, we'll do a runway show, we'll do a fashion show, we'll do something that really appeals to somebody in the future, being able to say, oh, wow, so you performed in New York. Wow, you performed off Broadway. Oh, wow, you're certified in stunt work. Oh, my goodness. So it really kind of helps boost people's career, especially when you're brand new, and it works very well. It really made a huge difference for all the talent that came out to the LA event just October, just a few months ago. Include your education and training. No matter your experience level, you should still include your education and acting training. List the name of your school or university, the date you graduated, your degree. If you have any special certifications related to the field, you can include those also. Additionally, if you have completed any specialized training like stage or theater training, stunt coordination, professional training, be sure to highlight it within that section. So you can see here how Tom has his thing broken down, and this is just an example. So you can see email, phone, website, and I think if it's not posted, we can post a link. We actually have layouts already done for you guys. So there's actually layouts in Canva. You just click on the link, and I actually have professional resume for actors done. I have already professional stuff for models done. It's complimentary. It's a gift for you guys just being here. So I'll make sure Deneen posts that into the Facebook group later, or if my assistant's on the call right now, she can find that and post that for everybody. But we already did all the work for you guys. So all you have to do is just kind of go in and fill in the blanks. Don't use the one I posted, Shane. Put your name and your photo in there, but you'll see it's really easy to do. And it's in Canva, which is an online site for creating graphics. Again, it's a free site, free service. So we already did all the work for you guys. You just have to put it together. Here's another great example. So you can see here, Jane, right? Jane Doe, phone number, email, there's her talent agency, website. And then you can see she did her height, weight across the board. And then you can see here the stage, so stage work. So we can obviously see she's a performer. Education, she got Magnum Cum Laude. She got a business mastery in vocal performance. So you can see this is somebody who's going to be geared towards Broadway. So somebody like Alicia or Pat Addis or somebody like that. This is somebody I would submit out to our Broadway agents to any upcoming shows we have. I know Alicia has some really great things coming up with Broadway for 2023 and beyond. She's going to be honored at the highest possible level for her dedication to Broadway. So we're really excited about that. Here's an example for comp cards. So this is like how model comp cards look. So this is like what's left with an agent. So when you go on a casting, these are something you print out on your own. For those of you represented by Truth Management, I know there's a simple way to do this. You just log on, pick the pictures, click print, off it goes. And then also we have a template for anybody who's not represented, where you can just, you want to put a great headshot on the front for modeling, like you're really a great standard shot. You can see Jacobs. He's got like, and being able to show 3 or 4 different photos. Sometimes Ryan, when he's representing talent, he may only use 2 photos in the back of the comp card because those are the only 2 strongest photos. Talent might have at the very beginning taken 5,000 photos, but out of those, there's 2 good ones, okay, that are strong, that are iconic. So it's really important to understand that. A lot of times talent, you know, they get excited, they took a few hundred photos, but there might be 3 or 4 great ones and you did a great job. Like And now imagine like the time Ryan or even Deneen or our staff, like when we're going through thousands of photos, it takes a long time to do this. So these are one of the things that's going on behind the scenes that you may not realize your agency's doing. And, always, and seeing what's working, submitting you out. Hey, even for when there's no roles maybe that you're qualified for, still submitting you out to clients saying, hey, what do you think of this person? And they're like, well, Jacob's kind of good. But that photo, I don't know. He's maybe we'll consider him. And then Ryan may swap out the photos and then send it out again. Oh, what do you think of this person? Oh my God, he's great. So literally same person, but Ryan swaps out the photos and all of a sudden it has a totally different appeal to the person that's submitting out. So these are things that are going on when you don't realize what's going on, right? That's running in the background, creating these success stories. Another thing too, we work with a lot of agencies, and a lot of times talent, they always say, oh, I want an agent. And, they're like, well, they just start submitting randomly. And like, here's an example. You have to find the right agency. Like, with Truth Management, we represent a wide variety of talent, all different aspects, genres, ages, different qualifications, different backgrounds. But like, say like an agency like Hello, which they're a great agency. Fuji Ruiz, who's the former head of IMG Models, Wilhelmina Models. He used to run Hello. He now runs One Model Management. He's worked at some of the biggest agencies in the world. But like Hello, when he was running it, they're very centered on a very specific type of model. Like they represent a lot of trans models. They represent like that wiry kind of, non-gender identifying type of talent. So if that's the type of talent you are, that's great that you submit to them or we submit for you to get you signed. But what my point is probably for most of you wouldn't qualify for that. So just saying I want an agency doesn't mean anything, right? It's a lot of times what you put out in the universe is what you receive, right? So you have to say, well, what's the right agency for me? Mike, what do you think is the best agency for me to sign with? Ryan, what do you think is a great agency for me to go with? Do you think I'm more LA based, New York based? Do you think I should really focus on Atlanta, right? How do I build up my career in my local market? And where should I focus in my local market so when I'm ready now to really move to that next level, right? Because as you're progressing through the industry, you're going to keep elevating. For a lot of our talent that may have started with us a few years ago that are now working consistently and getting really great jobs and are doing this full time, they're still going to grow. They're going to grow in roles, they're going to grow in opportunities and so forth, because as you build your brand, you're building your career. Leslie, she's a great example. She's been with us for 2 years. She's phenomenal. She's a mom, she works hard. She's always engaged on social media. She's also in our inner circle. She shows up. She's the first one to show up on set and say, Mike, what can I do to help out? What value can I bring? So every time I'm with her, she's always at the forefront of my mind, not only because she's devastatingly beautiful, but her level of professionalism is so high. And that's kind of like some of the things I want to be able to share with you guys, especially for those of you guys moving forward. Really, what does it take to develop that? Like, what are the little secret hacks you can do when you're on set to really help people take notice of you, to create that memorable personality? So it's not only just getting you on set, but be creating a personality on set that everyone wants to book you over and over again, right? What are those things? Obviously, for Truth Management, we like I said, we represent a wide variety of talent. For those of you who may be brand new, who have never had an agency representing you, we're very transparent here. We're very heart-centered, faith-based. So we give you full access to everything. You actually have an app you can download. You can see the castings in real time. You can see your calendar in real time. You can see any money owed from any of the clients, where that's at. You also have like a calendar. So if you know that you have a special weekend plan for your family in June, you can block those days out. Because the worst thing you could ever do is not have communication. And I know Ryan will say this to you, what's the most important thing for a talent to have? And he's going to say communication, because there's a lot of times like working with an agency is not like a 9 to 5, right? You're not clocking in and clocking out. So a lot of times an agent's always working to book you work, and then all of a sudden he gets a great job and it's available in the second week of February. And he may not know that you already had plans that weekend. You're going on a cruise or something like that. And he's already now promised the client, hey, she's available. So having open communication, having a system, and I know most of our talent use this. There are a few who don't. And I think we're going to really focus on making sure everyone's using the system fully. It's an app, you download it on your phone, you can log on. But my point is really not so much the technology. Technology is just a tool, but having the relationship and the communication with your agent, especially with us for Truth Management, because 2023, we're going to be launching now representing kids. So for the first time in like 16 years, we're actually going to be now working with children. They have to be 7 and up. So we're not working with below 7. Just don't get too crazy on me for anybody. 7 and up. It's going to be a small division at the beginning. Obviously, our division is, always focused on adults and focused on that. But it'll open up a lot more opportunity, especially since we're going to be working with a lot of heart-based directors and film companies. And there's literally hundreds of projects that we have access to now. It's absolutely incredible. Some of the people I've been able to work with and some of the opportunities we have, and really even working with Les Brown, like his platform gives such great exposure. I was on a call the other day and we're working on some other projects with Les that'll get announced later in the future. But when I talked about the project with a very, very influential person, it opened up a lot of doors very quickly. It really changed the perspective. So a lot of the projects we have do have roles for kids, and we want to be able to be prepared for that. So that's going to be something that's great, because that now opens us up to build more relationships, because anytime you got a kid on set, well, now I can also fill in the roles for the adults and the teens and so forth. So instead of just being centered on adults, now we're able to expand and really be more functioning in a better, higher, elevated way to better serve the clients. And when we can better serve the clients, it helps us then now create more success stories for the talent, if that makes sense. But what if you don't have any experience? Well, that's okay. We can take care of that too. Depending upon your acting experience, it could be a good idea to include any special skill sets you've developed throughout your career and training. Teamwork skills. Actors should have experience working on a team of artists, from producers and directors to other actors, right? Time management skills, being able to track your time spent in rehearsals, during pre-production, preparing for production. Interpersonal skills, right? How do you work and how do you get along with others? Emotional intelligence, playing a character to depend upon an actor's ability to emphasize with the story and the ability to take on a fictional role, complete with emotions and thoughts, can depend heavily on an actor's emotional intelligence. Special skill sets, choreography work, stunt coordination, musical talent, any unique skills that can sometimes be necessary to take on different roles. You're a scuba diver. I can guarantee you every single person here, if I ask you to tell me 10 things that are interesting about yourself, you can come up with them, right? It may take you a moment or two to think about it, because sometimes what may be interesting to you, what seems not interesting to you, is really something that's interesting to others. What are your strengths? Earning trust of others, delivering results, learning and being curious, being heart-centered, right? Putting that as a strength, being heart-centered. Who would like to work with somebody that's heart-centered, that's faith-based, right? There's a different thing there. So don't ever be afraid of sharing who you are, especially when you're first starting out, because it attracts other people like you. And I can tell you, in this industry, it's so important, because people want to work with good people. They want to work with people that have this not just the experience, because everyone has to be given a chance to be on set. Everyone will be given an opportunity, and it's what you make of that opportunity when you're there. And these types of things become who you are at your core, right? You can see here, Emily, right? Plain, nice resume. Kind of cool. She had a little college, but you can see University of Arizona, Walt Disney Company, right? She participated in a Disney college program. That's great. That means she went through a really great training, took 8 weeks course in exploring Disney marketing, Universal Cheerleaders Association, camp instructor, right? So these are all things that show she's a leader, right? She had all kinds of honors, awards, skills, Microsoft Office, iMovie, iPhoto. Ooh, that's good. In an independent film, that might be great to have somebody who has an understanding of lighting, how cameras work, and so forth. I cannot tell you guys how important it is when you're on a photo shoot, pay attention to what the photographer is doing as well as the model, because now you can see both sides. Now you can understand what is it the photographer is looking for. A lot of times people, when they go on set, they're always focused on the model. Focus on the photographer, see the questions he's asking, see things that can help you when you're now working with him. Or you say, I've learned so much by being on set. Like, I'm literally a walking encyclopedia, and I learned all this by being on set and always asking questions. Okay, and never feel bad about asking questions. People in the entertainment industry, by the end of the day today, you're going to see the people we have today, especially if this is your first time being here, it's going to change your life. Like, make sure you stay on to the very last minute, because I can guarantee you from the bottom of my heart, I mean this, your life will be changed by the end of the day today, because it's all about what makes you special, what makes you unique, what type of training do you have. You know, I had a young girl come in many, many moons ago. I was working on a casting with the vice president of Warner Brothers of all of North America. We had this really nice girl come in, and it was actually for a reality show he was casting. I'm not going to say the name of it, but he was casting for a reality show. And she came in, Asian girl, little tiny thing, really cute as a button, and she was kind of shy. And Russell had asked her, he's like, well, what's something unique about you? Tell me something special. And she's like, well, there's really nothing special about me. And he was like, well, what do you do for a living? She's like, well, I work for the Navy. And then he's like, okay, well, that's pretty interesting. What do you do for the Navy? She's like, I'm a combat fighter pilot. I'm like, I was sitting there, I was brand new. I was like, literally, this was like year one. It was like 16 years ago. And I could still remember this as if it was 30 seconds ago. And I was just like, what? Like, how is that not interesting? And 16 years later, guess what I'm talking about? I'm still talking about her. So you never know what makes you stand out. What was going to make people, what are your strengths, who you are at your core, what are the things you accomplished. I can guarantee you would not be on this call if you were not somebody who others look up to, that others take pride in, that others see the greatness inside of you. And we are always our hardest judges to never see the greatness that's within us. Okay, so being a part of a community is being able to being working on set is being able to be with others who see the greatness in you also. You reap whatever you sow, right? Think about a seed. When you plant the seed, and I think Les kind of touched upon this in his own way, right? To grow, you must take a step back. You must be like a seed in the darkness. When a seed is first planted, it actually doesn't grow up, okay? It actually grows down. The seed has to grow down and take foundations or roots in the darkness, and then it has to push it up way through the dirt. So think of your career. Anytime you feel doubt, anytime you feel like you're not getting as far ahead as you can, just see yourself as that seed, knowing where you are in that system, because every great seed turns into that mighty oak. It turns into that tree, right? Everything starts in darkness. It has to take a step back before it can take a step forward. So this is how to create an award-winning resume that will get you noticed, make you unstoppable, and book you more work. Motivation is what gets you started, and commitment is what gets you going. So a lot of the things that I'm going to turn this back over to Deneen in a moment, but a lot of the great things that we're working on, include really concentrating and narrowing down our trainings, expanding upon the people we're working with. We have some new productions on Broadway that we'll be announcing soon. We have photo shoots scheduled for Orlando, New York, Miami, Puerto Rico, which I'm really excited about. I'd love to do a shoot in Puerto Rico. We're going to be working with a lot more casting directors and agents, and we're really going to be really centered on getting our talent really going a lot more rapidly as the industry is moving, really dialing in where they want to go and what their next steps are. So with that thought in mind, I'm going to turn this back over to Deneen, or to maybe even Allie, if she's on the call, because I know her and Deneen are going to be talking next. But I will see you guys in a few minutes. Allie, you here?
I got it.
Oh, now we got Deneen coming.
Hey guys! Oh my gosh. Literally the only person who can make creating a resume exciting is Michael Fomkin. Can we all agree on that? Like, how many of you now are like sitting down and like, okay, you know what? I know I have special skills. I know I'm going to figure this out. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Right? Every time I hear that presentation, I'm like, okay, what is it that makes me unique? What is it that makes me special? What is that thing I do on a daily basis that really changes things? And I just want you to know, whether or not you know what that thing is, you have it. Yeah, I want you guys to give a huge thank you to Mike. Like, send the thanks up to him for doing that presentation, because let me tell you something. I told you this morning that this moment is the most important moment in your career, did I not? I did, right? Give me a thumbs up if y'all heard that this morning. Okay, so now you have a responsibility to yourself, to your future self, to take what Mike just taught you and start applying it now. Okay, you have a responsibility to your future self to take stock of those things that make you so special, that make you so unique. Write them down so that when you know, my words are very important. When we submit you out, you give us something to submit out. Is that okay? Is it okay? Awesome. Okay. So guys, that was absolutely amazing. And Mike, he was just the first speaker of the day, but now I have to introduce you to someone who is very near and dear to my heart. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to unmute him. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce you guys to one of literally my favorite human beings on earth. I mean, all of our speakers are my favorite humans, but Mark is amazing. So let's talk about Mark Schoenfeld. When it comes to finding success in show business, Mark Schoenfeld has proven again and again, it's not just about knocking on doors, it's about knocking those doors down. Schoenfeld was a senior in high school in the Bronx when he turned his dream of working in the music business into a great reality, landing his very first gig as a staff songwriter to Irwin Levine Music Publishing. But biding his time in an office building, even if it was in one of the most legendary addresses in music history, at 1650 Broadway, just wasn't his style. So Mark stood up from his chair and hit the streets, bypassing every secretary and gatekeeper in the business in order to make it to the top. His career took off when he knocked on the door of the home of then president of Epic Records, Ron Alexenberg. He did so one random morning, unannounced and uninvited. After Alexenberg screamed at him to get off his property, Mark yelled back, "But believe me, you're gonna want to know me." He meant it. Alexenberg soon became Schoenfeld's employer and later his manager, executive producer, investor, and business partner and friend. Mark took his bombastic style to Hollywood, where he wrote music for movies while writing and producing songs for Polygram, EMI, Motown, and Capitol Records. He also wrote and sold movies to Orion Pictures, Disney, DreamWorks, and Warner Brothers, collaborating with Hugh Jackman and director Steve Herrick of Mr. Holland's Opus and 101 Dalmatians along the way. But perhaps his greatest accomplishment was the culmination of his life's work. Mark Schoenfeld is the writer and composer of the legendary Broadway show Brooklyn the Musical, which inspired multiple standing ovations every night of its short but powerful run in 2004, and has lived on as a cult hit ever since. Today, the music of Brooklyn enjoys new life and constantly finds new audiences on YouTube, while longtime fans around the world bask in the memories of its successful tours throughout America, Asia, and South America. Today, Mark manages film producer Scott Preizand, who is known for Rock of Ages with Tom Cruise, co-producer with Russell Simmons of the upcoming movie and theatrical musical The Scenario. Mark is also currently casting for a revival of Brooklyn the Musical and a bunch of other tremendous projects that he's going to Beverly Hills to work on. So everyone, please help me welcome to the stage the one, the only, Mr. Mark Schoenfeld.
Hey, D girl.
Hey, Mr. Schoenfeld, how the heck are you?
I'm doing good. Allie, hello.
Hi, sir.
Mike and everyone here. What
Happy
a
New
pleasure
Year.
and honor to be speaking with all of you today. Some faces I recognize, and of course, some I don't. But D girl, I think you gave enough of the highlights of my resume that I really don't have to do that again right now.
Wait, I have to add one thing to your resume. Just so you guys know, I studied Ron Alexenberg in school. He signed Michael Jackson to Epic, and he's responsible for the Thriller album. If that is not huge, that wasn't even mentioned. You know I'm like a psycho freak when it comes to biographies. Oh my gosh, Mark.
So guys, I'm going to just tell you some stuff that I'm doing now. During the pandemic, I was stuck in my place for 3 months, and I created 7 reality shows, which I sold 3 of them. So I was even busy during the pandemic. But the greatest thing is that right now I have a project in Hollywood, That's literally the hottest project in Hollywood. There is a bid war for it. And so I have to be back in my place in Beverly Hills. And that's what D-Girl was saying. Now I have to leave the Northeast and go back to Beverly Hills and negotiate that project. I also, with that project, have to go to Japan and India too, because they're bidding as well. So it just shows you that no matter how old you are, you thought you were retired, you can make things happen, because I'm living proof of that. Also, I discover people, and I've discovered a bunch of people, and everyone I discovered, I hit a home run with. They became well off. They got into movies, and I mean, Hollywood movies. I don't mean independent movies. They got into TV shows. I mean, Hollywood TV shows. One was a young boy, only 12 years old. I got him with, I didn't get him, but I taught him what to do. And I taught his mother what to do. And he's in a movie that Judd Apatow, he's a major director of sort of bro movies. This young kid is in there. Then he got an HBO movie. And even greater than that, there's a girl from India that I discovered on Zoom. I've never met her. She's never been to America. She is the lead actress in the project I'm telling you about, but I also got her signed to Disney. She just has to get the visa to come here, be here in April, and sign to Disney. So that's the other part of what I do. So having said all that, I love doing it all. I love discovering people, trying to find how to break them in, what their star quality is. And I love creating, and that's never stopped since, like D-Girl explained, since I was in high school, 17 years old. And that's all I ever did. But I know that everyone here is talented. Now, how do I know that? I don't know all of you. So how do I know that? One reason is because you're here. If you didn't think you had talent of some kind, you wouldn't be here. That's one reason. The other reason is I have a philosophy that everybody is born with talent. And what happens is inside every adult, there's a poet that dies young. That poet means talent, doesn't just mean poetry. That you're a writer, a singer, a model, you're a musician, whatever it is in the arts, everyone has that. That's my belief. But that poet dies young. And it dies young because life gets in the way. I don't have enough money. I have to switch jobs. This job isn't good for me. I'm depressed. I have anxiety because I'm not doing what I want to do. I have trouble, I have a family, I have children, I have a husband, I have a boyfriend, I have a girlfriend. This is life getting in the way. And so you constantly thinking, while life is pushing you, you're constantly thinking of what you really are. I'm a singer, I'm an actress, I'm a model, I'm a writer. I can write a book. I have that in me. I have stories in me. And you're thinking and you're thinking and you're thinking. And a small act of doing is worth 100 million thoughts. Your thoughts will get you nowhere, but the act of doing something will get you somewhere. And so it's illogical what I'm about to say. Act before you think when it comes to the arts, because you will think yourself out of acting. When I say acting, out of acting towards whatever your goal is, you will think yourself out of it because life is getting in the way for you and for everybody else. And the ones who succeed, they don't care about life getting in the way. They're not thinking about it. A small act of doing is worth 100 million thoughts. Stop thinking and start doing. Now I'm going to explain how it all happened to me, and you might get lessons from that. When I was in the 9th grade, which in the Bronx, by the way, I grew up in the Bronx in an all-Black neighborhood. I was one of just 25 like white people in a school, white kids in a school of 800 Black kids. So I grew up in Black culture. But anyway, in junior high school, which in the Bronx when I was there was 7, 8, and 9. In 9th grade, in my neighborhood, no one really thought much about me. I played the guitar and I played like 3 or 4 chords exactly, simple chords. And I started to write songs with only 1 chord. And I started to play the guitar where I would bang on the strings with my fist, often breaking the strings, but I liked the percussive sound and I liked the echo that it created. And people thought that, I'm just ridiculous. No one liked my songs. No one liked what I was doing. And one day, a beautiful young new student, a girl, comes into my school in the 9th grade, Puerto Rican girl. And I am infatuated with her, but I am invisible to her. There's nothing about me that stands out. I'm just this skinny Jewish kid. And she is now immediately hanging with the sports guys and the gang members. But she happens to be in my classes. And my classes were the smartest classes in the school. So it went like if you were in 9-1, that was the smartest class. 9-2, next smart. 9-3, 9-4, 9-5. She was all in the 9-1 classes with me. And she was always raising her hand. And I liked everything about her. I used to listen to her talk to her girlfriends. I used to watch her walk down the hall with her hair bouncing. I was just infatuated with her. And I never had a girlfriend. I'd never been kissed. And I didn't know what to do about it. And I had the nerve to ask my mother, what should I do? I'm actually infatuated with this girl and I want a girlfriend. All my friends have girlfriends. And she said, well, why don't you write her a song? You're writing all these songs. I didn't have the heart to tell my mother that everyone hates my songs. And so, but I decided to do it. And I wrote her a song. And then I went to school with a guitar, without a guitar case. And there she was. And I tapped her on the shoulder and I said, Nancy, I know you don't know me, but I wrote you a song. Can I play it for you? And I never forgot that this girl that I only heard, answer in class said, oh, I would love to hear that. And that my heart started pounding. And we sat on a stoop and I sang her a song that I wrote with 1 chord, banging my fist on the guitar strings. And the song was called, If I Were You, I Wouldn't Want to Know Me Too. And when I was done with that song, she took the guitar from me and gave me my first kiss. And that first kiss is literally, and I am not joking, the most significant thing that has happened in my life. I think about it all the time. With all the things that I have accomplished, I never forgot that the power of that first kiss. And then she said, in the language back then, so they didn't use OMG back then, but whatever it was, I'm just going to use OMG. OMG, you're going to be famous and rich. And then she kissed me again. Second most significant thing that ever happened. And then the next night I met her and we made out. Third most significant thing that happened. And she became my girlfriend all the way through the graduation of high school. So what do we learn from that? One is, I didn't think about it. I acted. The other is, fortune favors the bold. I was bold. This is the most popular girl in the school. I'm invisible. I wrote her a song. I went to school with a guitar like a nerd, tapped her on the shoulder, bold, and won her over. Now I'm the most popular kid in high school because this girl is on my arm. And we learn about life and love and sex and jealousy and all those things that happen. Learned it all with her. And then as seniors, my mother showed me an ad in the New York Times, where a very famous songwriter named Erwin Levine has decided he wanted to have a writing partner that never entered the music business, someone completely green. And you have to go to 1650 Broadway with 2 original songs. I stood in line, and I can't say the number, but it felt like thousands. You know, the line was around the block to get into a building, into the first floor, and into an office where he then auditioned you. And as I got closer, I realized that everyone is in and out within 30, 40 seconds. An average song back then was about 2 minutes to 2.5 minutes. And so no one's being able to finish a song. He's sort of saying, okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I saw that everyone, when I would hear them, they played the guitar great with all these different chords, and they finger picked. And I'm about to bang strings on one chord, E minor. And I said, I need to walk away from this. I'm getting scared. You know, all of a sudden I have to go to the bathroom. I'm getting nervous, but I stayed. I stayed because my mother wanted me to be there, and that girlfriend of mine wanted me to be there. And I walk into that room, and he's just about 8, 9 years older than me. He has 3 hit songs on the radio at that time. Everyone here might be too young to remember the song, but one was actually Black Pearl, Pretty Little Girl by Sonny Charles and the Checkmates. And then there was another song, This Diamond Ring Doesn't Mean What It Used to Be, I don't know, by Gary Lewis and the Playboys, and then some other song by Blood, Sweat, and Tears. And he says to me, okay, what's your name? Mark Schoenfeld. Okay, you know who I am? Yeah. You know I have 3 hit songs on the radio? Yeah, I heard that. You know what they are? Yeah. You ever listen to them? No. Okay, what? Because if he asked me to sing any of it, I wouldn't know the words to any of them. So he says, you have an original song? Yeah, okay, play it for me. We sit down. He says, what's the title? I say, Canada. He says, play it. I play the song with 1 chord. I'm banging the thing that everyone hates in my neighborhood, except my girlfriend thinks I'm a genius. And I play him the song, and the song was very unique, because the song was that not only my playing was unique and only playing with 1 chord, but the song was that I am going to go to Canada rather than go to jail, because I'm not going to go to the Vietnam War. But it was very honest, because it said, I'm a chicken. I'm a coward. The people that go, they're not cowards. They're not chickens. And I'm not a pacifist. I'm not like Muhammad Ali, who did the same thing. No, I'm not like him. I don't practice any religion, and I'm not a pacifist. I'm not against killing. Meaning in the song, I say, if you were trying to kill my mother or my girlfriend and I had a gun or a knife, then I would try to kill you. I'm not going to let that happen. So it was very unique, a very honest song. And when I was done, he went, oh, I love it. I love it. I never heard anything about it. Just love it. And I was shocked because I finished the whole song. He's going crazy for it. Do you have another original? I said, yes, I do. He said, okay, what's the name of it? Canada. Same song? No, different song, same chord, different melody, still playing the guitar the same way. But I had so much to say about that subject matter that it's another song, but dealing with the same subject. Okay, play it. I play it. Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. Love it. He said, but we can't make any money with this crap. Maybe you can go to Central Park and go on a stage in a protest rally. And maybe, is that young kid still on this Zoom? Can someone tell me? There's a young child on this Zoom. Because I want to say what he said to me. So, okay. I'm not, in case she's here, I'm not going to say it. Maybe you could go to some protest rally and get some girl and, do that. Maybe it will attract that. I'm thinking, yeah, it attracted my girlfriend, So he said, but it's not going to make any money for us. He says, I need you to write this. And he puts on the song, Happy Together by the Turtles. That song was a big hit. It took the Beatles out of their #1 spot. And this is the year 1967. And it goes, imagine me and you I do. I think about you day. Write me that. Go in that room and write me that. I'm going to audition more people. So I go in that room and I try to figure out how to play that song with the 4 chords that I have. And then I invert the chords and I go backwards. And I write another song called Summer Snow. And the Summer Snow, the lyrics went like a magical lantern, a lucky stone have lost their powers. I'm all alone. Like summer snow, you never came. Like summer snow, it's a wishing game. I come out, I said, yeah, I got to know it. He says, what's it called? I actually said this. So I said, Canada, mother effer. And he's shocked that I said that to him, shocked that I would write another song about Canada. And then I said, I'm just joking. I knew right then and there I won over that room. I absolutely knew it there. And I knew the song I'm going to play for him doesn't compare to the 2 songs that I played for him before. I play it for him. Oh my God, I love it. I love it. And he goes and he gets everyone to go home. And now I have a job after school and on weekends, just 7 days a week, working with this famous guy. So what's the lesson in that story? Again, a small act of doing is worth 100 million thoughts. I acted. He put something out, I acted. I didn't think about it, I went. I wanted to get off that line, but I did it. And because of that, that's how my whole career took off. Now, this is the first time I worked for anyone. And when you work for someone like this, not only am I writing songs with him, I'm 17, he's 28 or whatever. He's sending me for coffee and stuff. And, I said, I don't need this crap. And I quit. And I quit. But what I did was, and D-Girl explained some of it, I jumped over a gated community where Ron Alexenberg, the president of Epic Records, lives. And I rang his bell. And he was a big guy, like 350, 400 pounds. And he's yelling, cursing at me to get off his property. And as I'm leaving, I said, but you're going to want to know me. And just that, he said, all right, come on in. Just like that. Now I'm in his basement. That's a shrine to him with all his platinum records and gold records. And I play him songs and I tell him what happened. He knows Erwin Levine. I tell him what happened. And he hires me to do A&R for him. And he speaks highly of me wherever we go. And it's a sort of volatile relationship because he's a screamer and a cursor, and I am not. So I had to take all that grief, and I'm not the kind of guy that gives it back. But that's how it all happened. So the lesson is what? If you really look at everything that happened to me, one is fortune favors the bold. I didn't know I was bold, but there are times in my career that I am not bold. And I just say to myself, fortune favors the bold. Be bold. Don't worry about failure or rejection. A small act of doing is worth 100 million thoughts. Your thoughts will get you nowhere. But the fact that I did that I was bold, there's another part. I was also unique. No one played like me. No one acted like me. No one wrote like me. I didn't sound like on the radio. By the way, that stupid Summer Snow song, he got recorded by the Turtles. A song that I can't stand. And so, learn from this lesson and look in your own lives. And, I do this also. Wherever you are, be a star. You walk into CVS, be a star. Rite Aid, be a star. Walmart, a restaurant, a school, be a star. Because if you think of yourself that way, you will build up confidence. And trust me, you're not going to get anywhere without confidence. Confidence will get you through rejection. It will get you through people telling you you suck. Why are you doing this? You're not beautiful. You're this, you're that, you're that. It will get you through it all. that Nancy gave me all the confidence in the world. From then on, I didn't need it anymore. We unfortunately had to split up. And it's really weird because it's her parents didn't like her dating out of her own nationality. It's usually the white, but in this case, it was the opposite. When I had my Broadway show, I was on every single TV show. So I was on Good Morning America, The Today Show, CBS This Morning, Larry King, you name it, Nightline. And so I had assistants and I found her and I wanted to meet with her. And of course, she saw me on television and stuff, but she didn't want to meet with me. Just a fun story. She said, no, I can't. I said, why? She says, well, I'm married. I said, I'm married. She says, well, actually, I'm divorced. I'm divorced. Well, I have children. I have children. Whatever she said, I said I had the same thing, but she just didn't want to do it. And the reason she didn't want to do it, that came out, is because she gained a lot of weight when we were teenagers. So, I called her up again. I said, so what? I still want to meet you. It doesn't mean, we're running away to Hawaii or anything. Just meet me. She said, no, I gained a lot of weight. I said, I'm bald. So who cares? Look what we did. We went through life together. She said, yeah, but look at you now. I saw pictures of you and your partner and, I just can't compare. And it's really sort of sad because I didn't want anything extra. You know what I mean? I just wanted to meet the girl that made some of this happen for me. And she never granted that to me. So back to reality. The unexpected, whatever you do, if it can be unexpected, that's great. The people who I've discovered that I made their careers, I create things for them. There's something about them that I want to work with them, but I create things for them that's unexpected. Everything about me that I create is unexpected. If you're doing a creation and you say it's just like this, try to reconfigure that because everyone's looking for the next thing, the unexpected thing. So I see that little girl on the corner of my screen. So I'm so happy I didn't use the language I wanted to use. I'm so happy. I hope that little girl, whoever she is, becomes a star, but there's no way she could understand what I'm talking about. So, but I hope the rest of you do. I hope that you get what I'm about. The most important thing is fortune favors the bold. I don't care about your talent. Everyone has talent. But if you're not bold, no one will ever see it. And if you don't act on something, an act of doing is worth more than 100. All your thoughts mean nothing. If you're thinking of writing a book, it means nothing. Write the book. So, Alicia.
Yes,
let me take questions.
Okay.
I think that might be a lot more helpful than me bragging about my career. And that's what it feels like when I'm talking. Okay.
No, you're not. Over the years, Mark, you have introduced us to some tremendous people. I'm still waiting to meet Ron Luxembourg, P.S.
Yes.
But you and I, we worked together before, and recently, Debbie, who's also on the call, part of VIP Ignite, we got to hang out with you in Beverly Hills. And I really want to express to you guys the unglamorous, glamorous life of Mark Schoenfeld, pitching to people like Spielberg and Disney and setting up these big pitch meetings. Can you talk a little bit about your time in LA and how a pitch meeting really worked for those of us who have dreams about writing screenplays and selling it?
I'm going to tell you this story. I'm going to tell you the story of how it happened to me because it has to do with the same uniqueness. I went from the music business to go into the movie business, and there was no internet. So I went to the library on microfiche. I read every Variety magazine to find out what hotel I have to put myself in. And it ends up that this very famous maitre d' that knows everyone in Hollywood is a maitre d' of this hotel called, today it's called the London, but back then it was called the Bellage. And the Bellage back then cost like $300 a night. And I went in there and I tried to book myself in there. And I said, what if I stay a week? And the guy said, no, it's $300 a night. Well, what if I stay 2 weeks? It's $300 a night. Well, what if I stay a month? well, let me call the manager. The manager comes down. I said, what if I stay a month? He said, well, we'll give you a little break here. And I said, okay, I'm going to do it. I said, no, well, what if I stay 3 months? He says, oh, 3 months, we'll do it this. Okay, what if I stay 6 months and I give you cash? And if I leave the hotel, like in other words, I'm not going to ask for the rest of the money back. If I have to just leave because something happened, I got to just move out, you keep the money. And I knew right then, if I gave him cash, that he would pocket some money. That's greasing his palm. Now, how do I know that? Because I was raised in the Bronx. All right. So so he said, I'll give it to you for $100 a night. So I figured that's like $18,000. I gave him $18,000 cash. I didn't care what he did with it. I didn't care if he stole it or whatever. I'm living at this famous hotel. At the hotel with me at the same time is Clint Eastwood and Warren Beatty, two superstars. And I go to the maitre d' and I say, I'm going to be in that little pub, little bar, and I want you to play this CD of music and play it, loud enough that people can hear it. And if anyone questions what it is, point them to me. And he says, well, I'm not sure I could play it louder. I said, come on, shake my hand, Dimitri. He said, I'm not. I shakes my hand, and in my hand is, I forget, I think like $500. So now I'm greasing his palm. So he plays it. And this happens to be the first night that I'm in Hollywood. And someone questions him. The guy comes over to my table and he says, what's that music from? I love that music. I said, that's from a movie I wrote. He says, oh, yeah? He says, pitch it to me. I'm from Orion Pictures. I said, what do you mean pitch? He says, tell me the story. I said, my man, I got a script, man. You just read the script. He said, man, well, no one's going to spend 2.5 hours reading some unknown guy's script. People have better things to do. Just pitch it to me. I said, man, it involves music like you're hearing. Come up to my room. I have a big boom box. I'll tell you the story, but I'll play you more music than what you're hearing. He thought I was coming on to him to come up to my room, So
I have pictures of your boombox.
Yeah, there you go. So
from Hollywood.
Yep. So I convinced him, man, that's not going to happen. Just come up to my room, and I pitch it to him. But I didn't know. So I pitch it to him. I'm standing up and I'm becoming every character in the story. And I'm going on and on and on. And 45 minutes later, I stop. He says, that's the greatest pitch I ever heard, ever in my life. He says, you know how long a pitch is? No idea. He says, 10 minutes at the most. I said, well, he says, I never heard anything like this. This is a one-man show. He says, I have to leave, but you're going to get a call from the CEO of Orion Pictures tomorrow. When you go in, do exactly what you did for me. Do it for him. I did get a call from the secretary of the CEO, the CEO of Orion Pictures. His name was Len White. I go in. He has me into his office. I have the boombox. He says, so-and-so, I can't mention this guy's name. He says, so-and-so said you got a great movie. You got a script? Now, I remember what this guy said, and I know no one's going to read the script. And I know the script is not going to beat the pitch that I just did because I saw the way he reacted. So I said, no, I don't have a script. He said, well, what are we buying? A pitch. He said, man, we don't buy pitches. I said, well, then I have to leave. I played his bluff, but they probably didn't buy pitches, but I played his bluff. I said, this is the way it goes. He said, all right, go ahead, pitch it. 45 minutes later, I stopped. He said, okay, we're going to buy it. I said, okay. He said, you need to write a script. I said, I'm not writing a script. Well, what are we buying? I said, the pitch. You tape me, video me. He said, man, we don't do that. I said, well, then I'll leave. He didn't want me to leave. So they videotaped me doing it. Then he says, who's your lawyer? We need to negotiate with your lawyer. I said, I'm my lawyer. He said, oh, you're a lawyer? I said, no, I'm not a lawyer. Negotiate with me. No, we have a lawyer that deals with lawyers. I said, I don't have a lawyer. I'm not going to pay a lawyer. How much money are you going to give me? And I'll decide if I want to sell it to you. That simple. I don't need a lawyer. How much is a lawyer going to charge me? $300 an hour, 5% of the deal, 10%. I don't need them. Just tell me what the price is. That started the whole game. So I sold it like that and made my first, my first money in Hollywood anyway. And then I'm still back at this hotel. I got 6 more months and I write something else. And then it takes me 3 months and I did the exact same thing with Disney. So again, Alicia, I was completely unique of how I pitched because I was ignorant of what a pitch was. But when I learned what a pitch was, I didn't conform to it. I said, if it caused this kind of reaction, I'm going to do this. So when I finally met Jeffrey Katzenberg, who became the owner of DreamWorks with Steven Spielberg and David Geffen, and pitched him, he said to me, that's the greatest pitch in my 34 years of show business. You are the pitch man of Hollywood. I didn't react great. I said, oh, thank you. He said, I don't know if you know what I mean. Eddie Murphy came in here about a month or 2 ago and pitched me a project that he wants, and he couldn't stand in your shadow. I said, oh, okay. He says, you know Eddie Murphy? I said, yeah. He says, well, what do you say to that? I said, how much you paying me? How much you going to buy this for? I'm only interested in the money, and because, I have other things in my life that needs money. I raised 2 kids on my own. There was no wife there, no woman there. So it wasn't easy for me, and money makes things easy. So the fame, headlines in Variety, all that stuff meant nothing to me. What meant something to me, how much money are you giving me? I don't need a lawyer. And now, as I said, I have literally the most powerful, the biggest project in Hollywood, a bid war. So we're trying to make the right deal.
And guys, he's not kidding. So we work a lot in LA and New York, and I was out in LA for our big event. And Debbie and I, luckily, we had a late night flight, and I was like, let's go visit Mark. He's at some Beverly Hills hotel. Let's just go and schmooze, as he would say.
Yeah.
And so Debbie and I show up, and here's Mark and I at the hotel. And this pool right here, this is so fun. So this is Robert Galinsky, who introduced us to Mark Schoenfeld. Talk about an amazing connection. Again, meeting 50 Cent's acting coach. Anybody he says, oh, I need you to meet somebody. Well, hello, Mark Schoenfeld. So here we are sitting at this little bungalow by the pool. Next thing you know, there's Debbie over there. You guys will get a chance to meet her. But this pool where we're at, this is a remarkable place. It's Marilyn Monroe's favorite hotel to stay at when she was, living this glamorous Hollywood life.
Yes.
And while we were there, I will never forget, I got up to go to the restroom because you guys know I drink a lot of coffee. If you don't, welcome to my world. And I'll never forget, Debbie Davis said to me, you will never believe what happened while you were gone. I was like, wait, it's a minute. She goes, a minute in Hollywood is everything. You had the writer of Toy Story come over to you and started a conversation, and you sent him away because we weren't finished with our meeting yet.
Exactly.
What?
Exactly.
Debbie Davis, and I think because she's worked for us for 5 or 6 years, I think actually, being on Zoom is great and going to the events are amazing, but getting a chance to sit there and watch you in business, I just missed Ashton Kutcher. He and I were coming out. I was like, what is happening at this hotel? I would never leave that pool. And you told me you don't. You ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner there.
Never
because
left.
Everybody you needed to meet was at that hotel.
Never left it. Yep, never left it.
Now, for somebody like the naked eye, oh, well, I'll just go to that hotel and hang out and try to become famous. You still had the balls to go after your dreams, because here's the thing. When you walk into a room, Mark Schoenfeld, you literally can own the room. And I think that's so important, being able to say a million words without saying a word.
Well, that's why I just said, wherever you are, be a star. I'm telling you, where I am right now, which is the state of New Hampshire. I no longer live in New York. So it's New Hampshire and Beverly Hills. But where I am right now, when I go into any place, everyone knows.
Hayden Al's, our famous Jewish deli in LA.
Everyone knows me. Clearly in Beverly Hills at this hotel like that. but it's inside. You know, yes, I create an outfit for myself with a certain long coat and beret and all of that, but it's really comes from the inside to make
Yeah.
yourself a star. You know, that it's confidence. So, you know, that's what you want to do. And it's not for the other people, it's for yourself. Because when they give you the love, who are you? What are you? What do you do? You're so interesting, all that. It makes you feel great. And it's endorphins and serotonin, whatever it is, coming off in your brain, and it just makes you feel great. And why not feel great? Why take drugs or alcohol to feel great? Why not feel great just by inside? So let's do another, if we have
Who
time.
has a question? I want you guys to type. We have time for like 2 quick questions. If you have a question, let me go through here. Raise your Zoom hand. And Mark, you know, before somebody just goes to Hollywood, you had to go with intent and purpose. When you meet these top people, you were ready to go. And I think that's so important.
I knew that when I enter a room, they're gonna make an offer. I absolutely knew that.
That's how I feel. Every time I walk into a room, because you know you're going to command the room. It's an
Yes.
energy within you. And Betty.
And by the way, I taught that to Jody Katz, who's
Yep.
a millionaire today because of me. And when I met her, she was scooping ice cream part-time at Dairy Queen, you know, and she's a millionaire today. And I taught her all of that. And
Yeah.
this girl from India, I'm teaching her on Zoom.
So cute.
And she just turned 14. I've been doing it since she's 13 and a half on Zoom, and she's getting everything. So when you guys talk about you don't need to be there, there's proof. I sold her without her auditioning for Disney.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to ask, let's see, Betty. Hi, Betty. So guys, we only have time for 2 quick questions. Introduce yourself, name, where you're located, and then ask your question.
Hi, Betty Jordan Phillips. I am in Las Vegas, Nevada. I really don't have a question. I just want Mark to know that I mean, you just touched my heart, my soul. I feel so connected to you. You know, I've had people tell me all my life, you know, being raised by a pastor, you know, not to do this, you can't do this, you can't do that. But I've always been that little special child, you know,
Yeah.
she's different. You know, I've had people to constantly try to smother out my flame. And I definitely connect with you as far as how you know, walking into a room and just having that energy. And, you know, I'm to the point in my life to where, you know, I can only be me. I don't know how to be anybody else but me.
Yes.
You know, I'm not even concerned with what people think anymore, but it took me a while to, you know, grow out of that. And I'm just so proud and honored to be in this room with you guys. I am just so honored. So thank you so much. Thank you.
And thank you for that. And yes, that's my goal. My goal is to, you know, I hate to use the word inspire because it's used so often, but to, you know, inform by my own life. I'm telling you that I wasn't popular. People thought I sucked and all that. And, you know, I don't have, you know, they say revenge. That's true, but I don't have any revenge on these old friends from the Bronx. No, it's like, no, but you know, somehow it happened. But to me, it was that girl giving me that first kiss. Like that was it, man. I'm exploded. That first kiss is everything to me. I hope everyone could have a first kiss like that. I mean, you know, so it really meant, and I really mean it. It's the most significant thing that ever happened to me. So that did it for me. But there's always something that can do it for you. And I'm hoping that I'm the one who's doing it.
Yes,
that I'm your first kiss.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, we don't sell kisses here, but we do sell lots of love. And for those of you looking to get connected with Mark Schoenfeld, he's a big part of the VIP Ignite family. So for everybody that's like, oh my gosh, I would love a chance to work with Mark and have him mentor me, stand in line, actually join a Zoom call. And this is one of the privileges our members get. direct access to Mark Schoenfeld. Mark, we love you so much. Thank you for today. That is all the time we have for questions, but I guarantee you this, for those of you at the end of the call that want to join our program and get a chance to have conversations with Mark, hey, this is something that we're going to give you access to. Our network is beyond, literally. And Mark, we love you so much. When are you
I
heading
love
back to
you,
LA?
and just know if people have questions, I will answer anyone if you get them to me.
Yes, yes, sir. Well, you can answer their questions live on the Zooms.
Yes.
And we'll do that, obviously, in a secure, safe
And
setting.
tell this little girl that I'm so sorry,
Paisley?
but
It's
I
okay.
see-
It's okay. Well, Paisley understands there's over 100 people on here. And as much as I would love to call on Paisley right now, we do have our next esteemed guest waiting in the wings. And I'm really excited. Mark, you should stay on for this one because what he's going to talk about today may inspire another Hollywood hit, if you know what I mean.
I
Wink,
wish
wink.
I could, but D-Girl knows I have to go.
Okay, well, we'll tape it for you and send it
All
over
right,
because
hon.
he's really
All
cool.
right.
All right,
Bye,
love you.
everybody.
Mark,
Happy New
thank you
Year.
so much.
Bye-bye, everyone. Love you all.
Love
Thank
you.
you.
See you in LA.
Bye-bye, guys.
Oh my gosh. All right, guys. So I'm going to introduce our next guest to you. But while I'm doing that, in the comments, I want you to write what was your biggest takeaway from Mr. Mark Schoenfeld. Like, I was in the background listening, and he says it all the time, and I hear it, but I heard it in a different way today. Fortune favors the bold. When I heard that, I was like, that means so much more today than it ever has. So Mark, if you're still listening, thank you so much. I will text you in a couple of minutes. But let us know what your biggest takeaway was in the comments.
I never heard this story about how he didn't know how to do a pitch. I just assumed he showed up kind of like a 5th grade like science fair with some kind of like board. Like I would go to Staples and have like
With his
pictures cut
diorama.
out and some kind of storyline, you know, like To Catch a Murderer, you know, like some kind of like, this is what's going on. So I love the fact that he jumped off a bridge and he built a plane on the way down. And I love that because, you know, talk about no fear. Like you had to have balls to go against like Spielberg and stand for what's right. And I love the fact that he like called their bluff. Like I would love to see him play poker. Maybe we can work on that because he called their bluff and he started walking and they asked him to stay. And that took.
Huh. Well, we know an amazing poker player, so I think we could set that up.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, guys, this has been an amazing day. We learned about how to write our resume. Mark Schoenfeld just blew the top off of everything for us, helping you be more bold. But now we have another esteemed guest here. So, Alicia, if you're going to be able, can you unmute him while I'm introducing him? That would be amazing.
Yes, ma'am.
So, George Chanos Esquire served as Nevada's 31st Attorney General. He administered Nevada's Department of Justice and acted as the state's chief legal officer and advisor. While serving as Nevada's Attorney General, he successfully argued 9-0 the case of Wharton versus Bochting, 549 U.S. 406-2007 between the U.S. Supreme Court of the United States. Prior to serving as Nevada's Attorney General, Mr. Chanos had a distinguished legal career representing individual and corporate clients on all matters relating to the growth and management of their businesses. He is an author, speaker, and business consultant. He has served on numerous boards, both civic and corporate, for the last 10 years, and for the last 10 years has served as chairman of Capriati's Sandwich Shop, Inc., a rapidly growing 100-plus unit QSR franchise whose millennial owners, his partners, he continues to advise and mentor. First of all, thank you for that sandwich shop. Mr. Chanos is a father and an uncle. His daughter, Alexandra, is currently attending the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and his nephew, David, is a graduate of San Diego State University. They are both millennials and are the inspiration for his book, Millennial Samurai. George Chanos is also the founder and creative director of PeopleReign.com. Everyone, please join me in welcoming to the stage Mr. George Chanos.
Hi, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. We're so excited to have you today, sir.
Absolutely. Well, let's see. So all of this group are interested in modeling and acting. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Or just generally getting ahead?
I've been reading your
All
book,
of the above.
Okay. All right. So I don't have a great deal of, I don't have really any expertise in modeling and acting other than the fact that my mother was a model. My mother was a model in the 1950s, and she was successful and had her picture on the sides of buses and things like that. And she was a career woman back when there weren't a lot of career women. And so she was very creative, very vivacious, very outgoing, absolutely beautiful. And so anyway, she went down that path that some of you are thinking about going down. I have had a very different path, which actually also began with my mom. And I'm telling you some of these things because you'll find insights that may relate to your own life and your own goals. So when I was very young, I had a goal similar to your goal, in that I was 6 years old. I was driving down Paradise Road with my mom, and it came over the radio that JFK had been assassinated. And my mom pulled the car to the side of the road and started crying. And as a 6-year-old boy, listening to that and watching my mom's reaction, obviously I was very intrigued and wondering what was going on. Why was this happening? Who was this that they were talking about on the radio? Why was my mom crying? And as I listened, I became more interested, and we went home to our little apartment, and we turned on the TV and we watched the international press and this outflowing of grief for this fallen hero. And at 6 years old, I decided that I wanted to be president of the United States. An auspicious goal, right? Like becoming an actor or an actress. So you're kind of reaching for the stars, no pun intended. But so was I when I was very young. And so I watched as things unfold. I became more and more enamored with this concept. By the time I was 10, I realized that most presidents were lawyers throughout our history, and that I would go to law school to put myself in the same arena, essentially. And I did, so that was part of my plan. And then as I graduated from college, I was student body president here in Las Vegas at UNLV. And following college, before law school, went to work for United States Senator Paul Laxalt in Washington, D.C. as an intern. And I was in the Russell Senate office building during ABSCAM, when the ABSCAM co-conspirators, most of you are probably too young to understand what ABSCAM was about, but it was a political corruption sting, basically where congressmen were caught on tape taking money from an FBI sting. And they ultimately resigned in disgrace. And I was in the Russell Senate office building in the elevator alone, and the doors opened up. And there was this group of men and their wives who were coming into the elevator. And these were the ABSCAM co-conspirators that were going to take the elevator down to resign in front of an international press corps. And this was another epiphany moment for me, where I looked at their faces and I had another realization, which is that I did not want to be one of these people, right? So here I was wanting to be president and working in the center of the beast in Washington, and deciding that I did not want to be one of these people that had fallen from grace and that had their lives ruined. So I thought, well, how do I avoid that? And it occurred to me that the reason that they ended up doing what they were doing was because they wanted money. They wanted nice things, and they didn't have them. And so they were susceptible to temptation. And they ended up caving to that temptation because they had weak characters. And I thought, well, one of the ways that I could bulletproof myself from that type of an event and that type of a future or consequence was to go out and make my own money so that I could sit across the table from anyone and say, I don't need your money. If you want good government, then I'm your guy. But if you want something more than good government, then keep your money. That's not me. I'm not your guy, right? So I decided that, and I had my trajectory all planned out. By the time I was 12, before I ever went to Washington, D.C., I had each step laid out in succession as to exactly how I was going to achieve my goal. And I was going to be president of the United States in the year 2000. I was going to be 42 years old. I was going to be 1 year younger than JFK, who was 43 when he was president. So I had it all laid out, right? And this trip to Washington and this internship caused me to realize that I had to make a detour. I had to go out and make money. That wasn't part of my plan, but I wanted to bulletproof myself because I never wanted to be one of those guys. So I went to law school, which was on the map anyway. It was part of the plan. But after law school, rather than running for state assembly or state senate and moving up the ladder, I detoured and worked for various law firms. One law firm being a firm called Finley, Cumble, Wagner, Hein, Underberg, Manley, Meyerson, and Casey, which was the third largest firm in the world at the time. And so I became a hardcore lawyer, a very well-trained, aggressive, competent lawyer. The American Lawyer did an expose on Finley, and they called the associates the Dobermans. I was one of the Dobermans. I was one of the young Dobermans. So anyway, I built up my legal career, and I became very good at practicing law. And I was practicing in the San Diego office of this international firm. And then while I was doing that, Las Vegas was my prior home, and it was the fastest growing city in the country for a decade. And so I kept seeing that and thinking, well, I need to, take advantage of that growth opportunity, and I need to move to Las Vegas and open up my law practice. So I did that. I left the firm. I opened up my own practice in Las Vegas, and I started to build that practice and started to work for some of the hotel casinos and high net worth individuals. Ultimately, I worked for governors and billionaires and some very successful, intelligent and wealthy people. And as I was doing that, as fate would have it, I was at the Trinidad fight at the MGM Hotel in the restaurant Fiamma at the bar. And in walked a gentleman by the name of Joe Brown. And Joe was the national committee man for the state Republican Party in Nevada. And Republicans back then aren't what Republicans are right now. I was an Abraham Lincoln Republican. I was a pro-choice, pro-gun control, pro-LGBTQ Republican. There aren't a lot of those today. But in any case, I was a socially liberal, fiscally conservative person who wanted to make a difference in the world. That was my goal. And so anyway, I worked for Finley. I ended up going and opening up my own firm in Las Vegas, and I started to build a boutique law practice. My wife at the time and I adopted a little girl, and then my wife had gone to law school as well. And then we opened up our firm in Vegas, and the two of us were practicing law, and we had our daughter in a crib in an office next to us that we and the secretaries could watch over. And we built that practice to the point where I got to be recognized by the people in the state as a fine lawyer. And ultimately, when Joe Brown comes into this restaurant at Fiamma, he says, "George, I've been thinking about you." And I said, "Really, Joe? What about?" And Joe was also the managing director of the state's largest law firm. And it was a firm that I had gone up against many times successfully. And Joe knew me from that. And so Joe, anyway, said, "George, the current attorney general is resigning to become a federal judge. And that's a lifetime appointment. And it's creating a 2-year vacancy. And the governor has asked me to find his replacement. And I think you'd be great. And it shot me back. So he was saying, I think you'd be a great attorney general for the state of Nevada. And I have the power to tell the governor to appoint you. And I thought, wow, this is destiny. This is shooting me back to when I was 6 years old. And it's shooting me back to when I was in the elevator at the Russell Senate office building. And in the interim between this meeting at the bar at Fiamma and the Russell Senate office building, I had built a law practice. I had become a successful lawyer. I had done real estate transactions, and I had made millions of dollars both practicing law and in real estate. In fact, I had just done a deal where I had bought a piece of property for $2.5 million, and 4 months later put it in escrow for $10 million, and 1 year later sold it for $10 million and made $7.5 million profit. And so I had the money. So I thought, okay, this is destiny. This is karma. This is my moment. I have to shut down my lucrative law firm, and I have to take this job for $130,000 a year as Nevada's Attorney General, and I have to live out my dream, like some of you are trying to live out your dream, right? So I decided that I was going to live out my dream, and I was going to shut down my law practice, and I was going to take a big pay cut, and I was going to accept this position as Nevada's Attorney General, and that's exactly what I did. I gave my law firm to my associate, who was a young lawyer, for free, and I became Nevada's 31st Attorney General. And when I got into it, I found that I loved the law, and I loved the position of making the decisions that I was making at such a high level. So that part of it I loved. But I found that I hated the politics. I hated the dysfunction because I didn't really fit in. I wasn't a Republican. I was what they call a rhino, a Republican in name only, right? So I had half my heart in Republican philosophy, like personal responsibility and the American dream and teaching a man to fish rather than giving him a fish. And I had half my heart in the democratic philosophies of taking care of the homeless, solving our inner city crisis, solving our incarceration and prison crisis, solving the problems that have been neglected too long for decades in this country, which a lot of the Democrats are trying to do today. And each of the sides, it's important to understand, have good things about them and bad things about them, right? Republicans have good things about them and bad things about them, and Democrats have good things about them and bad things about them. They have good ideas and bad ideas, both of them. And I was intellectually drawn to cherry pick the best ideas from each side, rather than signing up for a menu that was being delivered by one side or the other and buying into that menu. And as a consequence, I didn't really fit in. And so when I tried to work with Democrats, they would have a problem working with me because I was a Republican. They didn't want Republicans to have success. And so the Democrats would not want to work with any Republican, really. And the Republicans were the same way. They weren't working with Democrats. And so I found myself in this very kind of polarizing environment that was toxic as well, because special interests were constantly knocking on my door and wanting to lobby me. So nuclear waste shippers, the coal burning industry, the payday loan businesses, the tobacco industry, the distilleries, all of these people have lobbyists, and they would be constantly calling on my office and others to try to lobby us. And I found the whole thing very distasteful. And so this dream that I had of being president and being in politics turned into something that wasn't what I thought it was going to be. It wasn't Imagine, wanting to be an actor or an actress and running into Harvey Weinstein, right? And finding out it's not what you wanted it to be, right? So once I discovered that it wasn't what I wanted it to be, I finished my term that I had been appointed to. I went out with an argument before the United States Supreme Court, which I won 9-0. And then I decided to leave the politics and leave the practice of law entirely and do something else. And I didn't know what else I was going to do, but I felt confident that I had the ability to do whatever I wanted to do. And so I just had to decide what it is I wanted to do, and then I would go do it. And I had success along the way that made me feel confident in my ability to succeed. So from a very young age, I would compete in debate and I would win. And I would, try to make money, snow shoveling and cutting lawns and carrying garbage out and walking dogs and doing anything that I could do. And I had more money than any 10-year-old you've ever met, right? And it was all self-earned, right? So all of those things taught me that I had the ability to accomplish what I wanted to accomplish if I set my mind to it, right? If I had the courage to reach out and try to do what I wanted to do, if I had the commitment that is required to succeed at any high level. If I had the character where people would want to do business with me, right? And would trust me to do business. Right? If I had these ancient core values, which I had, that I could be successful in whatever I wanted to do. And so I have been successful in everything, virtually everything that I've done. I've had some failures, and I'll tell you about them, be happy to tell you about them. But overall, I've had a very, very successful life. And I attribute that in large part to those ancient core values of character, courage, commitment, and compassion, right? So I've embraced those values throughout my life, and those values have helped me succeed in almost everything that I've tried to do. And I also became a broad learner because I would deal with many different issues in my role as an attorney and as Attorney General. And then in my study afterwards, I began studying the future. And that's a whole nother story that we'll get a little bit into, because that's what I speak about today. And that's what I'm doing today. I'm the author of a book called Millennial Samurai, A Mindset for the 21st Century, right? And you can go to millennialsamurai.com and you can download the entire book for free. Okay, so you can go to millennialsamurai.com and you can download the entire book for free. Now, if you're willing to read it on a computer, then you're good. You have it for free. But if you're going to print it out, it's long. And so it will actually cost you more to print it out than it would to go on Amazon and just buy this hard copy, right? So if you want a hard copy that you can have in your hands, that you can make notes to, that you can carry around, that you can throw in your backpack, then you go on Amazon and you buy the book for $29, right? Now, I can tell you that first of all, I have a daughter, she's 25, and I've done my estate planning. And I've, left her quite a bit of things. But the most important thing that I will leave my daughter, out of everything that I have left to her, the most important thing, if I could leave her only one thing, I would leave her this book. I would leave her this book. And the reason is that if I left her everything else, it could be taken away from her, right? She could meet the wrong guy, and the wrong guy could take it all from her, right? She could make bad decisions. She could get in a car accident and get sued and lose everything, right? She could very easily lose everything that I give to her. So how do I prevent that? Well, the book is going to make her a stronger, more intelligent, critical thinker who has great character, understands commitment, understands courage, understands compassion, understands all the core values that I want her to know and I want to leave her with, and that I've taught her throughout her life. But there's much more in the book. So the book is broken down into very small, bite-sized chapters. There are 182 chapters, but they're only 1 to 3 pages each. 1 to 3 pages each. So you're going to learn about 182 things that you don't know a lot about. And you're going to learn them by only spending 5 minutes a chapter. And what's going to happen is you're going to look at the amount of time, and I know most people don't read today. And I know most of you want an audiobook. And I will eventually come out with an audiobook. I haven't gotten to it yet. But what you'll find is that the book is like Lay's potato chips. Once you eat one, you're going to want to keep eating more. And it's going to become addictive. I had a 14-year-old who read the entire book, 444 pages, cover to cover, in one day. Woke up in the morning, began reading, and couldn't put it down. Read it late into the night, like 2 a.m, finished the book. Now, he's a precocious 14-year-old. He's a very bright young man. He's actually an international speaker, Daniel Bissonnette. And Daniel read the entire book in one sitting and couldn't stop raving about it. If you go on Amazon and you read the reviews, people are raving about it. And so I'm telling you this not to sell books, because if I was trying to sell books, I wouldn't give it away for free. I'm telling you this for the same reason that I'm on this video today, because my goal at 64 years old, I've already accomplished a great deal of what I'm wanted to accomplish in my life. My life today is all about legacy. It's all about trying to leave the world a better place than I found it. And I feel that one of the best ways that I can do that is not by counseling governors and billionaires. They have enough help. They can get anybody they need to help them, but by counseling young people like you, and not by having hundreds of clients or thousands of clients, but by speaking to hundreds of thousands of people and millions of people and enriching their lives, creating products like this book that can enrich their lives, and getting that information out to them. And so anyway, I'm going to tell you a little bit about why I wrote Millennial Samurai and what compelled me to go in this direction. So in 2012, I had a heart attack, and it was high blood pressure, undiagnosed high blood pressure. And I thought, well, this was unexpected. What if I were to have another heart attack? And what if I were to die? And at the time, this was 10 years ago, my daughter was only 15 years old, not 25. And I thought, well, if I die and she's only 15, and I leave her behind, that what a shame that I would not have conveyed all of my knowledge to her, somehow, been there to answer her questions throughout her life, when she was getting a job, when she was entering a relationship, when she was getting married, when she was buying a house. I wanted to be there to be able to advise her. And I was fearful that I might not be there because I might not survive another heart attack. And so I began writing a letter. And that letter ultimately evolved into a book. And that was my first book, called Seize Your Destiny, A Roadmap to Success. And Seize Your Destiny, A Roadmap to Success basically was me downloading what I had learned during my 30 years of professional work, and anticipating the issues and the questions that she might have, and trying to offer answers to those questions. And I did that in Seize Your Destiny, A Roadmap to Success. I had great feedback on that book as well. One young man wrote me and said, your book spoke to me like the father I never had. And I thought, wow, how amazing is that, right? So then I realized that the world that my daughter was going to live in over the next 30 years was a very different world. And she knew nothing about that. I knew nothing about that world. And certainly she knew nothing about that world because neither of us had ever looked into the future. And I thought, well, in order to properly advise her, I need to look at the next 30 years that she's going to live in. And I need to talk to her about the next 30 years because that's the world she's going to live in. Not leave her just advice about the 30 years that I lived in and professionally participated in, but the 30 years forward. And I spent the next 5 years researching the future. And now today I'm called a futurist. And so what you have is you have a complex problem solver, a critical thinker, a lawyer, a very successful lawyer who is now going out on a reconnaissance mission into the future and looking at what is ahead. And what I saw was absolutely astounding. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about it. And to learn more, you're going to need to read Millennial Samurai, okay? You don't get anything in life without doing work. You're going to have to put in the work. You're going to have to put in the effort, okay? Nothing comes from just sitting back passively and thinking that somehow you're going to become an actor or somehow you're going to become a model, and you just don't know how. You have to set out a plan. You have to execute on that plan. You have to show courage. You have to show commitment. You have to show true dedication to what it is that you're trying to accomplish. But let me tell you a little bit about what I saw so that you understand what the future is going to be like. You are living in the most extraordinary period in human history. So congratulations. You are living in the most extraordinary period in human history, okay? In 2014, theoretical physicist Stephen Hawking said that the singularity, that moment in time when machine intelligence will eclipse human intelligence, would be the greatest event in human history. Greater than fire, greater than fire, greater than the wheel, greater than space travel, greater than the internet, greater than anything man or woman has ever conceived of. Ray Kurzweil, the head of artificial intelligence for Google, who Bill Gates says knows more about artificial intelligence than anyone he knows, says that that moment in time, that singularity, that moment when we are going to have a discovery and a technology that is greater than anything man has ever conceived of, that moment will come, according to Kurzweil, as early as 2029. That's 7 years away. So you are going to be alive, and your children are going to be alive as these things unfold. So by the end of this decade, and this is part of why you're seeing all of the disruption around the world that you are seeing, because the United States and China are in a race for artificial intelligence supremacy, quantum supremacy. And that is creating significant disruption, where our relationships are changing, conflicts are erupting, and there will be more change and more disruption over the next 10, 20, and 30 years. So you're in for a wild ride, but it is the most extraordinary ride that any human being has ever lived. Kurzweil goes on to say that by the 2040s, which is 20 years away, by the 2040s, artificial intelligence will not be our equal. It will be 1 billion times more capable than human intelligence, 20 years from now. Now, to put that in context, if your dog's intelligence were 1 billion times what it is today, your dog would be walking you, okay? So we don't have the capacity, the human brain does not even have the capacity to understand the significance of an intelligence that is 1 billion times its own. Okay, but this is what is coming. Kurzweil also talks about our neural cortex being connected to the cloud, and that everything I know, you'll know. And everything, all the information in the world will be available to you, not at your fingertips, but just by thinking about it. So today, when I was a kid, 30, 40 years ago, when I was a kid, I would have to go to the library. I'd have to get on my bike and go to the library to learn something or read something or do some research. Today, you and your children go on your phone. Today, your phone has 100,000 times the computing power that NASA had in 1969, just 50 years ago, when it put a man on the moon. It needed a room full of computers. Your children now, you and your children now have that 100,000 times that computing power on your phone. Everyone has it just 50 years later. So think about extrapolating forward, where technology is accelerating at a much faster pace. And so it won't take 50 years for there to be another huge consequential leap. And after that, it will take even less time for there to be another huge consequential leap. And after that, it will take even less time. And soon, questions that have eluded man since the dawn of time will be answered. And opportunities that have never existed will exist. So, for example, Kurzweil talks about nanobots in the 2040s pulsing through our bloodstream, curing all of our diseases, right? We have the ability, we have the technology to create a second enlightenment. We have the technology to be able to expand. There's a man named Aubrey de Grey of the SENS Research Foundation who says that the first person who will live to 1,000 years old is alive today, meaning a baby born today whose anticipated lifetime today may be 100 years. Over that 100 years, our technology will increase to increase that lifespan of that baby from 100 years to 1,000 years, is what Aubrey de Grey of the SENS Research Foundation is saying. Now understand that even if these people are wrong, even if they're off by some measure or magnitude, life may be expanded to 200 years, not 1,000 years. Artificial intelligence may be 1,000,000 times more powerful than capable than human intelligence instead of 1,000,000,000 times. Maybe it's only 1,000 times more capable. It won't matter. All of these developments in technology are seismic, tectonic. They will change life as you know it. So what you need to know is that to survive and thrive in the 21st century, you need to have a sense of belief in yourself and a sense of hopefulness and aspiration, and a belief in others and a belief in humanity. And so the opportunities that will be presented to you as a consequence of all of this will be enormous. There will be so many things so many tools, so many things that you can take advantage of, but you need to get yourself in the information flow. You need to be a learner. You need to be a lifelong learner, okay? You need to be prepared for continuous adaptation. So Darwin, Origin of the Species, Charles Darwin, said it's not the strongest or the most intelligent that survive. Remember that. It's not the strongest or the most intelligent of the species that survive. It's those most capable of adaptation. Okay? So you are going to be living in a world that is constantly changing, and that will require continuous adaptation. So you need to be good at adaptation. And what is adaptation? It's basically dealing with changing circumstances with resiliency, being anti-fragile, right? Being able to move some trees bend with the wind and some trees break with the wind, right? You want to be the tree that bends with the wind. You need to be able to adjust to changing circumstances. So this is basically, today you look at things like Indiegogo or Kickstarter. These are crowdfunding tools that didn't exist when I was younger. When I was younger, in order to raise capital, you had to know someone. If you didn't know someone, you couldn't raise money. Today, you don't need to know someone to raise money. You can go on Kickstarter. You can go on Indiegogo. If you have the right idea, if you have the right product, you can pair up with somebody who can help you with the marketing and with the development of a deck of slides that show what it is that you're trying to do. And you can put that out into the public sphere on platforms like Kickstarter. There are many others. And you can raise capital for your idea. People have raised millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars from strangers today using this type of technology. This didn't exist when I was your age. Today, most recently, they have just come out with a thing called Chat GPT. You can Google Chat, C-H-A-T, GPT, and it's a computer program. It's an artificial intelligence that is free for you to use. I was using it last night when I was in bed. And Chat GPT, let me tell you what I did with it. I wanted to take some of my chapters in Millennial Samurai, and I wanted to transform them into haiku poetry. Haiku poetry is 5 syllables, 7 syllables, and 5 syllables. A poem made up of 5 syllables, 7 syllables, and 5 syllables, right? And so how do you take a concept like courage and turn it into a haiku poem, right? Well, last night I went on Chat GPT and I said, give me a haiku poem for courage. That's all I asked it. And it spit out a haiku poem for courage. Can you imagine that? Now I can go through all the chapters in my book and I can create haiku poetry for all of the chapters in my book. And I can create a new book that is essentially a collection of haiku poetry that has all of the lessons that I want to leave, right? Now, I'll go through each of those poems and I'll edit them. I'll change the words to be words that I want. But the basic structure, the basic layout, and some of the language will already be there for me, making my job 1,000 times easier than it would have been. So you have these tools, okay? You need to look around and be aware of the tools. You know, Abraham Lincoln once said, if somebody asked me to chop down a tree and I had 5 hours, I'd spend 4 hours sharpening the axe and 1 hour chopping the tree, right? 4 hours sharpening the axe. That tells you how important the tool is, okay? Well, your mind, the reason the name for Millennial Samurai, you see that sword? That sword is your brain, okay? Your brain is a double-edged sword. You have to sharpen it through lifelong learning. You sharpen it by attending courses. You sharpen it by reading. You sharpen it by learning. You sharpen it by doing and practicing. Practice and repetition for someone like Tiger Woods is the key to sharpening their brain. Or Steph Curry, right? Steph Curry hits 3-point shots like, you and I, throwing a wad of paper in a trash can 2 feet away. He hits 3-point shots with amazing regularity. How does he do that? It's practice and repetition. Practice and repetition. He actually rewires his brain. Over time, Steph Curry has rewired his brain so that the brain knows exactly the angle of trajectory that the arm should push, the amount of force, how when the fingertips release, the eye coordination, hand coordination, all of that is through repetition and practice. And as a consequence of that, he becomes one of the greatest. Same thing with Beyonce. Same thing with Tiger Woods. Same thing with all of them, right? It's practice and repetition. It's learning, constant learning and constant reskilling, right? Reskilling. Tiger Woods doesn't play golf with just a putter. He needs to know how to use a driver. He needs to know how to use a 9-iron. He needs to know how to use the putter. He needs to learn how to use all of these tools, right? Well, think about the tools that are out there for you. Things like ChatGPT, things like Kickstarter and Indiegogo, right? These are tools, right? There's and you have all the tools that you need at your disposal. They're out there. But one of the fundamental tools that you may not have and that you must have is belief. And, Oprah Winfrey was interviewed at Stanford University in 2014, and she was asked about the failures of her philanthropic investments in Africa. She had built a girls' school and she had built a library, and very few came, very few used them. So as a consequence, it was considered a failed investment. And the Stanford graduate student asked her, "What did you learn from that failure?" And Oprah said, "I learned that in order to succeed, you first have to believe. You first have to believe in your opportunity for success. If you don't believe in your opportunity, then you will never succeed. You have to have a sense of hopefulness and a sense of aspiration. In order to achieve greatness, in order to achieve your goals, in order to become a film star or a model or anything else of consequence, you have to believe in your ability to do it, because it's that belief that will fuel the commitment that is required for your success. It's that belief that will get you up in the morning to go out and jog, to make sure that you're not overweight or that you're, looking good. It's that belief that will get you out and that will cause you to go on casting calls. It's that belief that will buttress you when you go to one of those casting calls, or 10 of them, or 100 of them, and you are turned down time and time and time again, right? You have to believe. You have to believe that if I knock on enough doors, one of those doors will answer. And when one of those doors will answer, I will be prepared to walk through that door. And when I walk through that door, I will perform at a level that will cause new doors to open. And as those new doors open, I will be prepared to walk through those doors. Okay? And so let me tell you a story about my argument before the U.S. Supreme Court, which kind of brings together a lot of this about belief and about hard work and about dedication and about commitment. When I argued before the United States Supreme Court, it was a criminal law case and a constitutional law case. And I knew nothing about criminal and constitutional law. I was a business lawyer. I had never practiced a day of criminal law in my life. And here I was about to argue before the United States Supreme Court on an issue that I had never practiced in, concerning 200 years of prior case law that I had never read and knew nothing about. So what did I do to prepare? First of all, why did I take the argument? Why didn't I let one of the 300 lawyers in the Nevada Justice Department who had many years of experience in arguing criminal cases at the appellate level? Not only did I know nothing about criminal law or constitutional law, but I had never argued an appellate case at any level, let alone the United States Supreme Court, right? I had never argued to an appellate court or the state Supreme Court. So here I am going into the United States Supreme Court for my first argument before an appellate court about an argument I know about, a case I know nothing about. How do I prepare for that? So I had my office create binders of all the case law going back 200 years. And I had them send those binders to me. And I got a hotel room in Washington, D.C. for 2 solid weeks. And I never left that hotel room. I sat there on the bed of that hotel room with those binders, and I poured myself into those binders. And I read everything that I had been provided. And I reread it, and I highlighted it, and I tried to memorize as much as I could. And by the time that I went in to argue that case, I felt that I knew more about this particular case than anyone in the world except those 9 justices. And I went in and I argued with that level of belief and that level of confidence. And I won 9-0. And so the point is, the point of these stories is that you can do anything that you set your mind to. Henry Ford once said, whether you believe you can or you believe you can't, you're right. Either way, you're right. If you believe you can, you're right. And if you believe you can't, you're right, right? Your belief will dictate what happens to you in your life. Believe in yourself. Believe in your ability to succeed. Let that belief fuel you. And then don't run from challenges, run at them. Okay? Leaders don't run from challenges. They run at them. Okay? So those are basically the lessons that I've learned throughout my life. There are many more. Many of them are in Millennial Samurai, a mindset for the 21st century. It will make you stronger. It will make you smarter. It will make you more resilient. It will make you more attractive. It will make you more attractive to potential employers. Your ability to converse and to have a conversation with these people that you're going to be meeting with, right? When you read a book like Millennial Samurai and you learn about things like, let's just talk about some of the things that are in this real quickly. So 182 chapters. In the beginning, it begins with the right mindset. It teaches you about critical thinking, controlling your thoughts, setting clear intentions, believing in yourself, thinking for yourself, having an open mind, the power of intuition, what seeking the truth requires, attitude, huge concept, attitude, empathy, huge concept, gratitude, huge concept, optimism, huge concept. All of these are immensely important concepts. Hope, passion, life isn't fair, character, courage, commitment, compassion, authenticity, choice, curiosity, collaboration, adaptation. We talked about adaptation. Nicholas Taleb wrote a book called Anti-Fragile. And he basically said that the wind can extinguish a candle, but it ignites a flame. Be the flame and wish for the wind. In other words, wish for disruption, wish for change. Be that flame that will be ignited by that wind. Okay? Intensity, adulthood, going the extra mile, consumerism, balance and harmony, health, money, don't be a victim, live, spend time alone, happiness. Your brain is a double-edged sword. Perspective, perception, tribalism, groupthink, cognitive dissonance, motivated reasoning, manipulation, delusion and entitlement, lifelong learning, neuroplasticity, mindfulness, meditation. All of these issues are covered, but they're covered in almost a in almost a poetry type of way, in that they're only 1 to 3 pages. So these 2 University of Pennsylvania professors wrote a treatise on character, the subject of character, and it's 800 pages, right? In my book, it's 1 to 3 pages. And how do you get somebody to embrace character as a core value in their life with only 1 to 3 pages? Find out by reading Millennial Samurai. Okay? So these are the things that you're going to learn from this book. You can also follow me on social media. I talk about major issues of the day. It's at George J. Chanos, Chanos, George J. Chanos. They can leave it in the comments for you. I'm on Instagram, I'm on Twitter, I'm on Facebook, I'm on LinkedIn. You can connect with me. Feel free to reach out to me. Feel free to comment on my posts. I'll be starting a podcast. I'll be doing more things in this area. Why? Because number one, I believe that this is my highest and best calling today. I believe that giving back to people like you and helping you learn to navigate the world ahead is a worthwhile use of my time and my life. And so that's what I'm doing now, and that's what I'm going to be doing. And I appreciate your time today. I appreciate your giving me this opportunity to speak to you. And again, it gets back to core values. I'm going to leave you with one last thing. Understand the value proposition that you need to represent in order to get ahead. If I come to you and I say, give me $100, you're going to say, why? Why should I give you $100, right? If I'm empty-handed and I'm offering nothing and I'm saying, give me $100, you're not going to give me the $100. But if I come to you and I say, give me $100 for this phone that costs however many hundreds of dollars, you're more likely to say yes, because I'm offering you something of value, right? They're always in all business transactions, and you are embarking on a career that will involve a transactional exchange of your time and talent and likeness and image and performance in exchange for money. And that's a value proposition. And the people that are paying you that money are going to want to see what is the value that you're delivering. So you have to come into this situation with value. You have to give them excellence. You have to give them your commitment. You have to give them the performance born out of that repetition and practice, out of those years of going to the gym, out of those years of going for ballet training or voice training, right? You will turn yourself into an asset, and you will exchange that asset for value. And that will be the value proposition. So you have to come into that equation with value. The greater your value, the more you're worth, the more you develop yourself, the more success you're going to have. When I asked people to hire me as a lawyer, I didn't ask them to hire me as a lawyer without being able to deliver excellence, right? And they wouldn't have hired me if I couldn't deliver excellence and didn't have a reputation for being able to deliver excellence. And by delivering excellence, other people learned about me and became my clients. And by doing that over and over again, I built a business. I built a practice. So be excellent, be committed, have courage, and believe in yourself. Okay? Thank you. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, George. I have your book. We met at Bill's, and
Yes.
I cannot put this thing down. I've been highlighting and making notes because I feel as though for me, I'm a baby boomer, that sometimes my ideals don't quite correlate with the millennials. So I thank you for enlightening me on this one, because I see where sometimes we haven't been on the same path. So I thank you so much. And today was amazing. So thank you so much.
Thank
Janine,
you. Thank
Oh my
you.
gosh. again, thank you so much. I have your book too. We're like super fans here, sir. But thank you so much for speaking. The value that you dropped today, I was listening in the background. I was like writing notes as fast as I could. But I love everything that you shared, because there's a lot of time you're friends with Bill Walsh, so you know he says a lot of times the small things are the big things. And some of the things like in Millennial Samurai and some of the things you said, they seem like small things, but they're such huge things. And when you said that you were in bed using Chat GPT, I was like, oh my God, this guy speaks my language, because that's my new best friend.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay, that's awesome. But seriously, thank you from the bottom of our heart for sharing today. You gave us such tremendous value and so many things to chew on. I thank you.
You're more than
I feel
welcome.
like I'm being silly, but the only thing I can really say is thank you for dropping such tremendous value.
Honestly, it's my honor, and thank you. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for giving me this incredible opportunity to speak to these young people. So I'm grateful. I'm very grateful.
Thank you so much. All right, well, have an amazing rest of your day, and I can't wait to connect with you again soon. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, everyone. I'm wishing you all great success. But just understand you have to work for it. So put in the time, put in the energy, put in the commitment, and believe in yourself. Okay?
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye. Tell Donna we said hi.
Please follow me on social. I'm trying to build a following.
Tell your wife we said hello.
I will. I will.
Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Bye.
We'll drop your socials in the comments, George. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You know what I loved most about what he said, Deneen, was that when people want to get, especially into anything, they're always with their hand out. And he said, what value are you bringing to the table? And I love that, because so many people hit me up going, can you help me become famous? Can you yeah, I could, but I won't. What do you bring to the table? If you want to be an actor, not an impersonator. People have to take you seriously. And our next guest is going to help you go from where you are to where it is that you want to be. Why? Because that's what he does. He takes even our company. We've won 38 awards, including 6 Tonys, because of this individual, by just introducing us to the right people. Now, I want to preface this. When he introduces us, we have to come to the table with value, or else that connection was just pretty much a selfie. That is it. So I want you guys to think about that.
Yes. Awesome. All right. So first of all, I want you guys to stand up for a moment. I hope everyone has their pants on today. This is not a pants-free party. Stand up and just move around a little bit, because I know you've gotten such tremendous value today. You learned all about resumes. You learned Mark Schoenfeld, holy mackerel, George Shana. So just get up and move around just a little bit. Get your blood flowing just a little bit. Nothing too organized. Just move.
I'm gonna say something very funny. So like when most companies hear Attorney General, they freak out, they hide. We're like, hi and welcome.
Welcome to our world.
Like George Chanos on our call. I mean, that is our job, to protect you and to create a safe environment. And most of all, to only introduce you to the highest level people. Imagine who's in your phone right now. And then imagine now being VIP. Like we have politicians and Donald J. Trump and all these, like, oh my God. So that was Les Brown. So that's huge.
Don't get me started on Les. Okay. All right, guys. I know. I've been a little busy today, but don't you worry. While Galinsky's speaking, I got it. Okay. You guys hold me accountable. I owe Les Brown a video. So while Mr. Galinsky is speaking, I'm going to do that. But first, we need to hydrate. Please, everyone, grab your beverage of choice. Hopefully it's water, and take some swallows.
Coffee is made with water, guys. Just putting it out there.
I know.
Right, Christine Harding?
She is not on Team Coffee like that. Okay. All right. So now that we're hydrated, now that we're moving, now that we're motivated once more, let me introduce you to our next guest. So our next guest is an acclaimed actor, poet, and coach, and his solo show, The Bench, A Homeless Love Story, debuted off-Broadway at the Cherry Lane Theater in New York City and had an extended run in Hollywood at the Hudson Guild Theater. The Bench also staged multiple charity benefit shows in LA with renowned actors lending their talents, including Barry Shabaka Henley, Lynn Shay, Gary Cole, Laura San Giacomo, Joshua Peck, Chad Morgan, and Monique Coleman. And just so you know, we at VIP Ignite had the opportunity to be producers on that show. Pretty amazing. I remember seeing it. Totally changed my whole life, but we'll talk about that in a little while. His new solo show, Everything in New York Goes Bang, made its world premiere in October 2022 in Hollywood. His first book of poetry, Scribbling on Spaghetti, is now available on Amazon and in bookstores throughout New York City. Galinsky hosts a monthly series called Poetry in New York on the Lower East Side's most intriguing book club bar. I still need to get there. I will soon. He is recognized and extolled for his work as a head speaker coach of TEDx Teen for over a decade, as well as for his unique ability to engage incarcerated and imprisoned youth with literacy, writing, and theater, while also taking the same methodologies and successfully applying them to CEOs, lawyers, professional athletes, and scientists. Notable clients include 50 Cent, Edgerrin James, Candace Shekhar, I apologize, the Brooklyn Bar Association, TEDx Fulton Street, and TEDx Youth, and I don't know if you guys know this, he is also going to be going over to the UK to speak. Galinsky will have to tell everyone more about that. So everyone, please give a rousing round of applause to the one, the only, Mr. Robert Galinsky. Yay!
Thank you very much. Thank you, Deneen.
Hello, Mr. Galinsky. How are you today?
I'm great. Good to see everybody.
So good to see you too, sir.
I'm going to jump right in. Today, we're going to talk about improvisation, why it's the basis of everything you do, and success. We're going to talk a couple of techniques that I'm going to let you take away with you. This is a view from way up high. If you get involved in VIP, you'll be involved in the coaching that I'll be doing, and we will deep dive into this. But today I'm going to give you an overview, but I will leave you with the crux of it, the guidelines that have guided me for now, actually 40 years now. And I just want to echo off of what the Attorney General was saying. This is repetition. Everything is repetition. There's nothing in the world that brings success more than repetition. And I think a lot of people in the entertainment business, when they come in, they quit. Most people quit because they get bored with the repetition. And you have to just go with it and build up an immunity for that boredom. Find ways to make it exciting, or accept that it will be boring. Mike Tyson and Muhammad Ali used to say that the training is the terrible part. The fight is the most fun and easy. And you're talking about people that are actually punching each other, and that's easy. So the training is always the most grueling and difficult part. And in our world, repetition, as the Attorney General said, is key. So I wanted to reinforce that and repeat it twice, because repetition is key. We're going to talk about saying yes. Yes mindset. I live my life with a yes mindset. It's become a default for me now. It's now where I go automatically. The more you can say yes to things, the more possibility lives around you and the more things happen. And the smarter you'll be about when you need to say no. So it's not a blanket statement to say yes to everything without qualification. It actually strengthens your no. So what I wanted to do was share with you just a little fun video to get started. Give me a thumbs up if you are able to hear it clearly. Let me make sure that I'm going to stop the share for a second here. All right. I had to hide something here for you. I just want to go into my audio settings and make sure that my audio settings are loud enough for you. Okay, good. Looks like they are. Great. So just watch this one and we'll talk about it. Maybe 20 seconds. This is from the show, Whose Line Is It Anyway? They do a form where they pull random questions, words, and ideas out of a hat, and the actors, without thinking, have to go up and perform something.
Settle disputes the way kids do. If adults settle disputes the way kids do.
You can hear it? Thumbs up.
All right, Jenkins. So you're not going to accept my proposal for the merger?
No.
Okay.
Jeopardy questions where the Whose Line cast members are the answers.
I'll take people who sit behind a desk and do nothing for 500.
Unfortunate wedding night confessions. Or just use your own if you have to.
All right, I'm going to pause it there.
Proposal for.
So I'm going to let you watch it again. But before I do, I'm going to point out a couple of key things that I want you to see now that I pointed them out. Write this down. Do not think. Do not think. One of the most joyful things about being in the arts and theater is you're not forced to think. What I want you guys to do with improvisation specifically is trust your gut, trust your instinct, trust your stories, not what you think you're supposed to be saying or doing. And when you get into this mindset, anything that's in front of you becomes a gift. Anything, any comment, any movement, it's a gift because you're not thinking, you're trusting. And because we're in the world of art and studio, we're not out on the street. We've built an arena where we can actually take risks and trust each other even more deeply. You cannot trust everything out in the street in the real world, on the job, at school, and where elsewhere. But on the job, you try to build trust, right? So you don't have to think, you can just act and do. At school, they try to build trust. So you're really trusting each other to take risks and chances. And that's what I am getting at right here. So now watch these guys again and look at how much they're thinking or not thinking.
Kids do.
All right.
If adults settle disputes the way kids do.
All right, Jenkins. So you're not going to accept my proposal for the merger?
No.
Okay.
So when one guy pushes the other, I mean, he's making it up as he's going through this, and his gut, his instincts, his life story says, what do kids do when somebody refuses them? Sometimes they push each other. So he doesn't question himself and then go, I wonder if that's a good choice. He's in front of an audience. He's improvising. He trusts. And what does he do? He pushes. And the other guy in the blue shirt says yes to that idea and pushes him back. And then they have this little pattern going. And they're not thinking, they're being children again because they're trusting the yes and they're trusting their gut and their instinct.
Jeopardy questions where the Whose Line cast members are the answers.
I'll take people who sit behind a desk and do nothing for 500.
I guarantee you, I've done improv for 40 years. I guarantee you, as he walked across the stage there, he was wondering, holy crap, what am I going to do? What did he do? He saw what was right in front of him, Drew Carey sitting behind a desk. And then he didn't think, is that a good choice? Should I do that? Trust it. Trust it. Go. And he says it. People who do nothing sitting behind a desk. Brilliant answer. Because he's not thinking, he's trusting his gut, his instincts, and his story of his life, right? So I'm going to take you through a little bit of something here that's a more spelled out version of what I'm talking about. Improv, VIP. Improvisational technique. This is what it is. The word improve is in improvisation. That's what we're doing. that's why I always say this is great outside of your artistic life, in your real life. For me, it's helped me in my real life. It's improving a situation where you have very little or nothing. They had nothing except when Drew Carey gave them a suggestion. Very little, boom, they improved it. So you can use it in front of the camera, on stage, real life, watch your world change as you take people into the emotional life of your characters. There it is again, move from very little to nothing, from nothing to something. Don't think. I cannot stress that enough. And I saw a number of people smiling when I said that. And that was a smile of relief. Oh, good. I don't have to think. Now, the thing is, you have to trust. You have to trust yourself. You have to trust your gut. You have to trust your instincts. Trust your life experiences and your story. This is what you're drawing from to build a character, to build a song, Mike Trash, to build a poem, whatever it is. You're trusting your life experiences. And I don't care if you're on this call, you're 8 years old, 9 years old, 14 years old, 44, 68, 99. You have unique experiences no matter what age you are. So don't make excuses for me and say, well, I'm only 20. What do I know? You know a lot. You know more than me. I don't have your 20 years. Those are unique. Trust it. When you start doing that, you stop judging yourself and stop critiquing yourself, and you get to be in the moment. I'm not the only one who's ever said it. We've got these voices in our head that judge and critique ourselves. The more you can have a yes mindset and trust who you are and your experiences, the less critiquing there is. It'll still be there, but the voices get softer and they become diminished over time. Stop judging yourself. So here's the creative credo. This one is the one that I was taught when I was 17 years old. And I was taught by a stand-up comedian named Jerry Diner, who's since deceased. Beautiful, beautiful guy. He taught me this. It never left my mind. It rhymes, so it's easy to remember. Number one, never deny. That's going back to say yes. Never deny. Say yes to as much as possible. Always reply. Don't ignore anything. Everything's a gift. When the guy in the orange shirt pushed the guy in the blue shirt, he replied by pushing him back. Whoa, what a gift. Guess what? The guy in the orange shirt was helping his buddy in the blue shirt to not have to think. And the guy in the blue shirt was smart enough and experienced enough to go, you know what? I don't have to think of anything right now. I just got to push him back. And they pushed each other 3 or 4 times. And they're both going, this is so good. We don't have to think right now. We just have to stay occupied in this action. So reply to everything. Never ask why is the last one. In real life, we have to ask why. So when you're improvising, when you're creating, I don't care if you're a painter, piano player, dog groomer, whatever you're doing, you're going to ask before you do what you're doing. You're going to ask, why am I doing this, right? Why am I at VIP? You've made your list because I want to learn this, that, the other. I want to meet Galinsky because I've heard too much about him. Why am I at VIP? Now, while we're here in this workshop on this Zoom, that why question shouldn't be important anymore because it's just going to get in the way. You've already done that. When you're done with the call, then ask why. Why was I on that call? And you're going to go back in and go, oh, because the Attorney General was on, Schoenfeld was on. I was on because I needed knowledge. I was on because I wanted to get further along and decide if I'm in this career and can I get further along in this career. But while you're on the Zoom call, if any of you have been sitting here going, why am I here? It interferes with you being in the middle of an action. It interferes with you being in the moment. And I know, and going back to the Attorney General, you got to repeat these mantras and you've got to repeat this practice so you get better and better and better at it. Even me presenting to you right now, if I stop to think, why am I doing this? First of all, it's the wrong place and time. I need to do that before I step into this Zoom. So then I'm depriving you guys of my best because I'm now observing myself as opposed to being absorbed in what I'm doing. And I'm critiquing myself. Wow, should I have worn a collared shirt? I'm judging myself. Oh my God, am I giving the right material? No, all that why is done ahead of time. So everybody say it out loud. I'm going to count down 3, 2, 1 and say it out loud. Never deny, always reply, never ask why. So you can burn it into your brain. 3, 2, 1. Never deny, always reply, never ask why. These are guidelines. They're not laws. There are times when you need to say no. There are times when you need to ignore what's going on. There are times when you do have to ask what's happening. But I'm asking you to take these on strictly and play with these concepts so that you can then decide when to step outside of them. Going back to the great of all time, Muhammad Ali. He was not the brilliant fighter that he was because all he did was make stuff up, right? He went in and understood the principles of fighting, footwork, handwork. He worked on the most mundane, repetitive exercises. And he did it over and over and over and over, repetition, repetition, repetition. And he got to the point where he got so good at the guidelines, at the science, he then was able to break the rules. And two of the things that Muhammad Ali did, if you don't follow boxing or aren't aware of, and I love boxing, so I do, is he created something called the rope-a-dope. No one did it before him. The rope-a-dope was, he knew that if he could stand in the corner and let a guy punch him and hit his arms and hit his body and avoid some of the punches, the guy would tire out and turn into a tired dope and would not be able to fight anymore at the level he needs to. So Ali didn't start boxing and go, I'm going to rope a dope from day one. Ali learned everything he could so that he could then do what great artists do, break the mold, do something different. The other thing he did was the Ali shuffle, right? Where his feet were like on a conveyor belt. And what that did was, that was to demoralize his opponent. That was to say, look, I can dance here. I got a thing called the Ali shuffle. I don't even have to fight you right now. I'm dancing. You're humiliated. You're self-esteem. And then when you're humiliated, your technique goes, because now you're disturbed. You're out of focus. You're trying things that aren't really within the realm of what your normalcy is, and you start to become desperate. So I'm asking you guys to look at these rules, these guidelines, and to actually practice them to the point where you're kind of sick of it, and then practice them some more. Because what's going to happen is you're just going to get great at being able to do what these guys did and not think, just perform and be in the moment. Let's watch it just a couple more.
Unfortunate wedding night confessions. Or just use your own if you have to.
Boom, not thinking, right? He looked at them and made a joke. If you ever watch Kevin Hart, if you ever see him live and somebody heckles him, he either replies or he ignores it. But when he replies, he turns it into magic, into another great joke. Every great comedian does that. If you flip through TikTok like I do sometimes on these comedians and they get heckled, there's a couple of channels it's about getting heckled. Some of their best material comes because they said yes to the heckler, and then they worked in the moment with the material, didn't think, and just spit back out a reply. And the audience goes, oh my God, that's incredible. And that person walks out of that place on a higher level in the audience's eyes. And it's not anything that you guys can't do. You all can do the exact same thing.
I'm Drew Carey.
So now what happens is you're starting to see that they're picking up patterns. They're creating patterns. Somebody picked on Drew Carey, and now that becomes a pattern. And that is, again, part of repetition. And the audience starts to catch this groove, and they start to catch a groove.
What the Who's Line cast will ask Santa for this Christmas?
Please, Santa, just a pair of sunglasses.
That one's super subtle. A pair of sunglasses. And then he looks at this bright orange shirt, right? Again, using everything in front of them. Everything is a gift. Everything is a gift.
I can't believe I'm missing bald jokes.
The good news and the bad news.
The good news is the surgery was successful and now you look like a movie star. The bad news is that movie star is Drew Carey.
So once again, repetition. They found a good theme. They're like, look, the audience is digging us picking on Drew Carey. Let's just keep going there. Let's keep going there. So that brings me to part of a conversation around momentum. Like you start to create momentum for yourself. Doing this session today is the beginning of momentum. Do another, get in the coaching, show up to one coaching session, another, you start to build momentum. It's part of that repetition. And then you become an unstoppable force. Going back to the word yes. There's a couple of people on this call that I noticed that have said yes. I said yes to a couple. Vishelle is on this call. Vishelle probably thought about it and then, you know what? I'm just going to go for it. She emailed me and said, look, I've got your book. I've got one of your short scripts. I want to make my own movie of it. Is that okay? Is that okay, Galinsky? So part of me, the protective part of me was like, nah, that's not okay. That's my work, you know? But the bigger part of me was like, yes, go ahead, do my work, make something, show me something that I didn't see with my own material, open me up. And that goes back to, I think, what a couple of other, like, I think Schoenfeld says it and our Attorney General. I just like saying Attorney General. And that is the idea around, what are you doing this for? Not being selfish, being giving, right? I know that if Vishelle takes my script and goes and makes something, she's going to be happy with it, but she's probably going to look at it at some point and go, you know what? I want to do another one. And here's where I can improve. Here's what's going to get better for me because I had the experience of working on this. And I don't want to deprive anybody of that. And I'm in this space where we're all borrowing from each other anyway, all the time. So much of what I'm saying to you came from listening to Schoenfeld and all of my other mentors, Jerry Diner. So now Vishelle can pass that forward. Everything she's learned, it's going to get better. And she can pass that forward to others. And that, to me, is at the essence of what we're doing by being in the arts, is opening up people's minds and changing people's souls. If you don't walk out of a theater, whether it's a movie or a live theater, feeling like I'm going to do something different now, or I'm going to go express myself to somebody and improve somebody else's life, I don't think that the art is doing its job. And I think that's what you're all charged with as artists, is to explore something that's scary and new to you, or different for you, or familiar, and tell the world so we can become enlightened and become a better world. So if Vishelle asks me, my first thing is, yes, take it, go, let's see what happens. And she did do it, and it came out pretty cool. And I'm sure that she learned a ton, and she probably would do things differently next time in some areas, right? Yeah, she's nodding her head, yeah. You know, another person on the call, Candice Rayford. I did a gig on Tuesday night in New York, and who was sitting in the front row? Candice. Oh my God. How thrilling was that for me to not have to see her only on Zoom at VIP? And I'm sure she was like, well, what are all the logistics? She has a family, she's traveling. What are the logistics to get there? She did it. She said yes to her own idea, not somebody else's, and did it and showed up. And I saw her smiling ear to ear throughout all these different poets. So I think it paid off. So part of this is going back to something that we all, I think, feel at times, and that's being afraid to take chances. You can never be unafraid across the board. This is my opinion. We're always going to be afraid of some things. And we always end up overcoming some of our fears. But for me, I suggest when you're afraid of something, go there. Go toward your fear. A lot of times when we have a Q&A, a lot of people's questions are, do you think I should da, 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 da? And it's like, well, obviously you're asking because you're kind of afraid of what might happen Well, you're not going to find out what's going to happen if you don't go toward your fear. And again, I'm saying don't walk out in the middle of the street and touch the third rail on a subway or go dance in the middle of freeway traffic because it's scary and you're afraid of it. You got to be smart about it. But a lot of time it's just emotion. It's not physical fear. And you guys have made an awesome choice today to be here instead of watching the Buffalo Bills hopefully beat the Patriots with their inspiration today. Instead of doing something else, you're here investing in yourselves when other people are out doing something else, whatever it is, not investing in themselves. And you're missing opportunities today because you're here. And you might be afraid of being here. Oh my God, can I do it? Is this the right thing to do? You're getting the answers by being here. I don't know what they are. They're all your own personal answers, but you're not going to get those answers if you don't go where you're afraid. That's where all the greatest breakthroughs have happened in all of history. And the gorgeous thing about the domain, the arena you have chosen, is that we are here setting up a safe space. How hurt could you be here from whatever you're afraid of today? Not very hurt, because VIP has set up the safe space for you to listen and express. So I really have to tell you, a huge part of this is stepping into your fear, stepping into what scares you the most. That's where you're going to come up with the greatest changes in your life, the greatest successes in your life. That's where you're going to move that ball up the field. All right, so I'm gonna, can I get a time check from you, Deneen, just so, or Allie or Mike?
First of all, I understand why we're all voting for the Bills today, but boo to the Bills beating the Patriots. On a lighter note.
Wait, not now. So there, look at, she stepped into what might be a scary place and went against the contrary opinion. Did it earn her something? Yes, it earned her my respect. I don't know about anybody else's, because she's standing up and being strong for herself.
Okay.
She had a thought.
Patriots for life, okay?
She said yes in her mind and stepped into the fear of the contrary opinion that I just put out there. Great things happen.
Trust me, I understand, but go Patriots. You have like 10 more minutes, and then I'm going to bring Mike to the stage.
All right, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I pointed that out with Deneen because it happens on the biggest and the smallest levels. That's the practicing I'm talking about. That's the practicing I'm talking about. So a couple of assignments when you get off this call today, later today. One, do something you're afraid to do that won't physically harm you or somebody else. I don't care how big or small it is. It could be a phone call to somebody that you've had a dispute with and you want to reach out. It can be starting a new monologue or memorizing a scene or buying a book or opening up a book that you've been intimidated by. Whatever it is, doesn't matter how big or small. It's practice and repetition, like the Attorney General said. So assignment number one is do something that scares you today before midnight, before your head hits the pillow. The parameters are, it's not something that could physically harm you or somebody else. I don't want people to get out of that safe space that we're creating. It could even just be writing some deep thought in a journal, whatever it is. So number two is I want you to play an improv game with somebody using the principles of never deny, always reply, and never ask why. And I'm going to ask just a couple people who have done this with me before to unmute. I hope you all have the capability to unmute. Ada, do you have the capability to unmute? All right, unmute. Candice, unmute. Vishal, unmute. Mike Trash, unmute. Ashley, go ahead. Grenage, unmute. Candice, did you unmute? Or can you? Maybe you guys can't. Aw. All right. Then I'll have to shift it up. Oh, I know how we'll do it. So in the chat, so everybody can play this game. It's called Fill in the Blank. I'm going to be speaking, and when I leave a blank in my speech, you're going to fill in the blank. You're going to write a word in the chat. I'll pick whichever one I see first. If you play this game with somebody, I can see Catherine and Michael Funk. You've got 3 people in the room. When we get off this call, you can play this game with each other. The way you do it is one person speaks, and every so often they leave a blank in their speech. And whoever else is in the room with you guys live yells out a word. That person has to seamlessly incorporate that word into the speech, and then continue and leave another blank until somebody yells out a word, and then it's filled in. And the idea here is every time somebody fills in a blank for you with a word, it's a gift. It's not like, oh, why'd they yell that word out? That's no. It's a gift. Say yes to it. Make it work for you. It's new material. You don't have to think. You guys are giving me material. Okay. So we're going to do it right now where as if you were yelling it out, but you're just going to write a word in the chat. One more little technique around fill in the blank is when you start speaking, do not put a blank out right away. Use the first 10, 15 seconds of your speaking to set yourself a foundation and let everybody know who you are, and then throw in a blank. Don't just start right away. So I'm going to ask specifically though, Candice, in the chat, give me a location, type in a location, someplace in the world, and make it like specific, like a building, a room or something like that, or an outdoor specific space. The Maldives. Give me a description of where in the Maldives, Candice. Tropical island. All right. I'm on a tropical island. Okay, cool. Now, Vishal, type in my occupation, my job on this tropical island. I'm an archaeologist on a tropical island. Great. What my training just, did you see me go, can you give me somewhere else in the Maldives? No, you didn't. I went, yes, the Maldives. Can you give me an occupation? Archaeologist? Let me think, judge, critique, and say no to that idea. No, it's the greatest idea ever. All right. So now every so often I'm going to be, don't type anything yet till you hear a blank. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so glad you all came here to the Maldives. It's a wonderful, wonderful island. We've got all kinds of animals and plant life here. As a matter of fact, we have lizards, we have exotic birds, and we have the very finest squid. The squid in the Maldives are very interesting because they don't have suction cups. In place of suction cups, they have tusks. Now, only in the Maldives will you find an octopus with tusks. And these tusks are used for 2 purposes. One, they're used to stab potential food. And secondly, they are used for mating. Now, you might say, mating? That sounds like it could be kind of awkward. Yes, it could be. But on a tropical island, nothing's awkward. Everything is wonderful and cleansing. And when you're here, you can feel like you're flying because there's nothing but love here. Now, the other thing that they use their tusks for is to pick their noses. Now, I know that sounds disgusting, but we have found here in the Maldives, you can make a delicious pie out of the octopuses, whatever they pick out of their nose, when you peel it off the tusk. So in closing, I'd like to say we're going to about to go in and scuba dive. Everybody, I hope you brought your plans, pickles, umbrellas, shame, and lip gloss, because you're going to need all of those under the water. The water here in the Maldives is unique, extra salty, and there's buckets and buckets and buckets of head games that it will play with you if you do not come prepared. So thank you very much for coming and enjoy your dive. Blackout. All right. Everything that you threw at me, because I'm experienced at doing this, I see it as a gift. And I started rambling through all of your stuff. All those suggestions. I stopped even leaving blanks. And that's because of the repetition of, and the mindset of, instead of, oh my God, they're overloading me, I'm going, bring it. I'll use what I can. You guys are keeping me from having to, I didn't have to think of anything. I just had to just kind of make grammatic sense for you. So I want you to play that game with each other today. So you got 2 assignments. Walk into something that you're afraid of, that gives you fear, that is not a physical, puts anyone in physical jeopardy. And the second thing is play this fill in the blank game. You're doing a monologue, and you noticed again, I took the first 15 seconds to set it up. Welcome for coming here today, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to be your guide, blah, 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 blah. Then a blank. That's the monologue version. There's another version that if you do it with two people in a scene, all right, let me back up. Remember this. This is almost like the instructions. One, get a location, right? And try to get it as narrow as you can. So we got Maldives, but then I want it to be like where? Is it a bathroom in a resort? Is it on a tropical beach? Is it in a helicopter? Where is it? So you want a location that's specific. And also practice with taking the first one they give you. Maldives, and then, okay, yes, and let's get more specific. Instead of going, nah, bathroom's a dumb idea. Maldives is, give me another one. Practice taking that first one. So you want a location, and then you want an occupation. That grounds you as the actor. Now you know where you are, and now you know what point of view you're speaking from. You got a location, which gives you a lot to play with. The beach, the sand, the water, the sky, right? And then you've got an occupation. You can even add a third thing if you wanted, which is an attitude. I could have said, give the archaeologist an attitude. He's stuffy. He's feminine. He's a know-it-all. He's first day on the job and doesn't know anything and is BSing, right? He's got a nervous tick. He likes to scratch his neck. He's got psoriasis, whatever it is. It gives you something to work with. Location, occupation, and then maybe some kind of an attitude or a tick. Now, the fourth part is when you start, give yourself 10, 15 seconds, some opening lines before you leave that blank. Get yourself established, get some momentum going. Then leave a blank and let it and start going. Use the blank until you're done with it. Squeeze it for everything it's worth before you go on to the next one. If you want to do it with two people, same exact rules apply, but now you're like, okay, give me a relation. Here's the beginning. Give me a relationship between two people. Father, son, mother, daughter, brother, sister, boss, worker, police officer, person just pulled over, bus driver, customer, deli worker, customer, accountant, and client, right? Now, same thing applies. All right, we got an accountant and a client. Where are they? They're in their office. Okay. No, actually, they're not. They're in a gondola. Oh, wow. Why are they there? Don't worry. We'll find out with the improv. Right? So now you got your location. You got who these two people are with a relationship. You're trusting everything you know and have heard or experienced about that relationship. If you're a daughter and you have a mom, you've got years of experience with that. If you're a boss and you have a client, or you're a client who has a boss, you've got years, coworker, whatever. So now you got location, you got your two occupations. One person just starts and establishes something. The other one responds and establishes. Then you start leaving blanks. You have to have a third person to throw out some blanks. Throw out some words to fill those blanks in. And now you have two people doing a dialogue playing this game, fill in the blank. And what it does is it brings you back to the very important keys to all of this, which is to be an improviser, making something better out of absolutely nothing or very little. And you're guided by not denying, you're saying, yes, no idea is better than the other. You're replying to everything because they're all gifts. You want to make them work. You're not asking why. This is the why right now, the instruction. When you're doing it, don't ask why. And a tendency is to ask questions sometimes when you're doing it, like as the character, turn those into statements. When you're done with the scene, then you go, okay, why did that work? Why didn't it work? Then you debrief. That's the importance of the why, but not in what you're doing. It's been a super pleasure. I'm going to pass it to Deneen. Stand by for her instructions.
Oh my gosh, Mr. Galinsky, that was awesome. Thank you so much. All right, guys. So I just want you to understand that the principles that Galinsky gave you for improv, they're life principles. And let me tell you why they're life principles. When we follow those principles, amazing things happened. Like, I don't know, Les Brown kicking off our whole event. The former Attorney General of Nevada speaking to you. Robert Galinsky offering amazing opportunities, and you don't even know what's coming. So don't just take this as principles for acting. Take it as principles for life.
Denise,
All right, I told you that your lives were going to be changed. Come on now.
I have a question for you, Denise.
Yes.
So when you were introduced to the Attorney General, or the idea of him, and Allie, you can answer it too, or Les Brown, I'm sure your heart jumped into your throat like, could we, should we, and you went with the principles, right? You said, I'm doing it. Let's go. Let's step into
I'll tell you my
fear.
story. I'll tell you my story first. So the first time that we met George Chanos, we were at an NFT event in Las Vegas. And I, you know me, I'm an introvert. I was going through complete sensory overload. And I think I was sitting in a corner by myself, and Alicia sent me a text message. I'll have to go back. She was like, get over here right now. And I was like, what did I do with my trust? The Attorney General's here. You need to get over here right now and say hello. And I was like, what? Like,
Right?
I freaked out. And then let me tell you my Les Brown story. I bawled my eyes out. There's a video that I'll send to you. I'm not sure, this is not for public consumption, people, but I bawled my eyes out for telling something like, Les Brown is amazing. I just love someone and thank you. And I was, but you know what? When Alicia said, get your bootay over here, my bootay walked right over there. Oh, Lord.
Right? And you've practiced yes
it's like
mindset.
she broke the rules.
You practiced the yes mindset.
But I did send it to Les.
And Deneen, you walked into your fear of this potentially intimidating human being with an incredible resume and career. Who am I to go and ask him to speak for us? But guess what? You did a number of things that we just talked about. You stepped into your fear. You said yes to it. And for what? The betterment of yourself and everybody else on this call, to make the world a better place.
That's why having a why is so important. Awesome.
Thank you.
Galinsky, thank you so much for that, Galinsky. That was absolutely amazing. I cannot wait. You're starting coaching in 2 weeks, right?
Yep.
We cannot wait to be on those calls, because let me tell you something. Life changes when you when you say yes to your future self and when you show up. So
Right on.
thank you so much.
Thank
You're
you.
amazing.
Thank
Galinsky,
you.
I will text you in a couple minutes, but thank you
Right.
so much for being here today.
Thanks, everyone. Love you. Had a great time.
Love you. Ciao.
All right, guys. Like, I don't know how we could possibly top this day. I mean, it's going from better to better to better to better to better. There's Galinsky and 50 Cent in his profile
It's
picture. That's
Curtis.
pretty awesome.
Curtis.
It's Curtis. Oh, excuse me, Curtis.
Curtis.
So, guys, this has been absolutely amazing. But I want to value your time. It is Sunday. I want to value our speaker's time. We have another speaker coming up now, and then in a couple minutes. So this is what I would love for you guys to do. How many of you guys are like looking like you know what we can do? And this is a free call. How, you know what I mean? So how many of you are ready to hear some surprise announcements from the one, the only, Mr. Michael Funkin? If you are, show him how excited you are. Type Mike in the comments. And when he takes the stage, I want you to give him a rousing round of applause. Ready? Get set. And here is Mr. Michael Funkin.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Wow, what a great day so far. And we're just beginning. We got some really powerful people coming up. So make sure you're here to the end. I want to keep everything running on time. So I only have about like 10, 15 minutes to spend with you guys now. I'll be back a little bit later because we have Tanya Kleckner, who's probably one of the most powerful agents in Hollywood, and her and Allie are going to go over a lot of great information with you guys. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to share my screen and just go over some basics with you guys really quick, so that way we can keep this nice and on time. And like Deneen said, make sure that we honor your time for being here. So obviously, you know, as Deneen said, we're going to talk a little bit about this later. Antoinette Stratton's going to talk about a little bit about finding your why and so forth. But, finding your why, you'll find your way. It's a great quote. Obviously, for the past few years, we've been having a lot of great opportunities, from being in New Orleans to being in Las Vegas, New York, LA, Atlanta, Phoenix, Miami. We have Puerto Rico coming up, Orlando coming up, New York City coming up, Miami coming up, and plus, even a few surprises. And, all of these events are all about building up momentum. It's about you guys getting an education, learning what the next steps are to becoming successful in the entertainment industry. So with that thought in mind, obviously, I just want to share a couple of my favorite quotes from Tony Robbins. Obviously, the path to success is to take massive determined action. People who take massive action, those are the people going to have, the greatest chance of being even more successful than they are. And as I'm sure you heard from George and from everybody, there's that common theme there. We try to always bring the best people, for our trainings and for these calls, people who really, had to work at success. It wasn't just given to them, because we want to really inspire and motivate you to really understand that the opportunity that's in front of you. And obviously, I know I mentioned this yesterday, people succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else. And the one thing that's keeping you from getting what you want is the story you keep telling yourself. Change your story, change your life. You really, at the end of the day, you have to get rid of those negative thoughts. You have to stay out of that poor mindset and move into that rich mindset and really believe in what's possible. And really, every time you feel that there's something holding you back, you have to look at that as the obstacle that you need to overcome and focus on that. Obviously, finding your tribe, love them hard. Obviously, we're all about community here. We're all about being faith-based and heart-centered. And as you can see, I know we have a lot of our talent that are on this call this whole weekend, and you can see the positive comments. You can see how they're there supporting each other, supporting you, even the new people. So you guys are doing great. And obviously, we consider ourselves a family. We have our highest level of talent, our inner circle. We do some really exciting things, whether it's going backstage on Broadway or Fashion Week, taking private studio tours, just living life. We always believe our events are meant to be, 80% fun, but 20% work, right? It's going to be hard work, but you also have to be able to enjoy your life and have fun. So, being a part of the company, it's all about being family. That's why we do these things. We really want to find the right people to be able to work with to help accelerate their careers, because obviously we all know time is our most valuable resource. So we want to spend time with the people who really want to be able to improve their lives. Our next big event that we have is going to be Orlando, Florida. It's going to be spring 2023. So for those of you who don't have the opportunity to get your photos done, to meet with Ryan Colby, to have the opportunity to have the greatest experience ever, we're going to have some celebrities there. We're going to have agents there. There's a whole process. I'll go over that with you guys in a little bit. But for those of you that are brand new, this will be your next opportunity to work with us directly. And I just want to talk a little bit about having professional photos. Obviously, having the right photos, as I discussed earlier today, really makes all the difference with casting directors and producers. When we do our photo shoots, we're going to have the best people there. Everything is done is all hand selected by Ryan Colby himself. He's the former art director of Vogue magazine. He's been in this industry for over 40 years. He himself started out as a model. He's run agencies from IMG to now owning his own agency. And he works with some of the biggest people in the industry, and he oversees everything from celebrity makeup artists to the picking of the photos to working on you with posing and so forth. For those of you who have the opportunity to work with us, Ryan Colby himself is actually going to be doing training for the next 3 months. So he's actually going to be working with people one-on-one very closely every single week. So having the opportunity to be able to have somebody like that as your mentor, somebody to guide you, to build that relationship before even coming to a live event is, absolutely priceless. Obviously, whenever we do our photo shoots, we always get the best studios. I know we did a photo shoot in Orlando last year, and it was absolutely incredible. We work with only the best. Whenever we hire celebrity makeup artists, celebrity photographers, and it's not so much to impress people, but it's really to impress upon you the fact that when you're working with the best people, it helps get that learning curve up. It helps you really get comfortable working on set, and it also adds to your resume. So you're literally able to walk off a shoot with a resume saying, "I worked with this type of level person." And it's really important because people at that level, they're not easy to get a hold of. Our last shoot that we did in Orlando, we had somebody who's Ryan's been close friends with for over 30 years, who shot over 30 covers of Vogue. He's not a for-hire photographer. He works with some of the biggest brands in the world. His rates are $100,000 a day. So for the talent that had the opportunity to work with him, this was like a priceless opportunity to work with somebody who's considered a living legend in the industry. So our shoots always have people of that magnitude there. Obviously, again, the goal of the shoot is to get you placed, to get you work, to get you seen, and to have it done the right way. Again, when we do our shoots, we do them at the highest possible caliber. We make sure that everything from the lighting to the preparation, this is something where you just don't show up, but there's a lot of time that's spent in preparing people for our shoots. And obviously, again, age doesn't matter. It's leaning into your character. It's learning who you are. Location doesn't matter because it's all about having the right photos, having the right experience, having the right training. So that way you become the person a major agency wants to sign. You become the person a major client wants to work with. And we've proven this over and over and over again, you know, with talent earning anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000 a day consistently and over again. So again, here's some examples of some great shots, right? You can see these are character shots. They show the personality. They show great lighting. They also show great versatility. Again, here's some great shots of some of our talent, again, showing great lighting. If you're going to do something like this on your own, this is the type of quality you need. These are considered like iconic shots. So again, we've been doing this for over 16 years. At all our events, we always do all kinds of types of fun experiences, whether it's working with the senior casting director from The Walking Dead, having a private party in Miami, being on set for a film, having a private meet and greet at a mansion with some of Hollywood's biggest casting directors, producers, and agents. At VIP Ignite, we're all about getting you booked more on more sets, more stages, and more shoots, and making sure you reach your peak potential of success by only placing you with the best possible people in not only in the industry, but in the world. And again, having celebrity makeup artists, having things planned out. These shoots are planned out months in advance. That's why we always have to have that time frame where we're getting you prepared for the shoot, working with people like Ryan, working with people like Robert Galinsky, Alicia, Deneen, myself, plus a whole host of other major people in the industry that are each specialized. Think of this like being in the NFL and you're Tom Brady. You're going to have like several different coaches that are each concentrating on different aspects, whether it's posing, monologues, acting, making sure you're the best at each one of those different areas. So when you come out to these events, you're really now ready to shine. Because at the end of the day, pictures are worth 1,000 words. Casting directors see thousands of photos every day. They have the ability to know who can book a job or not just by looking at their portfolio. So if you want to stand out from the thousands of freelance models that are discarded every day, you must make sure your photos are of excellent quality and that they grab the attention of the casting director or client. Okay. So again, having the right photos, having the right people, we do all this for you. We make this so easy because we want you just to focus on success. Again, these are great examples of some great headshots, of great photos. These are considered iconic. This would be like your portfolio book, like your lead shot in. Okay, because at the end of the day, again, this is all about grabbing the casting director's attention. You have literally 3 seconds to make them decide whether or not they're interested in turning that page and looking at the rest of your photos. So again, we make sure we do everything of the highest possible quality, highest possible caliber, even something as simple as Polaroids and digital, getting your measurements done, working hand in hand with Ryan Colby and our team throughout the entire process before the photo shoot. So again, here's some great examples, some great headshot of the type of quality that we do. Here, we talked about this earlier. Here's again, right, some examples of photos that aren't, right? So I just want you guys to kind of make that realization, those of you that were on all day today, to see the difference. Again, these are not centered. These are not focused. Your eyes are drawn to the glasses, to the yellow, to the striped shirt. These are not done correctly. And people paid a lot of money for these, right? Here again, the girl, your eyes are probably drawn to the necklace. You kind of notice the frizziness in the hair. Again, she's a pretty girl. She has lots of potential. I don't know who picked out those pearl earrings, but they just don't work. So her styling, everything was done incorrectly. Here's another great example of something that's not going to work. Great kid. You can see her doing Disney. These might be great for character shots, but these are not good shots for a portfolio because, again, your eyes are going to be distracted by the purple, by the stripes. They're a little bit oversaturated on both of these photos. You know, you as a professional, I mean, me as a professional, I'm looking at things differently than you might be. You might be saying, Mike, these are nice photos. Yeah, they're nice photos, but are they phenomenal photos? See, there's a difference between being great and being phenomenal. And that's what we always strive for, is being phenomenal. Again, here's a great character person, right? But again, her photos are done wrong. Her hair wasn't done correctly. These are not going to bring the type of results for the potential she has, because our whole goal is seeing the full potential inside of you and making sure that we utilize that to the best of our ability. So again, here's some great examples. Again, we have our next big photo shoot. It's going to be coming up spring 2023. It's going to be in Orlando. I will go over everything with you guys later today. So if anybody has any questions or if anybody's interested in being a part of this, I highly recommend it. I'm sure once I go through the whole program, it's going to be very limited. Okay, so this is not going to be something that's going to be available to everybody because of the fact the way the shoot in Orlando is going to be very high end. We have some really big announcements to announce around that and some big changes that we're working on. But I just want to kind of go through this with you guys really fast because I want to keep us on time. So hopefully I caught us up a little bit. And next we're going to be bringing on one of Hollywood's biggest agents with Alicia Kayback herself. And I will see you guys in a little bit. All right, guys, I'll see you in a little bit. Thank you.
That's always so great.
Oh my gosh, how awesome. like talk about bringing energy. Oh my God. Do you guys feel like it got hit by a fire hose a little bit? It's cool. We know. Awesome. Who's excited about the potential of going to Orlando?
Type Orlando. Let's see. Who wants to come?
Type Orlando in the comments.
And I currently live in Orlando, which always baffles me.
That'll make it so much easier for you to get to the event. You don't have to worry about flying. How convenient. Isn't that convenient, people? Isn't that convenient? Awesome. All right, guys. So in the interest of time, in the interest of making sure that we're aware of people's time, the moment that I have been telling you about has arrived. So let me introduce to you our next guest. And she is going to be on the hot seat with Miss Alicia Kayback. All right, guys. So our next guest is Tanya Kleckner. She is a theatrical agent from HRI Talent in Los Angeles. She hails from Cambridge, England. Having a well-known and prominent musician as a father, she grew up around many famed and celebrated artists such as Jimi Hendrix, The Beatles, Shirley Bassey, Nina Simone, Billie Holiday, all of which inspired Tanya to pursue music. The power-packed combination of her ability to play many different instruments, hands-on music industry knowledge, and a college degree in music earned her a position as a sound engineer. Tanya worked in many British studios with amazing artists and legends, including Led Zeppelin, Tina Turner, and The Who. Later, Tanya decided she wanted to explore other branches of entertainment and leapt at the opportunity to work at the BBC. She successfully worked as a producer of children's TV shows, but still felt there was something more for her. Tanya realized that if she really wanted to know more about the entertainment industry, she would have to move to Los Angeles. For 20 years, Tanya worked her way through the talent agency and management system and has been wildly successful. Along the way, she has earned the reputation as a straight shooter and has accumulated a fiercely loyal clientele following. She has worked with such greats such as Kelsey Grammer, Edward James Olmos, Faye Dunaway, James Coburn, and the Coppola family. Her talent has booked numerous series regulars, including recurring roles and pilots for HBO, ABC, NBC, Fox, and for shows such as Constantine, Sin City Saints, Cedar Grove, and NCIS New Orleans. Tanya currently has a series regular on the new Tim Burton series for Netflix coming. She has a series lead on All American. She has a series lead on the Netflix series Wednesday. Guys, please join me in welcoming to the stage with a rousing round of applause with all the excitement you have inside of you, the one, the only, Tanya Kleckner.
Yay! Hello, friend.
Where are you?
I'm here. Where are you?
I'm in. I can see everybody. Hi, everyone.
Here, maybe
I'm going to highlight
I'm
both
trying
of you
to
to make it
pin.
easier.
So I can. There's a lot of people on here. There you are. Hi.
Hi, friend. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Oh my
Happy
goodness.
New Year.
I look better on in my mirror than on this Zoom. I apologize, everybody. It's Sunday morning here.
You're good. You're good. Listen, everybody wants an agent, so they don't care they just care about what you can do for them.
I'm sitting in my big window, so I think I need to invest in a ring light.
I'll send you one. All right.
Need something. But it's
yeah.
nice to be here. I'm excited to see you and to see everybody. So hello.
And we, as much as I love Zoom, I also love when we get to hang out. And, I miss Hollywood. For those of you guys that don't know, we were bi-coastal New York and LA for 6 years. And then I got pregnant and moved down to Florida to have the baby in the middle of a pandemic. So I don't get to see Tanya as much as I'd love to. But Tanya, I mean, obviously Deneen and I get a little bit awestruck going over your childhood and who your daddy was. But then, it's funny because you didn't rely on your father's tremendous music connections to like leverage your career.
No.
Worked your way up.
Yeah. I grew up in that. It was like no big deal just seeing all these people around my house.
Diana Ross in your living room.
It meant nothing. Yeah. And I need to update that bio more because I've got a lot of other shows. Obviously, I have Wednesday right now and we have season 2 that just got announced, which we're very excited about. So whoop. I have a Power Book Go series in New York that we're shooting, and that's going into the new season this month. They're starting filming that, which we're very happy about too. And we have All American that's shooting right now. And I do video games. So I have Kratos in God of War, if anybody plays video games. And we just won, my client Chris Judge just won Performance of the Year, which is basically for the Game Awards, and that's basically the Oscars of the video game. So we're very happy about that. So I do a lot of those games, and obviously I have someone in the morning show, and I have someone that was a very big throughout Stranger Things season 4, and so I worked with folks on Stranger Things and obviously shows all in Atlanta, and I had a series regular in The Walking Dead. Obviously that came to an end, so we're moving on another show for him. And I also have Brian Baumgartner, who played Kevin in The Office, and we have some more stuff coming out for him. I work on all the different shows.
I'm like the biggest Office fan, and I feel as though you've been holding out on me now. Like, what the fudge? Like, I'm always posting like the Office stuff. I love that show.
Yeah, he's amazing. So
that is so fun. So we'll have to talk about that offline because now, holy crap. Okay, so every single person on here dreams about having, a show like Wednesday, let's just say.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this business, you and I joke around a lot about the unglamorous, glamorous life, what your friends think you do versus what you actually do. So can you talk a little bit about, not necessarily the limelight, but how many of you guys, let me see, are looking for a theatrical agent, somebody to actually submit them out for these big TV and film projects, right? So that's everybody on here. So you're looking to sign actors. And let me say this slowly. Actors, not impersonators. You certainly are not going to train somebody on how to act. So let's start at the beginning, what it takes to get signed to an agent, because I get all the time, can you get me signed? Well, no, I can't. I can introduce you to somebody who can sign you, but you have to be able to get them to want to sign you. So what does it take to work with you?
You can definitely open the door for these people 100% because I trust you and I believe in you and everything that you do. So and the first thing I'm going to look for is to see talent. You have to have talent, and then the next thing, you have to have passion, because this industry is really, really tough, and I need to make sure that you have what it takes to really keep going in this industry. You can't just wake up one morning and think, hey, I want to be an actor. It's like waking up one morning and say, hey, I want to be a musician or I want to be an athlete. You have to train. You have to have it in you. You have to know that this takes a lot of hard work, a lot of dedication, and you have to invest in it. Not only time, but you have to invest money into it too. Acting classes are not cheap. Headshots are not cheap. I don't pay for any of that. I need to make sure that, ultimately, I think you have to have a little bit of talent in there. Like if you're an artist or if you're a musician, there has to be a little inkling of something, I think maybe. But I think ultimately it's going to be hard work and it's going to be passion, and you have to consistently be training. And that's what I look for, is I look for somebody that's going to be giving that 150% of this, and they're going to get it. They're going to listen to what I have to say, that we're going to work well as a team. They're not going to think that they know best when I first meet them, because that drives me crazy.
It drives me nuts. They understand this business. And I'm going to stop you very quickly because you're on my hot seat, which I know you love, and I'll buy you a glass of wine or a bottle when I see you next. But so many people come on my calls and they think everything is a scam, like not real, right? And I always ask them based on what? Well, they tell me all the time, if an agent really wants them, they should never pay for anything. So let's debunk that right now. Do you as an agent pay for training, pay for headshots, or is that the responsibility?
No, and you have to remember, no, you're investing in your own career. I'm investing my time for free until you get paid when you're booking these jobs. It could take 2 years before you book a job. So I'm working for free for, it could be 2 years until you book a job. So you have to invest in your time, your money into all your acting classes, all your headshots. And the headshots, you know, it could be one photo shoot and we can get the great shot and that's all we're going to use. I'm paying for breakdowns. I'm paying, you know, I'm not getting paid by you for my time until you get paid. So that's basically what you're paying for, basically nothing for me to try and get you at that big break or to get you to become a working actor. When actors come to me and they say, I want to be a star, well, great. Obviously, everybody wants to be a star. 3% of SAG are actually, you know, big stars and making money. The other 97%, which are the people that I want too, those are working actors. Ultimately, I want to have a working actor. And that's basically what I'm going to do. Is if I'm going to find somebody that's going to be talented, that I know is going to be working their arse off. And clients come to me if they haven't booked after a year or 18 months and they panic that I'm going to drop them. But if I can see that they're working their arse off, that they're in class every single week, that they're getting their self-tapes in on time, that they're doing everything that I'm telling them to do, that they're busting their balls to get everything done, I'm not going to drop them. Why would I drop them? Because I'm building a fan base for them with the casting directors. It's like my client on Wednesday. She busted her balls every day. And we worked for several years. And then she got Wednesday. She obviously had little jobs along the way because she's very talented. But she worked really, excuse my French, fucking hard to get where she is now. And that's like my other clients on series. You know, they had 100 no's before they got a yes.
Sorry? You see why we're friends.
Yeah.
Right? Calls, F this.
Yeah.
But I think, do you guys see the transparency here? Because this isn't meant to scare you. This is meant to enlighten you, because so many of you ask your friends, family, or other actors that have never done anything on, oh, I need an agent. And then you're looking for these people that want to represent you.
Yeah.
Tanya, you made a comment about a breakdown. So I'm going to ask you to go over a breakdown. But again, just so you guys understand, Tanya only makes money. Do you guys know how the casting process works? So like when Tanya gets a casting, she submits over qualified candidates. It's up to the casting directors to pick, not Tanya. So when people think, oh, an agent's going to book me, Tanya doesn't book you. The agency submits to the casting director. The casting director books you through the agent. Does that make sense for everybody? So just because you have an agent doesn't mean that she can guarantee you work. She can only submit, and she's submitting headshots. And that's all your responsibility.
Yeah, I'll push for work for you. I have really good relationships with all the casting directors. I've been an agent for almost 30 years. So the casting directors trust me that I'm going to deliver good actors. I'm a saleswoman. That's my job, right? And I've been trained very well. And if any of you have seen The Offer, the woman, Betty McCart, who helped get The Godfather made, she was my mentor. And she actually was the one that trained me to be an agent back in the 90s. So, you know, the breakdowns are what the casting directors send me. And they're the breakdowns of every project that's being made right now, you know, from Apple TV to Amazon to every network, even independent films, everything that I work on, I know is legit.
Yeah.
I'm going to
not extra work.
No extra work. I don't even do under 5 lines
without an agent, guys. These are not on Backstage or 99 Expert Talent, even Actors Access, any of those websites. Those are not breakdowns. So for those of you, well, I want to star in Black Panther. Okay, you're foolish, because number one, they're not going to hire off of a website. Breakdowns are only to agents, and it's a vetting process. She doesn't have access to breakdowns unless she's a real agent, and breakdowns aren't cheap either. Like she literally has to go through like a process to even get approved for breakdowns.
Well, we have to show our state license, and we have to show that we're here legitimately in LA. I also do breakdowns in New York, and I'm also based in Chicago. So I go to the 3 cities because I have a series regular in Chicago, and then I have one in Chicago, in New York, one in Chicago. So I kind of bounce around to 3 different places. I enjoy it because I love going to New York. But that being said, the casting directors will send me the breakdowns. I will then submit. And then if I think, my clients is really good for a specific role, then I'll pitch my clients to the casting directors, and I'll only pitch, actors that I know are reliable. Because I know my reliable actors and I know my not so reliable actors that I know if I pitch a client to, say, David Rappaport, who's a really good casting director, hey, can my client read for this role? He's so perfect for this, da, 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 da. And he'll write back to me quickly and go, yeah, no problem, let's get him on tape. And then I know that I can go to my actor and say, hey, I need this taping by the end of the day tomorrow. And I know how my actors work. And I know that client will be reliable and be able to get that tape to me by the end of the day. So, and I also know that client is in class. I know he's up to par, and I know he's going to deliver a great tape. There's also my name is on the line. So I need to make sure that my actors are really good at what they do. They're going to deliver a great tape, because when I send that tape to the casting director, he's going to go, wow, that's a great tape. It doesn't matter that he doesn't get it, but I've also delivered a good tape that he could have been right for that role, but they've moved on to somebody else. So they're moving on to the next role. I'm going to also deliver more good people. So they're always going to come to me to say, hey, who have you got for this role? Right. And that's kind of how I've built up my reputation, where the casting directors do send me the breakdowns, but they also come to me kind of on the side to say, hey, we're doing this role. We're looking for a new series regular on NCIS Hawaii. Who have you got for this? Send us some suggestions. So that kind of thing happens. And that's how I book people on these series as well.
Now, what are you submitting per se? So like, let's say, for an example, Rome King. Hi, Rome. So like, let's say you're working on Wednesday, right? The part 2, which we're very excited about. What do you send over for the casting? You're sending over a headshot and a reel? What are you sending?
No, I will send a headshot and a resume. Okay. If you have nothing on your resume, you have to have training on your resume. I will not even take on an actor who doesn't have training. I don't care if you don't have anything, if you haven't done anything. The next thing I'm going to look at is your training. You have to have training if I'm going to sign you, and you have to be currently training if I'm going to sign you. If you don't have a reel, I don't care. If you have a good self-tape, that's what I'm going to look at, because I need to know you're ready to audition. If you're told
what a self-tape is, because there's a lot of new people on here, Tanya.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just like running away with everything.
No, you're good.
So I'm going to say like Ashley Grenache. Is that you? Is that how I say your name? So like how you look right now, that's how a self-tape could look, right? So the way you're framed and the background is what you're going to do is a casting director is going to send over self-tape information, right? I'm going to pitch you on a job. So let's go back to NCIS, for instance, right? It's going to be a guest star on NCIS. Jason Kennedy cast that show, right? He's then going to email me and say, hey, Ashley, we want to see you for NCIS, right? I'm then going to email you Sides. Now, Sides is a scene or two that's been pulled from the script with the character. You're going to get a character description, and then you're going to get the material that they want to see you do a self-tape on. You're then like how Ashley is framed. I love how she's framed, and I love that color background. It could be a white background, black background, whatever, right? But plain. And the framing is good. You could come more center, but that's how the framing should be. And then you're going to do a self-tape. You're going to be off book every single time. You're going to be coached on these self-tapes, especially at the beginning, right? And then you're going to have your reader just off behind the camera. And when you talk to the reader, you're going to be talking just above the camera, so we can kind of see your eyes, so we can connect with your eyes, but you're not looking dead on the camera. Does that make sense? So that's kind of a self-tape. So because you're not in the room, we can't connect with you as well as we could if you were in the room. So we now have to connect with you on camera. Now, the casting director is going to see it probably between 50 and 100 self-tapes for that one role. Whereas if they were pulling you in the room, they'd only see about 50 of you, right? So now the casting director, you would then send that self-tape to me once it's done. And if you're new, I'm going to look at that self-tape before I send it to the casting director. I'm going to critique it. If I think it's good enough to send, I will then upload it onto the casting director's link. If it's not good enough, I'm going to give you redirects, and you're going to do it again very quickly.
That's why training is so important, guys. How long, when you give somebody a side, how long do they have before they have to record it?
It depends. It depends. It could be a day. Excuse me. It could be a week. Okay. But that being said, I need to get it in by the deadline. Now, going back to the self-tape, and that's why you say that's why training is important. That's why training is important to get hired. So like production need to see that you've got training on your resume, because why would production hire you? Yeah, okay, great. You did a great job on your self-tape. And they're like, great, she's perfect for this job. And then they're going to see no training on your resume. They're going to get nervous to hire you, because then you're going to have no clue what you're doing on set. So they're going to hire the next person that did an okay job. They were fine, because they've got a lot of training on their resume, because they know that person's going to know what to do when they're on set, because they're not going to have time to tell you what to do. You know, they're not going to have time to say how you hit your mark, where you need to stand, what you need to look at, what needs to do. They haven't got time to train you on set. And that's, again, where your training comes in. They want to see that training on your resume, because it's important that you know when you do book that job, you know what you're doing when you walk on set, because it's a business to them. It's money to them. They don't care about anything else. So that's what's important, along with the self-tape, you know, training, and then training to know what you're doing on set once you book the job.
So a talent submits a self-tape, and then what? So let's say, for an example, we have a lot of people on here that don't live in New York or LA. So essentially, this is great. You know, everybody gets very excited. Oh, wow, I could live in Mississippi and still get opportunities in LA. That's true. But it's also gotten a lot harder now, because your competition is now the freaking world, not just LA.
And it's hard for me too, because I need, you know, it's good because I can get more self-tapes, but, you know, I need to book more jobs. So, you know, that being said, so if somebody lives in Mississippi, right? If the job is a local hire in LA, so say we've got CSI or Criminal Minds shooting local in LA, you have to then be an LA local hire. So what I can do is, well, it's not quite right, but what I could do is, if you live in Mississippi and we send the tape into the casting director, and then they're like, okay, is this person a local hire in LA? You would have to have an LA address, not a PO box, a physical LA address, because that LA address has to go on the SAG contract, because you have to have you have to be an LA local hire per the union. Okay. So that's important, that you have a friend, a cousin, I don't know who, but you need to find somebody that has an LA address that we could use to be able to book these jobs. The same with Chicago, and the same with New York. Now, if it's a series regular role, doesn't matter. You can be wherever you want. Because if it's a series regular role, they will fly you in, they will give you per diem, they will give you relocation fees, doesn't matter. If it's a film that shoots outside of LA, outside of New York, or wherever, again, doesn't matter. They will fly you to wherever you need to be. Because if it's outside of LA, they'll fly you wherever.
Kind of like your talent who got booked on Wednesday. They didn't film it in LA. Can you talk a little bit about the experience? And then also psychologically, think about it. Like, for those of you that have husbands and wives and kids and dogs and a life, what happens?
That's not up to me. You have to figure that shit out. It's, you know, if you've got dogs, kids, whatever. Wednesday shot in Romania, so she was in Romania for 6 months. So they obviously give you a relocation fee, they give you per diem. Per diem is like a daily fee to feed you. And then so they get you first, you know, business class or first class round trip tickets. They look after you out there. So that was that. I have another show, Power Book Ghost, shot in New York, but he lived in LA, and that was a series regular. It is a series regular, so they flew him from LA, gave him a relocation fee to get him an apartment in New York. They give you that every year for up to 3 years. He's now shooting a series in New York. If he was living in New York, he would be a New York local, and then he wouldn't have that. But because he wasn't living in New York, they have to per SAG fly him out there and pay for his, you know, where to live and all of that good stuff. But that's a series regular. That's when you're contracted under a series regular contract. They have to do all that.
But most people just getting started, like, I always think it's a red flag when someone tells me that they can't make decisions quickly, or that financially,
I can't work.
They don't have a credit card, they don't have a job. Why would
No.
I ever submit you to somebody like a Tanya Kleckner who can snap a finger and put you in a hit Disney show?
Yeah.
You're gonna-
The red flags, yeah, the red flags for me are somebody that's like, well, I'm like, can you get to LA quickly? Well, I'd have to think about it. Okay, I'm done. I'm not going to work with you. The other red flag is I want to dabble in acting. Really? You want to dabble in acting? Okay, so I'll just dabble and help you out with your career now and again when I feel like it. No, I work for free until you guys book, and I work my ass off getting you in these rooms, getting momentum going for you, building a fan base for you with these casting directors, and you want to dabble in acting. That's not going to fly with me. I need somebody that's in this 150%, that's going to work their ass off. If they need to get to LA, you know, I understand you might not be able to get here in 24 hours, and I'll help you out and we'll try and figure it out. You know, it has to be 2 or 3 days. We'll work it out. We'll do jobs that, you know, are not just it will be guest stars that will shoot in a week.
For it. They're
Yeah, I'm not
for it
paying
on
for
their own.
anything. No. And I'll also try and work it out where it's a job that's, you know, it would pay $3,500. So there's a kind of going to be on a weekly scale that will help you kind of overcompensate what you've just paid for your flight and your hotel and things like that. You know, I'll help. I'll work. I'm not paying for anything, by the way. I'm just saying that we'll try and figure out jobs that will kind of help you in that capacity. But you need to have the funds that you're able to, you know, jump at a moment's notice and to go and do these jobs very quickly, and that you're in a job that's very flexible, that you can do this, that you don't have to give like a week's notice to leave and go and do The Rookie or something like that. You know, I have a client that actually lives in Atlanta with 3 kids and his wife, and he's now he's a major recurring on The Rookie, and that shoots here in LA, but he has an address in LA, so he comes back and forth. And it was just actually 2 nights ago, they casting called me and they go, we need him in LA because he's back. We've just got the new script and he's in the next episode. And so he had to be here. He actually has to be here. What day is it today? Sunday, tomorrow morning. So this was Friday. So he just landed today. So it was within 48 hours. He's got 3 kids and a wife. The wife works. He does the school runs. And so all of a sudden he's figured it out. Within 48 hours, he's here and he's going to be on set tomorrow. So, you know, that kind of stuff happens. You have to be able to move very quickly.
So for somebody just getting started, obviously you're not looking to sign a newbie to the point where they have no training, no headshot. I mean, you're expected to have this before an agent can submit. You're not there doing it all.
No, if I see an actor that I feel is very marketable, because I know what the buyers are looking for. When I say buyers, I mean the studios and the networks. And I feel there's a gap in my roster for someone like them. I'll be like, ooh, you know what? There's something there, because I have a sixth sense with people, because I've been trained for 30 years. And I chat to them and I can see and I feel their passion. I'm pretty good about that. And I've been very successful with that. I'll tell them, I'm like, right, you know, this is what you need to do. Come back to me in 6 months. And then if they do come back to me in 6 months, they've done everything I've told them, then I'll give them a shot. So that's happened and it's been pretty good. And they're actually now working actors and they're on a show. But you know, so that's happened. But ultimately, I get referrals from managers, casting directors, or I found a lot of people from showcases. I've got a girl that I've actually found in a showcase, and she's now the girl group, the Good News Girls, for Nickelodeon, and we have a 360 deal with Nickelodeon and Rock Nation. So, you know, and we trained her up, we had her in class, she worked her ass off again, and you know, and that's what you do. So, you know, but we had a lot of no's before we got that yes, but she kept on going.
And that's one thing you have to have a thick skin to get into this industry. And I love it when people come on my calls and they're like, you're so mean. I get told I'm mean all the time. I'm not, I'm truthful. And if you want to work on this level, this isn't rainbows and unicorns. Like you're gonna hear no. You're gonna spend money on headshots, you're gonna spend money on training. I do get a lot of people that do like the pageants and the Barbizons and the 9/9s. That's not my problem. It's like a bad boyfriend. I don't care what's happened to you in the past. So why do you like working with VIP? I know. Why do you like working with us? I mean, you're
I love you. I love Janine. I love Michael. I love all of you. I love your bluntness, your transparency, everything about you. I love hearing you speak to everybody and how you lift everybody up and you tell everybody your bluntness about the industry. I love coming to your events. But you're just honest and open, and you just tell people how it is. And
nobody
I
ever
just
wants to
think-
hear the truth. Like this business.
That's what
is
I
called
mean.
show
And
business for a reason.
and there's no bullshit. There's
No
no
bullshit.
bullshit with you, and that's what people need to hear, which I think is so important in this industry. I work the same way. I mean, I grew up in in the 90s and in the 2000s in this industry, and there was a lot of crap and bullshit and egos, and I just got tired of it. And there's none with you guys, which I think is amazing. That's why I love you so much. And it's nice to help people and to just give you solid, good advice, which I think people need, right? Because this industry is really tough.
That idea, Tanya, of how to get into this industry without the fluff. Okay, you're going to need this. You're going to need this. And I've called you numerous times going ham in a pickle. I want to get more talent signed. I want them on the new show Wednesday. Are you kidding me? Every time I see you walking the red carpet, I'm like, way to go.
And I love helping actors. I mean, I really do. And because I know how hard this industry can be. And I've seen the tough sides of it. And I've had the tough sides of it when we've had I've had 1,000 no's, more than, where you've worked really hard for your clients and they've almost made it on this big show. And then I've had to call them when they didn't get it. And I've cried with my clients, and it's been really, really hard. That bottle of wine or two's had to come out, and we're like, fuck. And it's just, this town is really, really hard. But I've been in it for so long now that I have a 24-hour rule that when it sucks and when it really, really sucks, I have to cry for 24 hours. And after 24 hours, I have to just brush it off and I have to move on, because you just can't take anything personally in this town, because at the end of the day, it's business. You just have to try and get the right advice from somebody. And there's some assholes in this town too. So you have to try and surround yourself with good people, which I think is important. That's why I love, working with you guys. So, and speaking to everyone here. So,
I kind of want to add, like, our program that we're doing here in Orlando, we're in LA, we're in New York, we're all over the place, but you need to trust an organization that has proven relationships.
Yes.
And I think it's so difficult. Like, if I were about to sail across the Pacific Ocean, I wouldn't want to try to build a boat and, try to figure it out in Google. I would want a navigation system like you, step by step, slapping me upside the head going, what are you doing, you fool? That way doesn't work. Let me show you how to get to the other side.
Yeah.
How many of you guys want a navigation system like that? Type Compass, because that's honestly what we're doing. We're pointing you in the right direction, step by step by step. And I'm always so blessed to have you here, Tanya, because there's so many people that they decide today they want to be actors, and they're going up on these fake websites, paying for pictures, paying for classes. And a lot of times they're doing it half-assed. They're doing it wrong, spending money, wasting time. And by the time they come to me, they're so angry. And that I want to help you get on the right path, but whatever you've done in the past doesn't matter to me. I care about your future and setting your trajectory path for success. And that's why we do these free boot camps, to show you, hey, we're going to give you the knowledge, but if you want to work with Tanya and if you want to get the type of training and have step-by-step, well, we have a program that's going to help you do it. And, I kind of wanted to go over with you now. I mean, this business has changed dramatically because of COVID. You're still working from home, right? A lot of LA.
Yeah, I'm doing home and the office now. I'm trying to get off my butt because I have a really beautiful home office, but I'm trying to, we're meeting more in the office now. But yeah.
Good and bad, I
but
guess.
I'm never going full time back in the office. That's done.
That's rubbish. Rubbish.
Yeah. No, never again. I'm too old for that.
Never again. But can you go over, for people that want to get into this industry, I'm going to have you go over a little bit about pay rates and also about the Screen Actors Guild. So those are two.
You could do the Screen Actors Guild because you do that really quick and fun and easy.
Really quick, fun, and easy. So guys, in order to get speaking roles in television and film, you have to be a member of the union. If not, there's something called a Taft-Hartley where they could waive it. It's a whole thing, but I can go over that more on like a training. But just you guys, just so you guys understand, you have to earn anywhere from 3 to 5 waivers or vouchers from being on set. And sometimes it's accrued from being an extra. Sometimes it's something negotiated between the casting director and a manager prior to you going. But think of it as like a Monopoly game. When you earn 3 to 5 waivers or vouchers, you're then eligible to get to the next level, which is SAG-AFTRA. SAG is film, AFTRA is television. The two unions merged. When you are eligible to be a member of the union, you may be in a must-join status. It is $3,000 to join one time. Plus, you also pay an annual fee of $241.75. And then every dollar you make up into $750,000, which is $750,000, it's 1.575 earnings. Now, as Tanya addressed, there's a 97% SAG actors that are still bartending, waiting on tables, waiting for their big break. 3% of SAG are the high level A-listers, the Denzels, the Tom Cruises, the Kerry Washingtons. I mean, the elite of the elite. So just because you want to be an actor and you pay the $3,000 and you're eligible does not mean you're going to have speaking roles. And I do get a lot of SAG actors, you know this, that come to me. They've had the training, they paid the $3,000, they have a long list on their resume. And I feel like a doctor. I don't know how to prescribe medication to help them unless I know their pain points or what they're ailing from. And every single person that's ever come to me says, I need to meet more people. I know that if I had a chance to meet more agents, more casting directors, that if they can meet me, they would love me. And that's why we're in business. So I really want to express this to you guys. Again, SAG-AFTRA is the union. So for those of you going on websites looking for speaking roles, they're not existent on websites. You're only going to get indie films, student films. You cannot audition for like Black Panther. Somebody told me that they were auditioning for a new Avatar based on an online website. Rubbish, fake, scam, run. Do you guys understand that? So I really want to express that to you. So that's SAG-AFTRA. So I want you to kind of go over like non-union, which you don't book. And then like SAG rates, because you're looking to book real actors, not like
I only do SAG. I'm a SAG franchise agent, so I will only do union jobs. To do a regular, like if it's a co-star role, say again on The Rookie or CSI, if it's just a one-day co-star role, that rate is $1,082. And then plus 10%, my 10% fee is on top. I take 10% of your gross earnings. And then if they buy you on a weekly co-star rate, that rate is $3,756 a day. Then if you move up to a guest star role, which is a bigger role within that one episode, they buy you for one episode for a 5-day, depending on the network, whether it's cable or prime time or streaming services, that can be between $5,000 and $6,500, about $5,500 to $6,000 for a half hour, or for a 1 hour. It can be anywhere from $7,500 to $10,000 for a 1 hour show where they buy you for about 8 days. And that's a guest star role. That's if they buy you for the entire episode on a guest star. And then for films, again, scale is $1,082. Again, weekly scale is $3,756, but I can negotiate more money. I can negotiate 10,000 weekly, 15,000 weekly, or whatever. I can, depending on the size of the role for a studio film. So it depends on your credits and all of that good stuff. And then independent films, you have different scales of like what the budget of the film is. If the budget of the film is like 500,000, 200,000, $1 million, 5 million, you get what's called a modified low budget rate, which is like $335 a day, ultra low budget rate, which is $216 a day. So I'm not getting rich on these independent films. So the only reason I will do an independent film if it's a really good up and coming filmmaker, or if there's like a good name actor attached, which basically takes all the money of the film. So you'll be doing with some really good scenes with the film, or I know that this film is going to be going on the festival circuit that will get you seen by a lot of really good filmmakers, directors, producers, studios, that kind of thing. If it's going to go to Sundance or the South by Southwest or something like that. And then series regulars, that's a whole new ball game. So, if I'm going to put you on a series regular, the series regular contract is 7 years, 6 to 7 years, which means that network, streaming service, or streaming service will be holding you exclusive to that contract, which means you cannot go and do another series regular role. They own your ass. So they have to pay you a certain amount to be holding you exclusive to them. So that's normally ranging from 17,520 or 20,000. And for somebody that's new, that could go up to about 45 to 50,000 per episode right now. That's where I'm seeing the numbers. Normally I'm seeing the
To
numbers.
anybody here, just out of curiosity, $40,000 to $50,000.
I'm seeing the numbers between right now for new people. I'm seeing the numbers between 25 and 45,000 per episode, dependent on Netflix, Apple, CW, CBS, Fox, depending on who it is.
Who is the highest payer that you see? Who do you get, like, who's, when you see it?
I can't tell you who that is.
But I mean,
I'm getting between 50 and 100,000, maybe more plus, but I can't tell
I
you.
know
who's getting
Grace
paid
paid
what.
65,000 per episode.
Oh, like a million an episode, maybe more.
That's pretty good money. I wouldn't
That's
say,
amazing money.
especially
I'll
if
take
you
that.
10%. One's on you. Yeah.
Yeah, because then I would get 100,000 an episode. If you think that's 10 or 22 episodes a season, depending on the network, that's good money.
Good.
Yeah. But I thought you meant my clients.
No.
But-
I'm saying, like, because there was a time back in the
Yeah,
day.
but that's
where
when you're on a
everybody
hit
wanted CW or CW.
Well,
didn't
CW,
pay.
we had Riverdale. They were all new actors, right? So Riverdale started at, like, I think they were 25, 30,000. And by season 3, it was a hit show. So they did a renegotiation and they bumped them from like 30,000 to 100,000 an episode.
But now that the talent can't make money off of syndication, and it's just like, let's just say, like, for the cast of Ozark, #1 show on Netflix, yay! But then they don't sell, like, syndicated. So
They
then how do make money?
did a because it was such a hit show. They did a renegotiation where they bumped their salaries up a lot, so they made money.
Okay, but would you say it's better to be on, like, a Fox versus Netflix? I mean, or now do you feel as though, like, the streaming services pay more money?
We had the streaming services have to pay more money. That's the fight that we have as agents and lawyers, because Fox will generally buy 10 episodes. They normally up it to about 22 or 23 episodes, whereas Netflix are only making 8 to 10 episodes. So if you think about it, if you're making 40,000 an episode and it's making 10 episodes, you're only making 400,000, right, for the season. Whereas if it's a Fox show and say they're making 20 episodes and it's 40,000, you're making 800,000 per season. So we have to justify it with Netflix. Well, you have to pay them more money because you're only making 10 episodes and you're holding them exclusive. So that's the fight that we try and have to justify why Netflix have to pay more money. The streaming service that's paying the most money right now is Apple TV.
Oh, so Apple TV is where it's at, kids. So the morning show, that is great. Ted Lasso, those are all the money makers. That is amazing.
Yeah.
And one thing that baffled me was during COVID, they were still holding people to their contracts, but yet they couldn't go out and work. So how was that happening? I mean, there were indie films, there was so much going on in the world. Who's typing?
I know. Sorry, I missed your question because someone said, Tanya and Alicia, you remind me of who?
Heroin Sue Mender, I don't even know. But but during COVID, what do you do when the Hollywoods was there ever a time in Hollywood that you thought, holy crap, the world as I know it is gone, the movies, the COVID testing still a very big thing in LA, correct? You're still having
I mean, there was 6 months where we did nothing. There was nothing happening, but what was going on was casting just said let's just have people self-tape for the sake of it so we can find new actors. So when everything was down, casting directors were just literally having people self-tape newbies that they didn't know. So all my actors that I knew casting didn't know, they were watching all these people, which is great for us. It was something for us to do. COVID testing is still happening because the numbers are up here in LA right now. Yeah. However, a lot of shows are rescinding COVID vaccinations.
Oh, that's news to me. Okay.
Yeah, some of them are, yes. So they'll still be testing people, of course, because people are still testing. I mean, I'm for the vax. Obviously, that's not. This is not the platform to say that, but people obviously still testing positive whether they're vaxxed or not. So you obviously still have to test, but they're just rescinding that. So people can work.
Yeah,
I think it's about a third of the shows.
Let me see. Somebody had asked a question.
Someone just said, I never had COVID nor will.
Yeah.
How do you know? Okay, carry on.
How many hours do you need to become SAG? Somebody's asking. It's not.
I don't do vouchers. What I do is I actually don't know, because I don't ever do extra work. I never do vouchers, so I've never even looked
It's
into
not
that.
based on hours. It's not like.
But I don't do that. I
hours
can have a
usually.
completely non-union person. And what I do is, because I'm a SAG franchise agent, I always do speaking roles with a name, all my actors. And so what happens is if I have a non-union actor and I submit them on a job, and then the casting director says, okay, we're going to pin him for that, or her for that job. And then they want to book them. I will then tell casting, oh shit, they're non-union. All they have to do is fill out one piece of paper called a Taft-Hartley. They will then Taft-Hartley you into the union. You're then SAG eligible, so you're good to go. So it doesn't matter about vouchers. It doesn't matter about anything. For me, it's fine.
Yeah,
so I don't. Yeah. So for me, I don't care about. But when you're a talent agent, for me, I don't give a shit about vouchers. I don't care about. Oh, sorry, there's a young little one. Kayla, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You know, for me, I could just have the casting director Taft-Hartley you into the union. If you want to do it by yourself, that's fine, but I'm not going to do anything with vouchers or anything. And you know, and also I don't do extra work, and I don't want to see extra work on your resume. Never put extra work on your resume with an agent, because the problem is, this is why, because if there's extra work on your resume and you've got the Rookie on there, NCIS on there, CSI on there, or whatever. If I'm submitting on all these jobs, and I'm submitting on NCIS, and I'm submitting on the Rookie for speaking roles, and you've put these shows on your resume, but you haven't put extra work next to them, Jason Kennedy from NCIS will go, hold on a minute, your client says that they've already done NCIS. I can't bring them in to read for this.
Right.
But then I have to remind them, oh, it was an extra job. So, you know, you're going to kind of pull yourself out of these jobs. So don't put extra work on your resume.
And don't ever put auditions on your resume either. I've seen that.
No. Oh my goodness, really?
Oh, don't even get me started. Now, I kind of wanted to go over something very quickly. I mean, anybody here can do extra work. I mean, literally, you're a body in the scene. It's you're part of the scene.
Yeah.
Really. And I don't have any problem with that. You get to go.
No, not at all. It pays the bills. I think it's great.
But now you're inside like an actual motion picture or a television show. You can kind of see the work, but it's hurry up, get there on time, and you wait. Like you could be on set 8 hours, 15 hours. And I see this a lot. So in New York and LA, primarily where I work, you know, I'd have people come into my offices with like 6-page resume, all arrogant. And they're like, oh, I am an actor. Oh, well, are you a member of SAG? No, but I've been an extra. That doesn't mean that you're eligible for speaking roles, just so you guys understand. Like I see a lot of talent on Backstage and 9/9. They're just booking extra films or indie films, student films, extra work, background work. And the problem with that is you can do it by yourself, or you can come to a company like ours. We're going to help you get SAG eligible within 6 months versus somebody with 6 pages of resume. So I just want you guys to understand, if you are booking work and you are, you know, getting the breakdowns, it doesn't mean, even if you're getting the IMDb on your credits, it does not mean that you're on the right path. And I really want to stress that to you. And we'll go over a little bit more. And I'm going to end a rumor. I heard a rumor that you may be coming to Orlando to maybe come see us soon for one of our programs.
Maybe, if I'm invited.
You are invited. I invited you in Hollywood. So I'll clear that up with you, make sure that the dates correlate.
Yes, I'd come to Orlando as long as there's a glass of wine there.
I will have a whole bottle wait. Anybody here want to have a bottle of wine with Tanya? But I love you, and I love the fact that you.
I see you waving, Kayla. Is that Kayla or Kay? Is that Mum's name?
Where do we get legit classes? Nicole, you're here at VIP. Hi, I work in Broadway. What are you talking about? We'll go over our program and what we do, because we're only as good as our experts. And if Tanya says, hey, this is what your talent need help with, great. We're going to put that together and bundle it up with a little bow. Okay. But we're only looking for serious applicants. I would never want to waste my friendship with Tanya and recommend somebody who can't handle this. Is everybody on here responsible, reliable, professional? Can everybody here make it happen? Because if not, I see a lot of you typing like, pick me. That's not.
There's a lot of smiles on here, which is always nice.
Yeah, smiles are always good. But I will talk to you about Orlando. I will give you the
Yes,
date
of course.
for sure. And then we'll
Yeah.
coordinate that. We got Deneen on the line. But you know I love you and happy. This is the first time
I
I'm
love
really
you.
live.
I
This
love
is-
you. It'll always be great to see you and see everybody. So yeah, I'm
know.
down.
And let me know when you come to New York next, because you never know. Not up New York, LA. I'll be there.
Okay, perfect. Is it? Am I leaving now? Okay.
Not saying I
You can
wouldn't
stay as long as you want. I heard you say wine.
Hi.
Did
All right. Well,
hi.
it's nice. It's nice to see everybody. I'm so happy to be here, and hopefully I look forward to seeing you all soon.
For sure. And for those of you, how many, just out of curiosity, how many of you guys would love to work with Tanya? Type sign me up. Now, Tanya she doesn't train by any means, but you never know. We're friends. And I may just say, hey, Tanya, are you keen on doing some Zoom calls with our talent and getting them into the right place? Yeah.
I actually do enjoy training and helping, and kind of if you had a monologue or a scene, I'm definitely can help redirect and do something like that. I actually really enjoy doing stuff like that. So
yeah,
and then meeting new people and helping you and guide you and all of that good stuff. So
we've got a lot of new people on here. And do you represent children?
we do.
You do?
Yes. Yes.
Any television shows that you've
Well, I had Bailey from the age of 12, and now she's got the 360 deal with Nickelodeon. So I work very closely with Nickelodeon. Yeah.
Good. So guys with children, that's a great hookup right there. I mean,
and I have my young lady. Well, she actually tested for King Richard, and she was for the Selena. It was between her and the obviously the young girl that got it, but she's doing very well now. So yeah, I've had her since she was young.
Good.
So yeah, my young ones are doing well.
Good. Well, you know, Caden is too, and he's already, he's up and coming. Well,
there you go. Yeah.
I know.
I can't believe it's 2 already.
Tell me about it. I know.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I love you so much.
I love you. All right, love you, ladies. I'll see you soon.
Thank you so much, Tanya. Have an amazing day.
Right,
We
bye,
appreciate
you
you
guys.
so much. Bye.
Nice to see you. Bye. Bye, guys.
We have no problem hanging out and getting a bottle of wine, do we, Deneen, with Miss Kleckner?
As soon as you said wine, I came running back to Zoom. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, the one photo shoot mastermind we missed, I missed because I was having my son. And you guys where did she fly to? Nevada or?
We were in Phoenix. We were in Peoria during flood season. I didn't know it rained in the desert. But Miss Tanya and I were driving through the desert in the rain, and there was this incident where I didn't make Tanya endure this with me, but I may have had to pump some gas in like a flood of like 6 inches. I was like, it doesn't rain in Arizona. What is going on? But now I know. Now I know.
And I really want to express this to you. Like Tanya's time is very valuable. I mean, she literally works 2 a.m., 3 a.m. It doesn't stop. So for those of you that have that Fred Flintstone type mentality, clock in, clock out, when you're in show business, it's a lifestyle. It's not a job. And she made it very clear, like she trusts us, and that's why when you're on this call and it's completely free, you have to go through an audition process to even get accepted into our program, because what we're going to do is introduce you to a lot of the people that you met. But again, you can look like an idiot. You won't make me look like an idiot. So this is why we're looking for trustworthy people. Some of you are like, put me in, coach. Okay, but the question is, are you really ready to do this? Your word means nothing until you go through an interview process, just so you guys know. And Tanya, I'm going to text her over the dates and get that all solidified, because I know she wants to come to Orlando, and I'm real excited for that.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I can't wait. How many of you are excited for Orlando? Type Orlando in the comments. If you're excited to go to Orlando and have the opportunity to spend time with Tanya Kleckner, Alicia, Michael, myself, Debbie, type Orlando in the comments. Awesome.
And again,
Let me tell you something.
Applicants. So, this isn't about going to Disney and having fun. I mean, we can do that. That would be a lot of fun to bring Tanya to Epcot and drink around the world. I'm all about that. Which you
I hear drink around the world.
Yeah. I think it's time. I think this is the year, Deneen. This is the year. I'm going to mark it right here live at 3:38 p.m. on what is today, January 8th. You guys heard
January
it first.
8th? Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, guys. So this day has been so flipping amazing. Like I How many of you, your minds are a little bit blown? You kind of feel like you've had a fire hose sprayed into your face? How many of you guys feel like that? I know I do. And you know what? This isn't my first rodeo at this boot camp. So this is what I want to do. We're going to bring Mike back onto the stage in just a moment. But before we do that, I want you guys to I want you to get up and I want you to move. And I want you to be ready to receive. Are you guys ready to receive? So please, everyone stand to your feet. And this, just move a little bit. Just get yourself stretched out. Shake it out a little bit. Maybe jump up and down. I don't care what you do. Get your blood moving a little bit. Because I know we've been sitting for a minute, and I promised you guys at the end of the day yesterday. Oh, hold on. The Funk family is getting their funk on. Hold on. Now I feel like I need to compete with them. Awesome. All right, guys. I just want you to get up and move around. Now I want you to sit down, take some water. Get some water, please. Oh, awesome. All right, guys. So this is what we're going to do. If we have your permission, I'm going to bring Michael back to the stage, and he's going to go over ways that you could possibly come to Orlando. Would that be okay with you guys? If that would be okay, say heck yes in the comments. I want to see some heck yeses. I saw lots of Orlandos. I want to see some heck yeses. All right. All right, guys. So this is what I want you to do. You know what to do, but I'm going to tell you one more. Well, I'm going to tell you a couple more times. And just so you know, too, after Michael speaks, we still are going to talk about living from your heart, finding your why. We're going to talk about how you have all the success you already need inside of you, but you need to be surrounded by the right people to help draw it out of you. And we're also going to hear from the one, the only, the beautiful Mr. Ryan Colby later.
He's the
who's
best
going to
for
be doing
last.
Model
He is
Garage.
the prettiest of them all. You know this?
He is Cinder, mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all? Of course, it's Ryan Colby. So we have so much more to do, so much more to go over today. We've already gone so far. And I told you today is Transformation Day. And yesterday I was talking to you about how, and you heard Mark Schoenfeld talk about this. You heard George Chanos talk about this today. You literally heard every speaker from yesterday talk about this. You have to lean into those things and maybe make you a little bit uncomfortable, because everything you want is on the other side of discomfort. Everything you want is on the other side of you saying yes to yourself. So before Mike starts talking, this is what I want you to do. I want you to go ahead 5 years in the future in your mind. And I want you to look back, and I want you to give yourself today a high five, because today is the day. I told you at the beginning of the day yesterday, I'm telling you right now, this is the moment that's the most important moment for your career, right here, right now. So be fully present in the moment. And what I want you to do is give the one and only Mr. Michael Funkin a resounding rouse of applause.
That's a tongue twister.
I swear, it's only water in my jug, guys. It's only water in my jug. All right, Mr. Funkin, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, awesome. All right, guys, how's everybody doing? I've been seeing a lot of great comments, so I'm glad everybody's learning a lot. So that's really awesome. I'm just going to go over this with you guys really quickly. Alicia and Deneen will do Q&A on this later on today. But I know, first of all, thank you to everybody that reached out to me, and I got a lot of nice messages on Instagram and Facebook, and a lot of people were, I know, reached out to Deneen and Allie about being able to come to Orlando. So I'm just going to go through this with you guys, and then we're going to continue the show, and then we'll do just Q&A at the end. When I was putting this together, you know, this is the first event of the year, I wanted to do something really special. And I think this is something that'll really change people's lives and really set you on the right course for the entire year. And I put a lot of thought into this, and I want to share it with you guys. I'm going to go through everything step by step. So just bear with me. And like I said, we'll do Q&A on anything you have here, but this is really designed to really help you accelerate your career and you know, really being able to have a great opportunity to invest in yourself and really change your life and have a great experience, a great time, and really meet some great people. We've been doing this for so long, and we're so good at this, and we just really want to expand our community with the right people. So with that thought in mind, this is the Orlando Summertime Experience. All right, so we're going to be going to Orlando, springtime of 2023, which springtime is just right around the corner. We're probably looking at, I'm not sure the exact dates. We'll have the exact dates next week for this. I'm putting everything together, but you'll have a few months to get ready and prepared for this. So, which makes this perfect. So it's not like you're dependent upon starting everything until once you get to Orlando. You'll be starting everything immediately, literally this week. So let me go through everything with you. So Orlando Summertime Experience, what it includes is you're gonna have a 4-look photo shoot with a celebrity photographer. So that means we're gonna, kind of what we talked about earlier, really getting together your portfolio, getting you there on set, getting you prepared. Our normal price for a photo shoot, if somebody was just purchasing that on their own, is $24.97. But here you're gonna get a 4-look photo shoot. You're gonna get a professional hair and makeup artist, which is priceless. You're also gonna do a photo shoot prep with Ryan Colby, so that's gonna be done online. Ryan Colby is going to be working with you. He's actually going to be doing a 6-week training, which I'll talk about in a moment, but he's going to be doing an ongoing continuous training. So you'll have opportunity to work with him 2 different ways. One is preparing for the photo shoot, and then also with an ongoing training, working with him, really guiding your career, preparing your career. And this is going to be the same hands-on approach that he does with some of his top models and models that he's placed around the world. So now you're going to get the 4-look photo shoot with celebrity photographer, $24.97, professional hair and makeup artist. You can get the photo shoot prep with Ryan Colby. I put that as a value of $4.97 just for his time to be able to do something like that. We're also going to be doing a special YouTube, TikTok virtual training. So we're really going to spend an entire weekend going through YouTube, TikTok. We're going to talk a lot about technology, AI. So this is going to be like a whole weekend training. We're going to be bringing on some really great people. I would imagine George will be there, and he'll really take you on a deep dive. Plus a lot of really high level influential people that really understand where social media is heading and really how to be at the forefront of utilizing both artificial intelligence and social media to really create a powerful platform for you to build your voice and so forth. And this is going to be, I put that as a value of $19.97, but honestly, the level of training you're going to get on that weekend is probably worth tens of thousands of dollars, if not more, if you were to try and do that, something like that on your own. So now you're going to get the 4-look photo shoot, celebrity photographer, professional hair and makeup artist, photo shoot prep with Ryan Colby. You're going to have the special technology, YouTube, TikTok virtual training. We're also going to do a virtual agency meet and greet. So I want people to really get prepared for our big events coming out to Orlando, meeting with agents and so forth. So we're actually going to get together some of our best top casting people, some of our top agents, a lot of our new casting and producers and directors that are dealing with the more family orientated, the more faith-based and heart-based films. And we're going to do a virtual agency meet and greet, which just means you're actually going to get to come on. It's going to be like an open forum. You'll get to hear from them. You'll get to talk with them, interact with them. So it's going to be a really great opportunity to really start discovering a lot of different agencies and a lot of different casting companies, what they're looking for, and starting to build that relationship and really getting to know them. It's going to be very limited. So it's going to be very personalized. It will be done online. So again, location doesn't matter, but I think this is going to be something that new that we're doing. We've kind of done some things like this in the past during COVID, and some of our biggest success stories came out of this. So I think this is something exciting now that we're out of COVID to be able to utilize not only the live events, but also now the virtual events to really have a more hands-on approach. So the boot camp that you guys have been going through this weekend is a little bit different. It's very educational, we don't have the time to be able to do the interactions because of the volume of people that are here. But with something like the virtual agency and meet and greet, it'll be a much smaller setting. So it'll be very personalized for the people that are there. So not only are you going to get the 4-look photo shoot with celebrity photographer, professional hair and makeup artist, you'll have the photo shoot prep with Ryan Colby, the YouTube, TikTok, virtual training, technology training, AI, virtual agency meet and greet, but we're also going to have a live agency meet and greet in Orlando. And that's something where we're actually going to have some of our top agents there. I know Tanya Kleckner is going to be one of them. So for those of you who want to have the opportunity, of course, we'll be doing a big event in LA later in the year or early next year. But this will really be a great way for you to launch your career and get to meet with her and work with her in a personalized setting in Orlando. So not only are you gonna have the 4-look photo shoot, celebrity photographer, professional hair and makeup artist, photo shoot prep with Ryan Colby, the YouTube, TikTok virtual training, virtual agency meet and greet, the live agency meet and greet in Orlando. We're also going to have, for anybody who's new, we're going to represent them for Truth Management, which means now we will be your mother agency. So there'll be no more concerns about whether something's legitimate or not. We're going to be your mother agency, which means we have the opportunity to submit you out for work. They handle any questions, they handle any development, go over any contracts, and then of course, getting you placed with larger agencies. So, I'm going to tell you one thing, we are, heart-based, faith-based agency. So, the opportunity you see what we're doing on this weekend, just now imagine us doing that 24/7 for you, really working behind the scenes to get you as successful as possible. For those of you who went through all our reading material and you see all the success stories, all the people we placed, all the people appearing on TV shows and magazines and covers, it all begins with having representation by Truth Management. Obviously, something like that is priceless. In addition to that, Ryan Colby, like I said, he's going to be doing a 6-week training. He's really going to go in depth on the industry. Of course, it's going to be fun. He'll be doing the model garage every week and so forth. But Ryan, all our speakers, and I think all our speakers, they all work from the heart. They're all really good people. But Ryan Colby, I think, is one of the top ones for really helping people reach that next level. And to be able to spend those 6 weeks with him every week, in a virtual setting, but in a very small setting, I know we've done this before, and just getting him to know you, to really help guide you before coming out to the shoot, working with you on the prep calls, I think is really priceless. And again, I just kind of price that just based upon his time, and when I say $497 is his time, I'm talking about for the hour, he's spending with you. You got to realize this man has 40-year career in the industry. So not only are you going to get the special 6-week training with Ryan Colby, you're going to have fun with him doing the model garage, but you're also going to get the 4-look photo shoot, celebrity photographer, professional hair and makeup artist, the photo shoot prep with Ryan Colby, the YouTube, TikTok virtual training, AI training, the virtual agency meet and greet, the live agency meet and greet in Orlando, which is going to be so much fun. You'll also have Truth Management representation, the model garage, special 6-week training with Ryan Colby. But we're also going to be doing a special improv and acting training with Robert Galinsky ongoing for like the next 3 months. So that's going to be something really, working with Robert, and we've had him on very special occasions, and Robert's schedule is very hard to tie down, and we're really lucky that at the beginning of the year he was gracious enough to be able to give us this time every week to really prepare our talent at the highest possible level. So you'll be doing an ongoing training with him. So now he will become your acting coach. So not only will you be getting the improv and acting training with Robert Galinsky, you'll be getting the 4-look photo shoot, the professional hair and makeup artist, the photo shoot prep, the virtual training, YouTube, TikTok, AI, the virtual meet and greet, the live agency meet and greet in Orlando, which is going to be so much fun, having the representation from Truth Management, working with Ryan Colby ongoing, the model garage, and then of course having Robert Galinsky as your personal acting coach. And of course, I always like to do bonuses at the beginning of the year. So obviously you're going to get what's called VIP connections, which includes 30X challenge coaching and office hours. That's online, ongoing training every week. So in addition to the bonus training with Ryan and Robert, we also do live acting, modeling training, music training, vocal training, where we have some of the best coaches in the world come on every week. We also have what's called office hours. Office hours is a set time where you can jump on a call, ask questions, see how you're doing, open up and pitch new ideas. It's just really getting, imagine if you were a technologist and you got to sit down with George Chanos for, an hour, and you guys could just talk about whatever you want to talk about, having access to Alicia Kabak or myself or Deneen or some other amazing people. And then in addition, also we have what's called the Vault. You'd get full access to that. Obviously, for the past 3 years, we've been doing online training. So you literally get over 300 hours of training. You could think of it like Netflix. This is all exclusive training just to us. We have like the head of technology for Google. We have Ben Crawford, the Phantom of the Opera. We have people from America's Next Top Model. I have the vice president of the Gap, Banana Republic. I have some of the top agencies in the world. I have the co-founder of Ford Models. Just these amazing people where you literally, it's like Google, you can go in and just do a search. So even if you want to consume all the content in order, you could, or you could just go and, hey, I have an audition coming up. I need to work on my monologue. I know I'm working with Robert on it. Ryan's going to check it, but let me jump in the vault and see what we have on monologues. And it literally is like a Google search. It's just advanced technology called Searchy, where you can just do a search. So now you're going to get, not only you're going to get access to the vault, the VIP connection, 30X challenging, office hours, those are all priceless. You're going to get to have Robert Gerlinski as your personal acting coach, get to work with Ryan Colby on a personal level, truth management representation, live agency meet and greet in Orlando, virtual agency meet and greet, YouTube, TikTok, virtual training, the photo shoot prep with Ryan, professional hair and makeup, and of course the 4-look photo shoot, celebrity photographer in Orlando. And then our mega bonus, which guys, honestly, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. I couldn't even put a price on this. I'm going to be absolutely upfront and honest with you. Les speaks in front of millions of people. His schedule is absolutely booked. Les's fee is $35,000 for an hour of his time to speak at an event. And he really loved you guys. And he loved doing this. I know Alicia and Deneen spoke about it, but he's never been to anything like this. And he's so heart-centered. He's so faith-based. So we're going to be doing a live meet and greet training with Les Brown. This is going to be exclusive to VIP. This is exclusive only to the people on this call. This is not going to be offered anywhere else. And not only we're going to do this virtually. Now, do realize Les is 77 and his schedule is very tight. But my hope is not only will you be able to work with him online in a personalized manner, we're going to put together a whole weekend. I have to narrow down the dates on this. So this will be different than the Orlando. But my goal is to have him actually come out and do a meet and greet in Orlando too. So not only will you have this opportunity to work with him virtually, but also have him coming by the event, having some photos, getting the opportunity to thank him. This here alone is life-changing. Like to be able to spend that kind of time with somebody like Les Brown in a setting where he's able to really interact with you one-on-one is going to be absolutely incredible in a very small group setting. So I'm really excited about that. You know, definitely shout out to Alicia for really making these connections and making these things happen. So this is something we'll have this all narrowed down. Can't promise him 100% in Orlando, but that's my goal. Put it this way, if he falls in love with you even more on the virtual event, I can guarantee you, I know him from the heart. There will be nothing that'll stop him from coming and meeting everybody in person in Orlando. So, but again, this is something just to be able to have that time with him. I know every moment I get to talk with him is absolutely priceless. So if you were to put this all together and you would, kind of put this together as like a full package, the value of this is $15,976. Obviously, that's not what we're going to charge you, but this is a real life value. Like if you were to go out and try and do these things on your own, you'd probably invest this or if not a lot more. So I wanted to do something really special for you guys. And I kind of put together, a price that was fair, that kind of could compensate everything of $49.97. But for everybody who's on this call, you guys will absolutely get a mega opportunity for my fast action takers of only $29.97. So not only will you get the photo shoot, the professional hair and makeup artist, photo shoot prep with Ryan Colby, YouTube, TikTok, virtual training, virtual agency meet and greet, the live agency meet and greet in Orlando, truth management representation, the model garage, the 6-week training with Ryan Colby, having Robert Gerlinski as your acting coach for improv and acting training, the VIP connections and 30 Act Challenge X coaching, just the office hours alone to be able to jump on a call with Alicia and really be able to plan out your career. That's priceless. You're getting decades of people's lives here. And if this is something, what we're doing here for free, can you only imagine when you make such a small investment? Of course, access to the vault, and then of course, the virtual meet and greet training and interaction with Les Brown himself. So again, not $15,000, not $49.97, but for our fast action takers, it's only $29.97. And then of course, just like anything I put together, this is very limited, obviously for obvious reasons. And for people who are brand new, and I know people are always shocked about this when I say this, but for those people who are brand new, they're like, well, what are guarantees? There are no guarantees in life, but we offer $1 million guarantee. And what I mean by that is, I like to say, you know what? This is no risk. There's no risk to you. And what I mean by that is make the investment in yourself, come to the trainings, jump on the calls with Robert and Ryan, come out to the photo shoot, do everything on that list, get every single thing on that list. And by the time your photo shoot is done, if you felt that you didn't get $1 million in value, just come see me or Alicia and let us know, and we'll fully refund you to $29.97. We won't even question it. And I know people are always shocked. They're like, wait a second, Mike. So I can get all of that. I can literally do everything. And all I have to do is just say I didn't get $1 million in value and you'll give me my money back. Like, wouldn't people take advantage of you? Yeah, people would. But here's the thing. I believe because we are heart-based and the things that you're learning, if you're here on this call for 2 days, that you wouldn't be that type of person. And if you were that type of person, you know what? I wish you the best in your life, because if you were so petty to take advantage of people, I think we would see that. Like, people would recognize that. And I think it would limit your chances of success, because I invest in myself all the time, because at the end of the day, it's all about living your dreams, right? Living your dream begins the moment you realize your passion and just discover just how far talent can take you. So there's a special link. You can see it right there. I know my assistant is going to post that in the comments. This is very limited. Alicia and Denise will take Q&A on this later on. They'll go through everything again. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As we move forward throughout the year, there'll be other opportunities, but they're going to be very limited. Right now, I already have our event in New York planned. I have our event in Miami planned. Now I have Orlando that I'm putting together. And then we have Puerto Rico. So my year is really going to be booked. We have Broadway shows. We have a lot of things we're working on. We have some films in pre-production and some scripts. And if you want to be a part of all this, this is your opportunity today. Okay. I cannot guarantee you there will be other opportunities like this in the future. And the best time to take action is now. This is your time. Start building that community. Start building that training. Start those actions that put you at the forefront of your competition. Okay. So with that thought in mind, I'm going to turn this back over to Ms. Deneen and Alicia. I know we have another speaker that's going to be coming on board, and I'm sure they have some other stuff they want to cover you. But guys, this is an absolutely great opportunity. Please, please do not let it pass you by. All right, guys, I will talk to you in a little bit.
That's tremendous. Not to mention, we're also producing Les Brown's new show in New York City, which we're very excited about. And some of our inner circle will be working very closely on that. This is tremendous. All right. I see a lot of you guys asking questions. We can go over everything, I promise. Let me ask you a question. Now that you know about Orlando, who wants a ticket? Go ahead and type, I want a ticket. Let me just see very quickly. We're about to announce our next guest. For those of you, we offered something called our Mickey's Experience, and we can go over that later on a one-on-one. And that's going to be different than this. And we can go over kind of like what you're getting on that one versus this one and what you're not. And again, you're going to want to sign up for a final interview regardless, even if you think you're going to Orlando. This is completely new. Now, one thing I do want to mention while we're waiting for Deneen to come on is that when I got invited to go out to dinner with Les Brown and my mentor, Bill Walsh, who is one of the most amazing people in the whole entire world. Bill always says to me, Allie, I can introduce you to anybody that I feel that would benefit your life, your career, your business, but it's up to you to wow them. And, I think about this and I think about Les, and I'm like, man, I did get a chance to go to dinner with Les Brown, and that was amazing. I have amazing pictures and memories from that night, but that's all it could have been. And, exchanging information with Les, follow me on Facebook and Instagram. And I did get his cell phone number, which was to his assistant. He had followed up with me that night asking if I wanted to come to a taping, because he was actually recording live for a big company in like Hong Kong, which again, he gets compensated $50,000 for like a 5-hour training. And I sat there with him and I was just so awestruck that this amazing guy, I was able to see the microphones and the lights and the cameras and see because he was filming advertisements for something else. He's 77, but he is sharp as a tack. And he said to me, he said, man, when you walk into a room, you light up this room. I said, well, what do you mean by that? He said, it's energy. And I thought to myself, how many people do I know that have spent so much time and money wanting to get into show business and they think everything is not real or, okay, this is why we had a free weekend. So my question for you is, if I put you face to face in front of somebody, if I did my job by introducing you to some of the most amazing people in the world, like you heard Tanya Kleckner, star, like she represents some of the stars on hit TV shows. She loves our event because she knows that we're only going to bring qualified, vetted people to her. So the question is for everybody here, what can you do with these types of connections? Somebody type, what can you do with these types of connections? Because I can guarantee you, I will put you face to face in front of everybody you need to meet. But the question is, when I put you face to face in front of Tanya, in front of Les, in front of, you know, these top agents and casting directors, why would they want to work with you? So tell me. Yeah, you could. You could rule the world. The question is, what can you do with these connections? And the answer is anything you freaking want. Do you guys understand that? Every single person here wastes time and money sitting up on websites, hoping and praying that they get discovered. Have you guys not seen the state of this world? It's a little bit crazy. Okay, real casting directors don't go to websites to hire. For those of you that have done pageants and showcases and you got photos done, that's sweet, but that's not going to help you get into Hollywood. Okay, and I really want, I mean, this is not about luck. This is about opportunity and preparation. So I'm excited Deneen is here. We have our next guest, but I really want you guys to understand, like, some of you are just ships in the night. Like, I'm going to take you 1 degree and get you exactly where you need to be, but you need to trust the process, listen, put your ego aside and say, I need to do this. This isn't I want, it's I need. Because if that's not you, please don't apply. You will waste my time. I don't want to get to know you. It's like going to a puppy store with a kid. I don't even want to hold you and give you a name and think about what kind of cute Burberry sweater you should be wearing, because I don't want to get to know you. So please don't schedule if you're not serious. I would think, Deneen, anybody that's been on this call for 2 full days, I'm hoping that they're serious.
Yes, and just so you know, everyone needs to schedule, whether you're inner circle, whether you have already been a part of the Mickey Orlando experience, everyone does need to schedule because we need to talk to all of you. So yes, we do need our IC people to schedule as well, because the Les Brown event that we're going to be doing is very exclusive, and so yes, we do need everyone to schedule. Okay. Excuse me, a little tickle in my throat. Awesome. All right, guys, so we're going to answer more questions later about the Orlando experience. We're really excited about it, but right now, how many of you would like to really lean into your why? That's one of my favorite topics, and I feel like I've said that about every topic we've talked about today, because they are all my favorite topics. But now what we're going to do is we're going to lean into your why, because one of the things that I've learned throughout my whole life is when you have a why, you show up. You show up when you don't feel like it. You show up when the whole world will tell you don't show up, you still show up. So what I want to do is I'm going to introduce our next speaker, and he is one of the most heart-centered people that I've ever met in my life. When you hear him, you're going to hear he wears his heart on his sleeve. So Craig Bruce is a performance and lifestyle consultant to high-performing business leaders and entrepreneurs. He has partnered with hundreds of high-performing business leaders and entrepreneurs to ignite you so that you can get even more out of your life, relationships, and career. He is the founder and managing principal of Evolve Health and Lifestyle, and is going to share with you today about joining his Ignite You community. He is a super proud dad of 2 Aussie doodles, Baskins and Baker. They are super adorable, by the way. When he's not coaching clients, you will find him walking the talk by training his body, cycling, traveling, and hanging out with the relationships that matter most to him. He is a former partner in a global management consulting firm for 25 years and managed a line of business across 10 countries in Latin America while based in Sao Paulo, Mexico City, and Miami, growing that business tenfold for over 10 years. How many of you here would like to partner today with someone who's walked in your shoes as a leader, as a business leader, and transformed his health and lifestyle to look and feel great. If you could be a part of his Ignite You community, jump on it. I'm a part of his Facebook group. Oh my gosh, changes my life every day. Every day I'm reignited. He also worked as a performance and lifestyle coach at Equinox Sports Club in Los Angeles, coaching business leaders to optimal performance and health and consistently ranking in the club's top 10 coaches. His passion to empower business leaders and entrepreneurs to maintain their high level of performance while also prioritizing themselves led him to create his Ignite You community, where business leaders can embrace their uniqueness and soar. He is on a mission to transform the lives of business leaders and entrepreneurs from their current status to their Evolve 3.0. How many of you would like to learn how to stay a high performer and prioritize you without sacrificing your career, personal relationships, and health? If that sounds like you, please give a rousing round of applause to the one, the only, Mr. Craig Bruce.
Hey, hello, everybody. Hello, Ignite VIP. Do you guys know how much I love hanging out with this community? If you know how much I love hanging out with your community, go down to your reactions and give me a heart. I want to see.
I'm going to give you a heart right now.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Well, a huge thanks to Michael, Alicia, and Deneen for giving me this opportunity to just share some insights with you. I am super excited. And Deneen, thank you so much for that, that amazing introduction. The check's in the mail. I
look forward to it. Thank you.
Okay, awesome, cool. So when Deneen asked me to share some insights on living from your heart and finding your why, or as I like to think, your life's purpose, I said, I can absolutely do that. How long do I have? And she said, 30 minutes. And I said, well, I think I can do that. That normally takes me 8 to 12 weeks with the business leaders that I'm working. But because you guys are super advanced, I know we can get that done in 30 minutes. So before we get started on that, I want to know what's been your, and type this in the chat, what's been your biggest takeaway or your biggest aha from the boot camp? I've been to the boot camps and I absolutely know that it's value after value after value. What's your, type in the chat, what's your biggest takeaway? I'd love to see. Thank you, everybody. Lean into your fear. Wow. A setback is a setup for a comeback. Kai, I love that. Anybody else? Stay out of the poor mindset. Yeah, mindset is so critical. Love yourself and don't take no for an answer. Invest in yourself. Wow. Say yes. Wow, that's just some amazing insights. And so it sounds like you guys have, if you've had an amazing day and a half, almost 2 days, type a 1 in the chat because we're going to keep that going. Awesome. Look at all those ones. So I want to ask you a question. We're going to take the next 28 minutes to really do some reflecting. If you're ready for reflecting, doing some reflecting, give me a thumbs up. Let's see it. I got you on gallery. Awesome. So I want you to take a moment to think about this question. And here's the question. Why might it be important for you to live your life from your heart and to fulfill your life's purpose? I'm going to repeat that. And then I'm going to give you a couple minutes to think about that. Why might it be important that you live your life from your heart and fulfill your life's purpose? Just take a moment and reflect that. If you've got a pen, write it down. Take a moment. I would sing for you, but it's been years since and I'm sure some of you might even laugh. So we'll just take a moment and just pause while you answer that question. Why might it be important that you live your life from your heart and fulfill your life's purpose? And feel free as you're thinking about this and it's coming to mind, feel free to, I see some people already putting it in the chat. Wow, we'll give people a few minutes and then we'll take a look at a couple. You guys are amazing. Because you only have one life and you need to enjoy every bit of it. I love that, Janie, that's our purpose, and it's our life's responsibility to fulfill that purpose once you know your purpose. Thank you, Janie. Candace, so you don't have regrets. Yeah. Desha, in order to change the world into a positive direction and to leave my mark on this earth, man, Desha, we need more folks like you in today's totally dysfunctional world. Everyone and everything is tied to purpose and destiny. It's necessary and only within that. I love it, Rome. Love it, love it, love it. To feel free, Sonia. Life is too short, Wanda. Man, you guys are amazing. So I believe that everybody has a purpose inside them, and life is always guiding us toward that purpose. Many of you, some of you might know Michael Bernard Beckwith. Michael Bernard Beckwith is the founder and spiritual leader of the Agape Spiritual Center here in Los Angeles. And he has a quote that I absolutely love. And that quote is, "What is life's idea as my life trying to emerge?" Let me repeat that. What is life's idea as my life trying to emerge? And Oprah says, life is about becoming more of who you really are. Life is about becoming more of who you really are. So before we work on your life's purpose, would it be okay, if it's okay, just give me a thumbs up if I just share a little bit about my journey? If that's okay, would that, is that okay? Awesome, you guys are amazing. So I led this for over 25 years. I led this life as a busy global executive. 2.5 million miles on one airline and 1 million miles on another. And I wore it like a badge of honor. I even bragged about it to my friends. And yet, 8 years later, when I look back at that life, I could buy anything I wanted. I was living, but I wasn't alive. Can anybody here relate to that? I was living, but I really wasn't alive. So much so that one night I'm returning from a 15-hour day, and I board my flight, and the flight attendant looks at me and said to me, "Yeah, Betty, I was going through the motions. I was on that proverbial hamster wheel and I just couldn't jump off." Anybody feel like that? And the flight attendant looked at me, and I thought she was going to ask me what I wanted to drink, but instead she said to me, "You look horrible." And suddenly, just tears began to well up. And I said, "Craig, man, stop crying. You're a grown man. You're crying in public. Your life sucks." But to everybody else, man, I was killing it. But the truth was, I was killing myself. And like I said, I was living, but I wasn't alive. And the very next day, I landed in the doctor's office and she ordered bed rest. And do you guys know what my version of bed rest was? It was my laptop, my cell phone, and conference calls from my bed. And it was in that moment that I knew something had to change. And that's when I went on this journey to really research science-based behavior and practices for the mind and body. And I'm happy to say, and a lot of that was figuring out my why. And I'm happy to say 8 years later, I'm living out my why. And that's why I'm on a mission to empower and develop and empower high-performing business leaders and entrepreneurs like you. You're all entrepreneurs, to embrace their uniqueness and soar. And so with that, what I'd love to do is to really, I'm going to share with you the 2 questions that I think, based on my experience, that you have to ask yourself to move closer to living from your heart and finding your life's why. If that's of interest to you, type a 1 in the chat. Awesome, man. That's why I love hanging out with you guys, because you're so interactive. So keep it up. But before I share with those 2 questions, what really is a life's purpose? What is your why? What's a definition of that? Type that in the chat if you have some ideas. Who's got some ideas on what your life's purpose or your why is? Let's see your thoughts. So I'll tell you what my experience is. The reason you strive to be all that you can be, right? To tell stories, passion and service. Oh, I love that, AA. To be a light and an advocate. Yeah. So your passion and your life's why is really the reason you exist. It's how you are in service to others. It's really bigger than you. And it's about how you're impacting others. You know, Deneen said that it's about when some days you don't want to get out of bed, but you've got a bigger reason to get out of bed. That's what it gives you direction. It gives you focus. I have a client, as we were working with a client, I was working with a client, and we were having this discussion. And I love this quote from my client. This is Claire. She said, "My life's purpose gets me back on track to focus on what is important and where I want to make a difference in the world." That summarizes a lot of what you guys have been typing. Oh, I see Catherine and Michael Funk. I see that heart. Thank you. I'm seeing it. I'm feeling it. All right. So here are the 2 questions, and I'm actually going to type them in the chat. So here are the 2 questions. And we're actually going to spend a little bit of time. We've got 17 more minutes. I'm going to type these into the chat. So here's question number 1. Question number 1 is, who am I? Who am I? And we'll come back. And question number 2 is what's important to me? Oh, good question. Yeah. So let's explore a little bit more. So who am I is really about clarity and intention. It's about getting clear on who you are and how you're going to show up every day. And it's about setting an intention. And there are 4 questions within who am I that I want you to consider. And I'm going to type them all in, and then I'm going to give you a few minutes. Here are the 4 questions that will help you determine who you are. Question number 1. What does your ideal life look like? So, Luisa, you are an actress. You might be even more than that. So many of my clients actually identify, and so did I, when people asked me what I did, I said, I'm a partner in a global management consulting firm. Honestly, I'm a hell of a lot more than that. So the first question is, what does your ideal life look like? Think about it. The second question to think about who you are is, what makes me happy and gives me energy? The third question is, what qualities do I most like expressing? What qualities do I most like expressing? What makes me happy? What does my ideal look like? Ideal life look like? And third, what are you great at doing? Because when your purpose or your life's why and your passion and your expertise come together, man, oh man, it's a good feeling. And I work a lot with my clients to really figure out what those components are. All right. Who's got some notes that they want to share in the chat about the answers to those questions? We'll take a couple. What does your ideal life look like? How about let's do this? I'd love to hear a voice. Somebody raise your hand, go down and raise your hand, and we'll call on somebody. Okay, Catherine and Michael Funk, we're going to take one. All right. Deneen, can you unmute, or maybe I can unmute?
I got you, sir.
Thank you. You are amazing. I don't think I've told you that today.
Why, thank you, sir.
Thank you for choosing us.
Yeah. So give us 60 seconds.
Okay. Who wants? I mean, I have my thing, but I'm always trying to give them the
You go
stage.
first.
You want me? Well, there's only one of us.
All right, let's go.
Okay. So my ideal life looks like that I'm able to help who I get up for in the morning. I always love the term, who needs my A game when my feet hits the floor.
Oh, I love it.
And so my A game is myself, my purpose. I'm up at 3:30 in the morning and I do meditation and prayer for an hour. So for myself and to connect with God. And then what's the purpose from there? Because then once it's guided that way, I know my day is going to go the right way. And so my kids, I'm a single mom with 4 kids. They're getting older, but they're my A game. Also my impact, my purpose for bringing light to the world to help people know that they're not alone. They are. I'm writing a book right now. I can't quite tell the title, but it's about how to know and receive personal revelation in the different languages that is spoken to us through God or universe or whatever. So it's just like helping people be able to be good receivers, because when people can receive, they can know direction in their life.
Very cool. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. Let's take one more. Marjorie Cleveland. Let's hear from Marjorie. Marjorie, how did you answer those questions around who you are? You might be muted.
Who are we unmuting? I'm sorry.
Marjorie Cleveland.
Okay, Marjorie, got you. Marjorie, you have to unmute.
Marjorie, will you unmute?
Marjorie, we can see your lips talking, but we can't hear your voice. Click on mute.
Okay, is that better?
So, I mean, you're beautiful when you're talking, but we want to like hear your voice as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm a person that has a really big heart. I'm empathetic. Even as a child, I was able to put myself in other people's places. And throughout my life, all the things that I've been through, that is one thing that I have fought to hold on to is my heart, to always be the person that I've always been.
Yeah.
Even though I just turned 61, I'm still the 5-year-old that I've always been. In my heart, I'm who I am. I'm Margie, and that's what I'm always going to be. And my passion is to provide generational wealth for my bloodline, because as a culture, my people don't believe that we should leave anything behind. And I think that that's one of our purposes, is to prepare a path for those behind us so that they can excel further than we have. And no one has done that for me. And I want to put that in place for my daughters and my grandchildren, and for any bloodline of mine that comes along. And what makes me happy is being with my children and my grandchildren, being with my family and just feeling their love and knowing that they'll always be there for me. That really makes me happy as far as my daughters and my grandchildren, because my family, as far as my mom and my sisters, we're not very close.
Yeah.
So I've had to live with that and deal with that, but it's just what life has dealt with me. And I have to be okay with that and not deal on it. So
Marjorie, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. I think I'm going to speak for the group. We can feel your passion. We can feel that this is bigger than you. If you guys can feel that, go down and give Marjorie a heart. So thank you, and we can feel it. Thank you. And you know, that's what's so amazing, I believe, about this community. And it's why I love spending time with this community, because it truly is a community. So we're going to actually, thank you for everyone for volunteering. We're going to move on. So we're going to lower your hands. So that was question number 1. Question number 2, remember, was what's important to me? What's important to you? And this is really all about your values. And values are principles. Values are principles that guide how you behave. They're beliefs, they're standards that are important to you. Some examples of values are your health, your integrity. Maybe it's your spirituality. Maybe it's kindness. Maybe it's your family. Maybe it's hard work. So I want you to take a couple of minutes, and I want you to identify the top 3 values that you hold dear to you, that guide your behavior. I'll share with you mine. And they guide every decision that I make. Value number 1 is connection to my source. Value number 2, my health and wellness. Value number 3, long-term relationships. And value number 4, being surrounded with diversity and inclusion. Those are my 4 values. What are your top 3 or 4? April says integrity, providing love. So take a moment And feel free to type in the chat, what are your top values? And then the cool part is we're going to put question number 1 and question number 2 together and create your I am statement. Good. Kai says help, discipline, empathy, and compassion. Marjorie, thank you so much for transparency, love, treating people as I would like. It's that old golden rule, right? That my Southern grandma taught me. Top value, selflessness. Thank you, Jan. Rome or Rome, God, people, health, love. Love it, love it, love it. You guys are in the right place, in the right community. Loyalty, trust, and wellness. Thank you, Masharad. Betty, self-care, health, and wellness. Amazing. Okay, so you guys have got this. Now, here's the cool part. How do you, if you're up for creating an I am statement, combining question number 1, the answers to question number 1, who you are, and question number 2, what's important to you, type a 1 in the chat. So here's how it all comes together. And I can't believe I'm doing this in 30 minutes. Deneen, you may have created a monster here. Okay, here's how it all comes together. And I'll share with you a couple of examples from my clients. In the matter of my life, who I am is ... Let me give you a couple of examples of clients. These are high-performing business leaders and entrepreneurs just like you. One of my clients, Catherine, said, who I am in the matter of my life is passionate, funny, smart, generous, fun to be around, genuine, honest, direct, and trustworthy. I own my truth. Another one of my clients, a doctor, said, in the matter of my life, who I am is the CEO, engaged in life, owning my happiness that comes through family, travel, nature, spirituality, and love. I want you to take a moment. We got 3 minutes left. I want you to take a moment and create your I am statement. It won't be perfect. It will evolve, pun intended. In the matter of my life, who I am is ... And anybody who wants to share in the chat, please feel free to share. Janie, thank you so much. I am honest but tactful. Love it, Louise. Louise, in the matter of my life, who I am is a person who has learned to be true to herself, allowing me to be true when dealing with others, giving me the freedom to be whoever I want. Thank you, Marjorie. Shannon, in the matter of my life, who I am is an empathetic, hardworking, passionate, and dedicated being. Awesome. Candace, in the matter of my life, who I am is a healed, confident leader who manifests everything God needs me to manifest. Oh man, you guys are giving me goosies. A light source, a source of light and love that has a mission to show people they're loved and to reach their full confidence and highest self determined to break through everything. Oh man, Rome. Hey, can we bring Rome Key up King, and I hope Rome or Rome King. Where are you? Would you raise your hand so we can, there you are, buddy. Can we unmute him?
Give me 2 seconds. I'm right here.
Okie dokie.
There we go. There we go. Rome King, unmute yourself, sir.
There we go. Hey, man, is it Rome or Rome?
Rome.
Rome, man, tell us how'd you arrive at that and what, because there's something bigger than you in there.
There is, and it's literally through God. Like literally as I'm sitting here, God is like looking down on me, right? So he's looking down on me that I'm here with VIP Ignite, right? So in its full passion and purpose of what I'm doing in existence of my being as of right now at this moment. Tomorrow I could be dead, right? But right now God is literally, there's things happening through his spiritual realm. And right now I'm here through a miracle through God with you guys. And that is amazing, right? Breathing through him and being able to be here, it's amazing. It's just.
Man, Rome, thank you. Thank you for sharing that, buddy. You're in the right place. Thank you for touching us. All right, guys. How do you feel about what we just did? Type one word in the chat that describes how you're feeling right now. Let's see how you're feeling. Cool, honest, vulnerable, humble, open, thankful, hopeful, encouraged, determined. Love it, love it, love it. Well, I just want to say thank you. I also I would love for any of you who want to join my community, the Ignite You community, feel free. I just put the link. I think that link will work in the chat. I believe that will work. If it doesn't, we'll figure out how to get you. It's been a pleasure. Deneen, back to you.
Craig, you are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that message today. It's always a message in due time when you talk about the heart and your why, is it not, people? Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. I'll text you in a couple minutes.
Okay. Love you.
Love you too. Thank you.
Love you
so
guys.
much.
Alicia, love you. Michael, love you.
Okay. Talking about the heart today is like, I don't know, it's hitting me in a special way today. So, I want to know, everyone, what was your biggest takeaway from not only from what Craig shared, which was absolutely breathtakingly amazing for today, but what was your biggest takeaway from the day? Like, what is it that you're going to take away with you? Because I told Louisa, in a little while, you'll see me cry, trust me, but because you know how I'm addicted to your success, so that's a good reason to cry, is it not, people? But what I promised you guys yesterday that if you showed up and you played full out, that you would be a completely different person, that your life would be different, that your life would change. I told you yesterday, and I told you this morning, that this very moment right here is the most important moment in your career. So what has been your biggest takeaway? Like, what is one thing that you've sensed changing in you that you're going to take with you? I asked you a couple times to imagine yourself 5 years out, looking back to this moment and giving yourself a high five for showing up for yourself. So how are you showing up for yourself? Okay, so Miss Tanya, Miss Brown, Mr. Brown, and Mark. Wow. I know, right? Wow, to say the least. Appreciate yourself and all that you have to share with the world. I love that so much. Confidence, motivation, wisdom are the values I've taken away. That's, you know what? Who said that? Simone, if that's what you took away, that's amazing, because you know what? Those are things that people will notice. When you walk into a room, that's going to set you apart from everyone else. And the reason that we started off 2023 with being heart-centered is because we've realized that authenticity is something that is missing in the world. How many of you have watched movies recently or TV and you're like, you feel like you need to take a shower? Like, oh, you know what? That was great, but ew, I feel so gross. How many of you want to be the change in the world where you're a part of something where people leave and they feel empowered? Imagine watching a sitcom or TV or something like that, and you walk away feeling freaking empowered. When's the last time that happened? I mean, I feel that way when I watch Shark Tank sometimes. I'm like, yeah, I could do that. You go on. Yeah, that's awesome. But the reason that we're changing our focus to being heart-centered and faith-based is because a couple years ago, we noticed that we felt icky every time we watched TV and movies. And that's not to say that there aren't some amazing movies. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I may have watched Maverick like 5 times since it came out. Okay, come on now. How does Tom Cruise not age? Can someone please answer that myth? Someone answer that question for me. Like, how does he look younger than me? And he was like my age when he did the first movie. Come on now. If anyone can help me with that, please. But the point I'm trying to make is this. We know that you were placed on this earth for a purpose. I want everyone to put your hands on your heart right now. Do you feel that heartbeat? That means that you have unfulfilled destiny. That means that you're here for a purpose. And your purpose, you know what? I don't think that there's anything wrong with wanting money, okay? Because you know what it takes, and you know what it takes to change, let's be honest, you know what it takes to change the world? It takes money. You can't do that for free. Like, a smile will change someone's life, but if you feed them and teach them to fish, you're going to change their entire life. The change that you want to make in the world, the change that you need in the world, it takes money. So there's nothing wrong with wanting to have money. People always say that the love of money is the root of all. No, people always say this. Money is the root of all evil. No, it's the money, the love of money, that's the root of all evil. If you're chasing after money first and foremost, that's where problems happen. And the whole point of this weekend was to transform your mindset, to transform you, the way that you see things. Okay, do you feel like you came in here wearing one pair of glasses, then today you put on another pair and you're like, oh my gosh, I can see things more clearly. If you feel like you can see things more clearly, type clearly in the comments. Yeah, I want so much better for my community, right? One of the people that we work with, his name is Randy J. Goodwin. And the first time I ever had an opportunity to speak to him, first of all, Mike and Alicia tricked me. They're like, oh my God, call him, talk for 10 minutes, you'll love him. I was on the phone with him for probably an hour and a half, and he was like, Deneen, I'm going to miss an appointment. I was like, oh my gosh. But the thing I want you to understand is the reason I talked to him for so long is because he made an impression on me. And I'm going to tell you a story about him that I think might speak to a lot of your hearts, because we're talking about being heart-centered. We're talking about having a why. And he's an African-American man, and he is an awesome actor. He was on the show Girlfriends. He was on The Vampire Diaries. He was recently in a movie with Lynn Shay, who you heard was in one of Galinsky's productions. So he's someone who's really closely tied to our company. And he told me the story about when he went out to Hollywood, he was like, he was going all in. He grew up in Omaha, Nebraska. So don't ever tell me that wherever you live, you can't like change the world, right? But he grew up in Omaha, Nebraska. He went out to Hollywood to chase down his dream. And he was chasing it down, chasing it down, chasing it down. But it got to the point where he was living in his car. He was living in his car. And his wife was like, look, here's the deal, sir. I love that you're chasing down your dream. But you know what? If you don't get this role, you got to come home because we have to eat. You have to give it up. And the way the story goes is this, and he'll verify it for you one day soon. But he literally was in his car. It was raining in LA. It rarely rains in LA. except for this year. I think it's raining a lot more in LA this year than ever, but it rarely rains in LA. It was raining and his car had a sunroof. It started dripping on his head. And then he went to start his car. You know the sound of death of the car, right? So he was homeless. His car was broken down. He had to walk himself to go get showered so he could go to that last audition. He got the audition. I'm not telling you that. I mean, that's an amazing story in and of itself. But he went from being homeless to not long after that, because he's an African American man, he wants to portray his community in a way that's not stereotypical. He turned down a $3 million job because hold on. Catherine, can you please pick your jaw up off the ground? Because I feel like it's locked there. He turned down a $3 million job because the opportunity would have presented his community in the wrong way. How many of you believe in your cause so much that you would turn down $3 million because it didn't align with your values? Yeah. We've all done that. I walked away from a job once where I worked for one of the most prestigious dentists in the city of Philadelphia because I was terrified of the way he ran his practice.
That's why our services aren't for sale.
That's why, yeah, exactly. That's why you go through an interview process. And in a couple minutes, we're going to go through and we're going to answer all questions for you. Our next speaker should be on any moment now. But I really want to hit home with you guys why we're talking about being heart-centered, because we want to work with people who have a mission. We don't want to work with you if you just want to be famous or you just want to take advantage. We want to work with people that are heart-centered. You've seen the people that we talked to today. The former Attorney General of Nevada spent time with you today because he loves giving back. Mark Schoenfeld is the pitchman of Hollywood. He was literally packing his bags behind the scenes to get on a plane to go to LA. But he was like, no, D-girl, if you need me, I'm there. Robert Galinsky was in Connecticut visiting his family. But he was like, no, if you need me, I'm there. Craig Bruce. Deneen, please. He says, Deneen, anytime I can contribute to your community, please let me. I'm there. I'm there for you. Literally. I was like, okay, well, how's this? He's like, absolutely. He fit an 8-week program into 30 minutes for y'all. Thank him in the comments, by the way. So now what I want to do is I'm going to introduce you to someone else who's heart-centered. And I will tell you more about this in a little while. But she got me through a couple of the craziest days I've ever gone through. Okay. Not only is she one of the most powerful people in Hollywood, she leads by her heart. So let me introduce you to Antoinette Stratton. Antoinette has worked as a manager for many years and recently as a producer. She originally managed a variety of talent and transitioned to focus on management for her husband, Richard Stratton's career. Antoinette has many projects that she's helped others to develop, bring to the screen, or the publishing world behind the scenes with or for Richard Stratton. Antoinette is a humanitarian and cares about many social reforms and platforms. She volunteers for several nonprofit companies. She believes if you teach a person to thrive and encourage them on their journey, they will have a better chance of succeeding. If you want a better chance of succeeding, type success in the comments right now. And what I want you to do is I want you to welcome to the stage, with all of the fervor you have inside of you, and I know you have a lot more, the one, the only, Miss Antoinette Stratton.
Yay. She's like the godmother of VIP Ignite. I'm just going to put it out there.
Hi, Deneen. Hi, Al. Hi, Michael in the background and everyone else. Hi, guys. I am so happy to be here today. And I'm so happy that you're here because what it tells me is that you want to do this. And what inspires me is watching talent that wants to grow and learn and move forward. Deneen, I caught the end of what you were saying. And guess what? They're in great company because most of you don't know Tony Robbins was homeless. He slept in his car because his mother kicked him out of the house because he kind of partnered with dad number 9 because mom or 8, mom married 4 times. And so he was like 16 years old, 17, she kicked him out of the house. He slept in his car for 3 months. He was going back and forth, and that's how he met Jim Rome. He was like a janitor. And so they're in good company. And another person who was homeless is Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey was also homeless for 3 years and slept and lived in his car and was like, you know, God, there's got to be more. And a door opened for him to be at the, you know, Showtime at the Apollo, which became a job he kept for the longest running 8 years. So not to demean, but it's just going to show that people go through heartaches. But guess what? They go through tough times. We all do. But the bottom line is what's in you is in you from the beginning. What's in me, which we're going to talk about, was in me from the beginning. What was in Steve Harvey or Tony Robbins or Godwin, which I support him dearly, his last name, it was already in us. Nobody put that in us. What happens is, you know what? When you go through these, it just cultivates who you are. And then being around the right people help bring that to fruition. But who you are, that foundation is in you from the beginning. Okay, guys? So the fact that you're here is a big step. And so I'm excited to share with you. There's a lot going on. Ali and Deneen, I'm not going to go into it, but I officially have my website, which I won't give the name. I'll send it to you guys and Mike later tonight. So always working behind the scenes doing something, guys. And this has been like months, Deneen knows. And VIP has been so gracious, guys. They really are my family and gave me videos and pictures. So they've always been my family and always will. So kudos to you guys because I couldn't have done it without you. So I want to say something. I want to tell you a little story, 2 stories, and it's going to apply. We're going to come back together. We're going to, yeah. Catherine's saying my kids were homeless, but it happens. It's life. We're going to come around full circle. So the past 2 weeks have been a little strange and a little crazy for me. Okay. I'm going somewhere with this story. It's going to lead back to the industry, but you got to hear this part of the story just for life. I'm the kind of person, I share my life with you. You're my family. So I wear, listen, why do you want to come up here and say, oh, everything's great. My life is bull crap. Or I wouldn't be where I am, right? Bull crap. Life brings challenges. Life brings toughness. It's not what we go through. And I hope I inspire one of you, even if I inspire one of you by what I'm getting ready to share. It's how we handle what we go through, right? So 2 weeks ago, 3:30 in the morning, I get a call. And when you're getting calls at 3:30 in the morning, it's either bad news or you're going to drunk and you're going somewhere you shouldn't be, right? Like a booty call. And everybody knows I'm married to Richard 20 years. So it wasn't that. So I get a call. Turns out a girlfriend of mine, she's a family member. Forever. She's been in our family and she's an emergency nurse. And during COVID, her daughter she's like 48 years old and she had a 30-year-old daughter, 29-year-old daughter. Her daughter was diagnosed before COVID with a brain tumor, cancer. They were able to manage it. Mom was there with her, but guess what happened? COVID, March of 2020. And when COVID happened, hospitals were filled with COVID patients and we didn't have a vaccine yet. So her daughter was already immunocompromised. Needless to say, her daughter died. Okay. So we went through this battle, right? That day, 2 weeks ago, 5:30 in the afternoon, her son went for a walk. She lives in the suburbs. She's not in Manhattan. And 5:30 is dark now, right, guys? And a lady and her baby in a car seat were driving and the lady hit her son and killed him. And I get the call. And there for her, supported her. Do you need me to come on the spot? Whatever she needs, I'm there, right? I have kids. I can't say I know what it feels like to experience it, but I know I needed to be there, right? I needed her. She needed me. We talk through it. We talk every day. I'm texting her every day. We pick up the phone every day. Support. A few days later, one of my other dearest friends, who has been with us through everything, was diagnosed with breast cancer like 2 years ago, double mastectomy, got through it. I saw her last year when I was there in Florida, and I was thinking about her and I called her. She sounded like this. I know that feeling. I know that sound from my mom being in the hospital, can't breathe. I could hear the bells and whistles from the nurse's station. She didn't want to worry me. Long story short, she's tumors, cancer is metastasized, and the doctor said she's not going to make it. My son, Ivan, is 16. Her daughter, Ivan's good friend, is 16, her husband. You know what, guys? I had one or two ways to handle this. And of course, we're all praying for Michael's mom because we love them. I've been through a lot of things and we don't have time to go through it, but I'm telling you this for a reason. Starting in the 9th grade, I've been through some things with people I love in the hospital, near death. They survived. And what did that do? It taught me a lot of things, because in all of these situations, it turns out that the doctors and I became friends. I've always had a gift of gab. And the doctors were like Mayo Clinic doctors, Duke doctors, right? Ivy League. And they took an interest in sharing things. And in them sharing with, I learned a lot. And I have faith in God. That's first. So in learning all this stuff, being around the right people, the right doctors, I started advocating years ago for my family, right? Standing in the gap, right? And at one point I would call to speak on behalf for my mom. The doctor would say, "Are you a doctor? And what hospital are you affiliated with?" I can't lie. I'm like, no, I'm not a doctor. I'm her kid. So why am I telling you this? Because when I get news, I immediately go to somebody higher than me, but I also get facts. And a lot of things I know, but if I don't, I try to find the right doctor, the right person, because all of that is already in me. It's already in me because what I've gone through. So when I got this news, I wasn't moved, guys, because I've been through that a lot. I wasn't moved with the diagnosis. I've not been moved with what the doctors are saying. I'm moved with, how can I help? Ask them this, ask these questions. That's what I said to my friend. My friend with the kid, she's out of the hospital. Remember the near death? She's home, and not home with a death sentence. She sounds better. She's like, the doctors are like, we don't know what's going on, but something, you've got some God. You know what? It was a matter of right questions. Let's see, what can we change? But most importantly, God, right people, right time, right diagnosis, asking a lot of questions. I'm a gift of gab. So this gift of gab, ask doctors. When doctors see me coming, they're like, oh God, it's Antoinette. I love you, but we got 12 more patients to see how, So that's what I'm saying. I wasn't moved because I've been through enough to know what the outcome can be. So I'm not moved by those words, this, that, because it's already in me. It's in me because what I've gone through, right? And by surrounding myself around the right people. So I'm going to share a story with you. Living your best life. Yeah, totally. So Marjorie, I had like 1 hour with Ivan, and we were going to clean house. And in our, clean through some, new year, clean through some paperwork, some pictures, not throwing away my pictures, and just trying to get some organization. And two things that will apply to your lives. I even saw a picture of me in the 3rd grade. In the 3rd grade, I had 2 pigtails. I had a plaid suit. I guess that green plaid suit was in style because I had a green plaid suit with a big lapel, a green shirt, olive green, like a deep green, and some green plaid matching pants with that green blazer. And he looked, see my faces. He said, "Mom, was it professional day at school?" And I said, "Oh no, Ivan, it was picture day." And he said, "Then why did you have on a suit?" I said, "Ivan, I was a businesswoman at 8 years old. I don't know, but in my mind, it was professional day to me. It was business, and I'm going to make it." Nobody told me that, guys. It was in me. Third grade, it was in me. The second and last thing Ivan and I came across was a paper. It was an invoice that I had been paid $10 when I was in the 11th grade to be the judge. I was like in the 11th grade and I was judging 8th grade cheerleaders. Who's going to become, because I was head cheerleader in the 11th grade and I should have been a senior. They asked me, and guys, I negotiated. Nobody else got paid. I negotiated and had the name of the school, and it said my name, $10 for instructional judge for cheerleaders. It was in me. Nobody told me that. My parents did not tell me you're going to go negotiate money. It was just in me. I'm going here. I'm going to negotiate. Wait a minute. I'm a cheerleader. I'm in school. I've got all these hard classes. I got band practice, cheerleading practice. Oh my gosh. And they want me to take an hour and a half. I drive a car. I got gas to put in my car. Wait a minute. I should be paid. That's the way my mind was thinking. But going back, I realized that I had some influences because my sisters had a friend and she was a businesswoman. My dad had his own business. He was a businessman and was very successful at it. What I realized is what I bet some of you already know. I was around the right people. And I didn't even realize it was cultivating. Yeah. Who I was and what I'm going to do in my life. It's like sponging, right? So I was just hanging out around them and watching them. And what I didn't realize is I was learning my life, right? And Betty, that's great. You go and yes, ask and you get the influences, you move forward. This is what we do in life. And I'm so glad to hear that. Build your life. And what I realized, guys, to take it a step further is I saw Barbara Walters special. I couldn't watch it live. I was working, but I DVR'd it and watched it like 2 a.m. And they said her father worked at the he was part owner of the Latin Quarters, right? And she used to pass through with all the celebrities, all right? She was doing her homework. It's the same as me, cultivating, right? Different level, different person. But I'm just saying all of us have the right people. You're growing in your life, your influence, but you have to be around the right people because even in your growing from your childhood, what I realized is my sister's friend, going to come all full circle back to us. She had a business and remember I said 11th grade, I was charging $10, right? Because she came into my life in 7th grade and she owned a business and her business was skincare, all kind of like a beauty products. But then she was getting her master's in college. And then she was going to the hospital to check on her relatives. And I was watching her do 50 jobs. I was watching her give her, donations and her writing, back then you wrote checks, right? We didn't have Venmo, PayPal, all the Zelle. So she'd write her checks out and I sit and watch her to, St. Jude is one of my huge, but writing her checks, cancer, obviously, why now, my mom, my friend, there you go. So watching her write her checks out, watching her play music, I had no idea. Meeting with the mayor of our city, there you go. I had no idea that she was influencing me. I had no idea watching my dad and his business. I would go to his business and pretend I was a secretary and answer his phones and didn't know what I was doing, but was watching him work with his clients, right? And watch him. He was very social and loved people and people loved him and watching him negotiate. There you go. So back to Ivan asking me those questions. And when I finished, what I realized is all of us have it within us to be around and to know when we're around the right people. to cultivate our lives and to influence us, right? It doesn't have to be Ivan watching Richard Stratton and Antoinette. It doesn't have to be me watching, her name was Cynthia, my father, all of us. Let me ask you a question. Think about this, guys. What's in you come out of you? You're driving, you gonna cross the lane, you're going a little too slow in the fast lane, and somebody comes up beside you and they're honking and they're cursing at you and they're screaming. How many of us seen people like that? Road rage, right? If you curse back and give them, I'm not going to put up that finger, I'm just going to put up all of my fingers, that's in you, right? Which I know none of you would do that. And I'm going to say, oh God, you're in the wrong place. Because anybody who lets that upsets them that much, you don't have the patience, all of the stuff it's going to take to mold you into what you need in this business, right? But how many of us have been around somebody and their world falls apart, right? And they still have the grace and the strength and the humility to smile, to say it's okay. I'll get through this, right? That's the way it should be. Alicia, went through something horrible, her grandmother, the death, and she was on NBC with Galitsky. And she had to go on and speak. Do you think, and this had been planned, she got the bad news, we were on the phone talking, and she had to go on with a smile on her face, right? She did it like a professional, nailed it, got off, and then cried, because we were crying before. No, don't mess up your makeup. It's in you. But the first thing she did is she called her resources, right? The right people. She didn't call the wrong people. They said, well, you're there. You leave. Walk away. Don't. So the right people, right? So I'm going to share a story. I'm going to help you with your life. Take a lot of notes, okay? Remember a lot of what I say. Ahmed, I'm looking at what you're saying. I just have to address this. Don't have people around me that's positive. That's going to change. You do. The fact that you're on this call, the fact that you have VIP family, the fact that you have Alicia, Mike, Deneen, and the list goes on, that's a start. You hear me? That's a start. You have to start where you are, all right? And if those in your private, because you have inner circle here, but if those in your inner circle there aren't positive, you can't share, because they're going to destroy your dream, because they've never had anyone doing what you're doing. Okay? Steve Harvey says something very important. Hear me out. I need to tell you this. Guys, I'm going because maybe all of you need to hear this. He said he stuttered really badly, horrible. And he was 10 years old, and the teacher said, what do you want to be? Please hear me out, Ahmed, and everybody else who needs to hear this. I'm going off script to come back on script to address this. And he said, I've never gotten a golden star. This is my lucky day. I must have done something right. And the teacher called him up. What do you want to be? I want to be on TV. She said, your family, and this is how she said it, anybody in your family on TV? And he said, I knew from that voice she was not giving me a golden star. He said, no, ma'am. Anybody in here on TV? The kids, no, ma'am. Anybody in your neighborhood, anybody you know on TV? This is how he told the story. No, ma'am. Then what makes you think you're going to be on TV? I'm going to call your parents right now. You ain't going to be on no TV. You better get your real job working at the post office. There's nothing wrong with working at the post office, guys, but I'm addressing because she had not, and you stutter, because she could not see it. Back to you, Ahmed, and the positive. Sometimes when people can't see where you're headed, they can't believe for you. She did call home. his mother, he got home, his mother chewed him out. I'm going to tell your daddy. And the father asked him, and the father basically told him, what does she want you to write? Be a policeman, be a basketball player. Well, guess what, guys? It takes a lot more, in my opinion, to be that basketball player, because I've got an elite athlete, a soccer player, training 4 nights a week, sometimes up all night during homework, going out the door, playing every weekend, play all year round, going to Germany, go at 16 years old. So sometimes I think it's a little harder being that basketball player that she wanted him to say than being on TV. But the point I'm making is the father said, write what, I'm not going to say the word he used, but he said his father used the word heifer. Write what that heifer wants you to say. And then you just take those dreams, here we go. And you look at them every morning and you repeat them. Every night you repeat them. And he did. He made it. And every year he sent her a large screen TV, so she could see him on television. So those positive people you were just telling me about don't exist. They exist where you want to find them. Okay. So you have positive here. You start here. Okay. So what I'm going to say is, I'm going to come back to your question, but there are so many questions I want to answer, but so much I want to give you. Okay. I wish I had like 5 hours and we were in a mastermind, and then because so much information I can share. What I want you to know is, first of all, whatever your gift and your talent is, whatever gift you have, use it. When I was a kid, guess what my gift was? A gift to gab. People used to always say you talk all the time, not in a negative way. I mean, some of them probably were negative, but I didn't. I was like, oh, thank you. Well, guess what? That gift to gab is paying off. That's my career. Representing Richard, coaching, producing, whether my own clients before Richard, top notch. There you go. There has not been one door that Richard and I have not walked through in Hollywood. Relations with HBO, relations with Showtime, relations with TNT, relations with A&E, relations with Apple. All right. And the list goes on and on. Richard is creative, guys. Make sure you understand that. I'm the business. Yes, his agent was at William Morris Endeavors. We moved to ICM. But that guy, Steve Glick, taught me, Stephen Glick, who's no longer there, taught me over years. He's been with Richard since 1999. He was with me for 20 years, taught me everything I know. And boy, did I sponge. So when we're in deal making, I'm the one they're talking to with deals. Richard is the one, what's your art, what's your pitch? Why am I telling you that? That gift to gab has paid off for me. Whatever your gift is, you use it. Now, I remember one time we were in with the executives and I went to say something and Richard looked at me. He kind of gave me a look. He was kind of uncertain what I was going to say. And Steve in the middle of the meeting said, Rich, this is why he speaks. Richard, Antoinette may be talking a lot, but everything she says is always valid. I was like, whoa, kudos. Aha. So you see that little girl running her mouth? So all of you gift gabbers, you got a future. Keep talking. Your kid is in school running their mouth around the teacher. Let them talk. Remember this. Do not just say, babe, you may want to not talk when the teacher's talking, but let them talk. Do not be a dream killer of what you are going to do in your life. Do not allow your kids, anyone you know, to be a dream killer. You just got to cultivate it. That's all. Cultivate it. You know, I've told this story. So if you've heard this story, never mind me. You'll hear it again. All right. I remember Richard had upfronts for ICM. And everybody at ICM, ICM is one of the top, ICM, William Morris Endeavors, and CAA, one of the top agencies. And we went, and at that time, one of the top partners at ICM wanted to talk to me. Why? Richard is my husband, Richard Stratton. I'm so sorry, guys. My husband, some of you are new. Richard Stratton is my husband. You can Google him. Richard has had TV series Street Time on Showtime. He has Gotti, Godfather and Son, A&E, which was the most watched show documentary in the history of A&E TV. White Boys. We just got a huge residual check for some movie he made called White Boys with, back in like early 2000s. And I was like, who's still watching White Boys? Well, when that check came, it was Friday. He went to the mail was left for the business person. And I opened the check and I said, oh, wow, a lot of people are still watching White Boys, right? Slam, guess what? Slam is his movie. We're going to Sundance. 25th anniversary, it won Camera d'Or at Cannes Film Festival, and it won Grand Jury at Sundance. They remastered it for us and invited us all to come to Sundance. Slam, a movie he did 25 years ago. So that's who Richard is. And his newest book is Defending Alice. HarperCollins, which is one of the 5, for those of you who don't know, is one of the 5 top publishing companies in the world. Allie has it up. Not in the United States. And they signed him for an international deal, guys, during COVID, not a US, an international deal. Now, with that international deal, guess what? He was listed as a notable himself because his friends, our friends, are notables. So HarperCollins, when we had to do the paperwork, that's where he was listed. We have a lot of surprises coming for Defending Alice. Deneen and Allie know, I'll tell them, but I can't announce it because Allie and Deneen and Mike knew about Defending Alice 2 years ago, and the book came out November 22nd. So I've got a lot of good news to share with them, but I won't be
for an NDA from you, like a non-disclosure agreement. And I hope I'm on that list to go to Sundance with you this year. I mean, I'll be there if I get a ticket.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely huge, right?
This is how we do it. And I love the way you're talking about Gift of Gab. Hi.
Yes.
We made money just talking.
Yes, you do. And that's
I meant to launch and lunch and drink.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Love it so much. So there you go. We all have a gift to gab, and you see where the gift of gab has gotten us, right? So enjoy that. Why I'm telling you this is because we went out, ICM, and the head guy at that time was Jack Gilardi, who, God bless him, is dead right now, deceased, passed. I get to talking to him. I'm going to LA. I have a new client. My client is up for a role with Benicio del Toro. And you know what? Long story short, being in the right company, right? It's not what you know. You have to have the talent to get you in the door, but it's who you know. Yes, he was married to absolutely Annette Funicelli. I go to dinner. Richard's coming out. Stratton is falling out, but I take my client. Client's name was Walter Alza. Walter no longer acts. He has a acting class out of Toronto. We go to LA. We go to top restaurant called Argo. He has Sly Stallone with him. He has everybody who's in the industry with him. And he asked me, well, I went to ICM to see Steve Glick, who was head of TV 30 years at William Morris. And now, not what you know, guys, being in the right circle. Steve, I said, oh, Steve, I'm at Jack. Steve says, oh, his office is the big one down the corner. Going down there. How many of you know if I wasn't there to see Steve, who was Richard's agent, do you think that door would have been open? His office took up like a New York City block. Jack Gilardi. Who you know. Steve passed the door. I went down. Jack, because Steve walked me in his office. He remembered me. Oh, guess what? We're having dinner at Argo. You come and bring your client. By the way, how many of you know I have my client stuff right on me? I love his look. I can submit him today for a few roles. Be prepared. Because when you get in the right room with the right people, be prepared. I can say, oh, yeah, this is my client, but we didn't have digital back then on my phone, I had to have those paper things, and I had them, right? I didn't know if I was going to see Jack. I was just prepared, right? Went in the door, being in the right. He invited me to dinner, Argo. I went to Ago. Fast forward. Here's the end of the story. We go to they invite me to a guy's house. Everybody in Hollywood who is a producer, everybody was there. The guy's name was Mark Amin. He had Trimark Pictures. We go to his house. Everybody was movie making. And the fact that I walked in there with Mr. Jack Gelati and Steve Glick was, Richard and I weren't dating. It was business. But Richard was my client. Changed my life. Changed my life. I had the talent, the gift to gab, but I had knowledge to get myself in the door. You ready for the end? For those of you who already know, hold on, don't say what I'm about to say. When I get to Mark Amin's home in Bel Air, Beverly, which is bigger than Beverly Hills in California, more, you know, he has a movie on his wall. You want to know what the movie was? Richard's movie Slam, the same one. You see how the world goes full circle? Trimark Pictures had produced Richard's movie. I walk in and I had that poster in my house, but he had the real deal, the glass and all. I was like, oh my gosh. And I called up Richard and I said, I'm at this house with Jack Gelati, with my Walter Alza, my client. And Richard said he produced, real nonchalant, he produced Slam. Oh, you see, guys, being in the right place. And now 25 years later, Slam is being honored at Sundance. You have to take this down. Write this down. You have to first have a passion and desire for what you do. Whether you sing, act, dance, it's got to be here. You've got to dream it, sleep it, eat it, because people pick up on that. You pick up on my energy. You've picked up on everybody today. And if I were BSing you, you would know it. You see, I have a gift and love to do what I do. I'm here because, oh my gosh, every time I impart into one of you and I see your success, I cry. Because it makes me so happy to see that you're doing what you want to do, right? So you have to have the passion and the desire. Okay? Make sure within you for what you're doing. Number 2, you have to, without a doubt, work hard. I can give you the right people today, yesterday, tomorrow. If you're not doing your part, it means nothing. Nicholas, if you have no sound, I'm here talking. I don't know. They'll check on it because I've announced it. So, okay. But yeah, they'll check and check your sources. Okay. You hear? Okay. All right. All right. Okay. You guys can hear. Okay. Awesome. So you have to work hard. Got it? There are, microwave, you put something in the microwave, a bun, a hamburger bun, you put it on 10 seconds and it's warm. There are in this business no microwave blessings. You have to put in the work. You have to put in the time. You have to put in. But if it's your passion and you love it and you're headed for somewhere, you're going to do it. I'm up 5 o'clock every morning, guys. If I go to bed 3, I'm still up at 5. My day is my day. Get organized and get yourself a system. You got it? Make sure you have a system every single day. Because it doesn't matter who I introduce you to, who anyone introduce you to, whatever right doors are open. If you haven't done your work, it means nothing. Okay? All right. There are no shortcuts. So you work hard, no microwave blessings, but no shortcuts. What do I mean by that? Don't think you're going to meet, I'm making up a name, Bobo Fat, Joe, Mr. Kamini, and you're going to go with him for drinks, and now he's going to push you up to the top of acting. Bull crap. That's not the right door. It's somebody full of brew stew. And don't go down that path. There are no shortcuts. If somebody's telling you, you come meet me for a drink, and now I'm going to make you an actor, and you better slam that door, slam your cell phone. Don't slam your cell phone. You may break it. Don't do that. But hang up on them, because there are no shortcuts. You got to put in, I said, no microwave lessons, no shortcuts, because it's already in you. You already have the passion. You're already working hard. And who you connect with is who you connect with, right? That's right. Okay. Life is going to happen. Life lessons will happen. You will grow. But you know what you're going to get out of that growth? It's everything you need to get you to the next step. Everything I've experienced has gotten me to the next step in my life, in my career, in this business. You got it? Right. So you think, oh my God, I gotta learn this. I'm about to die. Oh, I don't want to, I'm up late learning this monologue. All that stuff is what you need. This is a path to your journey. Listen, guys, there are 24 hours in a day. Myself, Alicia, Deneen, Michael, all of us have the same 24 hours as you, correct? I don't get 48 hours in a day and you get 10. So what am I trying to say? Tell me, somebody. You're welcome. What I'm saying is, it's not how much time you have, it's what you do with the time. Organize. There you go. Right? At this point in my life, hear me out on this one. If I take my day, send out books, you know, we are part of a book business, so books have to go out. If I spent my time taken away from my work money to send my books out, to do the laundry 3 times a day, sometimes I have to do laundry, but I can't always, I would be taken away from my money of my household, right? Because I wouldn't be able to do what I really do. And then what happens? So now you've got an acting gig. Your kids' clothes need to be pressed. You pass on the acting gig because your kids' clothes need to press. You were going to get $1,000, but now you don't get the $1,000 because you're pressing your kids' clothes. Let me give you some advice. Go get the $1,000, wash the clothes later, dry the clothes to a point where maybe they're pressed. And if they're not, get grandma, get auntie, get cousin June, get somebody. Hey, help me out. Don't be afraid to ask for help. That's the point. All right. For those who support you. Got it? For those who support you. Right? Because if they don't support you, they're not going to be around anyway. Okay. Next one. Watch those around you and what they are doing. Success breeds success. Jack Gilardi has influenced my life. Stephen Glick, head of William Morris Endeavors. Everybody, for 30 years, I talked to him more than I talked to Richard. He's moved on to do working for Kathy Ireland, but we are still best friends. He can influence my life. If the people around you are not motivated to do anything, how do you think that's going to work out for you? Put it in the chat. Let me see what some of you said. Is it going to help you or harm you? Yep, no. You got it, Janie. All of you, you got it. Thank you. It's not going to be good for you. I love the responses. No inspiration, harming. The reason why is because they can't see your vision. They can't see your dream. And they're not the right people, because you can only succeed when you're around people succeeding. If all of my friends, hear me out, guys, are broke, guess what I'm going to be and continue to be? Take a guess. Broke. Why? Oh, I don't have anything. Oh, life ain't going so good. Oh, Now, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with going through trials. Don't get me wrong. We all, that's why Steve Harvey was sleeping in his car. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if you choose a personal choice. I'm going to make it in the film business, but I have 5 best friends. What are your 5 best friends doing? Homeless? Don't want a job? Don't want to get a home? Not by choice because they want to be there? Maybe we better reanalyze what you're doing in your life, right? There you go. You said it, Disha, your network of individuals can determine your net worth. Disha said it best. Betty says Brokeback Mountain. It's true, right? So show me who you're surrounded by, and I can show you where you're headed. So back to you. Don't want to point out names. If you don't have positive people, just keep moving because the door will open for other people. Because when you're doing things with your life and you're building your brand and your career, people who don't want to, they're gonna walk away from you anyway. Know that. You heard it from me. Okay? They're gonna walk away from you anyway. Don't worry. You're not gonna have to say goodbye. You're like, oh, I don't have time for you. You can't hang out with me. You can't drink with me. You can't go to the mall with me. No, I can't. I gotta be working. Gotta focus on my life, my future. Okay. While you're building your brand, while you're connecting with people, while you're watching those that you're around, you're building relationships. I think this is so important. Write it down. You're building relationships. I have relationships with so many amazing people because I genuinely love people and they are genuinely in my life. And I have built relationships over years. I mean, I've told a lot of people, I think Allie and Michael and myself go back. Ivan was, how many years? Ivan was 2 or something, and he's 16. All right.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Plant the seeds like today for a greater tomorrow. I mean, never in a million years. I mean, yeah, it's been like 14 years, but it wasn't like a one-hit wonder where you came to an event and you're like, see ya. Like we've actively been working together for 14 years and you're like, hey, I want to introduce you to somebody. And I'm like, yeah. And I want to introduce you to Les Brown. He came on our call yesterday. And I'm going to be working on a very special project, the VIP Ignite team. So, and it's going to be in New York, which, even though I live here, my heart is still up there. You know this.
Absolutely. And Les Brown is my inspiration for years, since the 80s with Tony Robbins. I mean, all he wanted to do is buy his mother a house, right? Yeah. He was like considered, guys, if you don't know who Les Brown is, he was considered the dumb twin. He was adopted, considered the dumb twin. A single mom adopted him. I know his story big time, not knowing he was even involved because I've watched him for years. And people
are part of our family now.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So I'm part of the family. He's part of the family members.
Got Christmas cards. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. So yes, thank you for sharing that. So that ties in. You see, something as simple as that. Build relationships. Make sure you really genuinely build your relationships. And then you share something. You have someone to connect with the person. They have someone to connect with you. You see?
They're like trading cards. I'll introduce you to Les, but I want Sean Penn.
Absolutely. You got it.
Just like that.
There you go. That's how the world works, guys. You see? You see?
We're looking at our cards. Who do we got? What can we do? We're always looking for synergy. And I think that's so important.
It is. It's life. And if you get that, you master most of this, because it's not a one-hit wonder. It's cultivating. It's like a plant. You water your plant, it grows, you prune it sometimes you're away and you don't get to water it because I have a lot of plants. And then it looks a little sick, but you come back and you say, but I've been away, plant. That's relationships, guys. Building quality relationships. So you build the relationships and you allow the relationships to continue to evolve, right? You go through their journeys, you go through life lessons, you go through pain. And even though you're working together, you really become family. You go through, unfortunately, deaths, right? You go through things, but in going through those things, it cements your relationships. It makes your relationships even more genuine. And in having that, it's the trust of the relationship. It's the understanding of the relationship. It's the development of the relationship. Do you get that? So why do I say that to you? Because trust. The most important thing, hear me out, please. If you don't get anything else out of this, you have a passion. You're here because you want to be here. You're working on your career. You're building your brand. But most importantly, hear me out on this, is who you surround yourself with. The right people. Jack Gilardi. And like I said, if we were in a mastermind, I had 4 hours, I would just tell you so many stories of being with the right people. Open doors. We walk through those doors time after time after time after time. Why? We got to pass. So if you don't walk away with anything else today from me and my session, I want you to walk away with, I've got this. I can do this. It's not going to be easy, but it's my life. I have the same 24 hours as Antoinette, Allie, Alicia, Les Brown, Deneen. And what I do with it is going to make the difference on where I'm going and who I become. You got that? After that, I'm building relationships. You're in this for a lifetime. And if you're in this for a lifetime, which I believe you are, then your relationships, you can pick up the phone with anyone and ask about Richard Stratton. He's a hard worker. He does quality work. In his whole career, we have never received any email that your writing is not good. I kid you not. Sometimes well, Richard, this is like years ago. We're going to pass because we're doing something similar, but it was never your writing because we give quality. We work hard to be quality, to give quality. You got that? So you're going to give quality. You're going to build relationships. If somebody is not benefiting your lifestyle of where you are and where you're going, you don't have to curse them out or go. But what you should do, like I said, is continue your craft because they're going to walk away anyway. Right? You got that? They're not going to want to be in your life. So having said that, know that you can conquer anything. You can do anything you want. You're never too old. You're never too young. You're never too anything. It's what you put. Every day, I do need to share this with you. Most of you know this, but I feel some of you are new and you need to hear it. Every day I get up, I light a candle, I have affirmations. I affirm every single morning. Why? Every single night. Every morning I take a walk, guys, rain, sleet, or snow. Why? Because to deal with the pressures of life before it hits me, I'm already gotten through that walk. I've already done my affirmations. And you know what? My Ivan, he sees me sometimes, like at nighttime, he'll come through and I'm affirming. And he just now, it's his life, right? It's his life. You know, Allie has Caden, and I want to share this with you. When my Ivan, my Bianca, my kids were 2 and 3, I used to put classical music on for them to fall asleep. I used to put the equivalent of today's Calm app, the app with just positive imagery going through. So my kids grew up with that. They were little kids drifting off to sleep to that, right? What was I doing? I was giving them tools. So why did I tell you this? Hear me out. Ivan was in Germany over the holidays. We went, it's a long story, but that's not this trip. In the summer, I didn't go. And in the summer, he was in Germany, and he said it was hot. You know, he's an attacker. His job is to score goals. And I'm ending on this note. And one day I think he was probably feeling pressure, right? And where they were staying was like an Airbnb with a backyard. When he gets back home, he tells me, he says, you know, Mom, I was having one of those days. I went in the backyard by myself. I meditated, I prayed, and I calmed my spirit. He said, and I told myself what I knew I've been doing for years. He said, and the next day I went out and I killed it, which means I scored goals. I was like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. My 15-year-old kid at the time is telling me this, right? Learn from that, guys. This is how I'm going to end. Learn from that. You have what it takes. That's how I'm going to end up. You've got what we've all said. Now it's up to you and what you do with it, okay? I love you all. I love what you're saying, Disha. Every morning you pray, you affirm, you speak life into. I know, Betty, I don't want to end either, but I'll see you. You're all so welcome. You know, I love you guys so much, right? Big hearts. And I have a huge heart full of love, right, Janine? Right, Allie?
You do.
My heart is just love. Know that all is well. Know that it is well. I'm speaking life into you guys. It's well. No matter what we see, it's well. Because I don't live my life on what I see. For those of you who know, there's a verse that says, faith is the substance of hope for things. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, of things not seen, right? I don't go by what I see. I'm not moved by what I see in my life. I'm only moved by what I believe. And I believe first in the word of God. But if you don't, something higher than you. And I believe in continuing on and spreading love and good energy. All right.
Thank you so much, Antoinette. I actually just read that scripture the other night.
Hebrews 8:1.
Yep.
It gets me through all the time. And
Yeah.
Thank you.
I love
I remember, Denise, when we decided to create the 30X challenge, we said, who do we want to be our coach? Who should be the Jiminy Cricket of VIP Ignite? And then we called Antoinette. We're like, we have an idea. And she's like, whatever it is, sign me up. And that was it.
And literally, like, no matter what Antoinette's doing, like, that's her heart for all of us. And I want you guys to understand, like, again, when we talk about being heart-centered, we're not just saying that. It's something that we live, and the people that we surround ourselves with live by. And you've heard that. Antoinette, that was such a word in due season. So thank you so much for, thank you.
You're welcome. Anytime. I want to end on something. I was finishing up a call of work. Janine, can I share? Janine texted me, could I come on early? Cutting it close, but I'm coming. And I ended that call quicker than I was going to. Because that's what we do. That's what you do. Learn that, right? It was another call. It was work, but I was done. I could wrap it up. She asked, I came through. That's what you do, guys. Remember that. Don't be a confrontational. You don't need to be. Give of yourself with love. You'll get it all back. Trust me. Believe me on that one. If you can shorten your time somewhere and help, do it. It'll come back. Don't even worry about the coming back, though. Just do it because it's the right thing to do. Just do it. And do it with a heart, and do it and don't say a word. Don't do it and go tell the whole world what you did. Just do it and say nothing about it because you're doing it from your heart. All right, guys?
Thank you so much.
Love you. Love you. Love you.
We love you too. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, honey. Love you guys.
I'll call you and go over everything with
All
you.
right, my love. Love you.
Tell Richard we said hi.
I will. Love you.
Awesome. Oh my gosh.
The voice of reason.
The voice of calmness. All right. So I have to help one of our speakers get on, Alicia. So are you able to, do you have the information that you need to get started?
Yes, yes, I
Mr.
do.
Ryan Colby is having a little technical difficulty. Since we haven't had any technical difficulties today, we're gonna start at, I don't know, 6 p.m. So I'm gonna leave this in your fine hands and I'll be back.
I got this.
I'll be back with Ryan Colby, everyone.
The fashion emergency, go.
Yes.
All right, so a lot of people have been sending me emails, texting me. I don't know why you guys are trying to contact me on Facebook and Instagram. I mean, especially since we're hosting an event right now. You know, it's just the little things, the lack of respect sometimes. And, you know, I really want to help those I feel like can help. And, you know, joining Netflix is fun. All you need is a credit card, Backstage, Explore Talent. But for us, you've already seen our network. I mean, you've seen a small glimpse of some of the people that we work with. You know, I really want to stress this to you. You get rewarded in public for kicking butt in private, and you may not see, you know, we spend a lot of money and time cultivating these relationships, you know, and I'll never forget when we won our first Tony Award back in 2013. I was with Sigourney Weaver and just all these amazing people. And somebody had posted on my page, "Oh, you're so lucky." I'm sorry, what? Luck? No. This isn't based on luck. This is about working hard and being respected by your peers. And like Christine Harding's on here. I know that anybody I put this fearless, you know, rebel in front of, she's going to wow them. I know the same thing with Rome King, you know, so there's so many people that when it comes to business, I know business, obviously, we have to keep money coming in order to keep the lights on to be able to provide for their families. But at the same time, our network is really comprised of people that we love and people that we respect. And I really want to go over this Orlando with you guys one more time, not because this is a sales pitch by any means, but because I want to help those I feel like can help. Some of you will just keep haunting our pages and coming on our boot camps. You know, every single time we have one, you'll come on and, you know, and it's great. These are free. But when it comes to providing services, please note there's no other company in the world that even compares with VIP Ignite. There are a lot of impersonators, not a lot of doers. And, you know, somebody had asked yesterday when I was going to go over my why, and I'll tell you very quickly, and this isn't about me by any means, but you know, growing up, I knew I was different. And I don't say that like to be like, oh, she's conceited, but I love people. And I feel as though when I get a chance to shine, I'm going to shine bright. How many of you guys feel like that? Right. And I think it's so important that whenever you're trying to do anything, I don't want to hear the Eeyore syndrome about your life and your husband and your kids and work and COVID. I don't care about that. If I put you face to face in front of somebody that I know can change your life, I need you to shine bright. Part of being an actor is even dealing with the shittiest, I can't even talk, shittiest situations. You're on stage. You're on stage. And I can't even tell you how many times I've had to be on stage. Our entire team today is on stage. And I think it's so important that even though this is something that will change your lives, so many of you won't even fight for yourself. You'll sit there with your hand out. Oh, woe is me. It's the Eeyore syndrome. Nothing ever goes right for me. It's always about money. Well, you know what? People here will cut a check for speed. I don't mind investing in something, not because I'm going to win, but because I'm going to make the most out of every second that I have. And I think a lot of people waste time. Netflix, I mean, yeah, I'm not going to lie. I love a good, you know, kind of reprogram my brain and just relax for a bit. But the question is, when do we stop living vicariously through our shows and actually put forth that type of action towards our dreams? You know, at the age of 18, we can go and fight for our country. I talk to so many 20, 30, 40, 50-year-olds that are still unsure about their life. Life is never promised. It's never guaranteed. And, you know, when I was 6 years old, you know, I grew up with a family that really loved movies. Every Sunday we saw a movie and, you know, we used to go to Disney quite a bit. And I just loved anything having to do with show business. And I knew at an early age, this was what I wanted to do. Now, for those of you that don't know about my past, I grew up in a very affluent family. My father went to West Point. He was a corporate lawyer. My mom was a paralegal. My dad owned a very successful law firm in Las Olas. He could practice for the Supreme Court. Like, my dad was a brainiac. And at the age of 6, I used to tell my parents all the time, when I grow up, I want to make movies. And so for one Christmas, I'll never forget, Santa brought me a Fisher-Price movie camera. And I'm going to tell you right now, I thought I was the shit. I thought I was the coolest thing since sliced bread. I thought, okay, this is it. Santa brought this for me. This is happening. Let's do it. We're going to win an Oscar. You know, at 6, I really thought, man, if this is what I got under the Christmas tree, this is Santa. This is like, he knows. How many of you guys have ever felt like that? And what I could tell you is every year, I just kept using this little thing, and my mom, you know, got me a nicer camera, you know, later on when I got a little bit older. And, you know, when I was 17 years old, about to apply to colleges, my dad asked me, well, you know, where do you want to go to school? And they just assumed I wanted to be like my father, go to a prominent, you know, amazing, you know, college and go study law or maybe get into medicine. But that wasn't my path. My path was my path, nobody else's path but my own. And as much as I got great grades, and I always, you know, I student council and drill team and cheerleading and dance, and I really loved show business. And the problem was my love wasn't enough to convince my parents that they should invest in me. For those of you that don't know, like, a real college tuition, especially if you want to study the arts, man, you're looking at 60, 70 grand a year. I didn't want to go to school in South Florida where I was raised. I wanted to go to school in New York City or LA. Trying to sit down and convince your very conservative parents that they should spend, you know, $250,000 on a film school. You might as well tell them that you started drugs. Like, they're going to think you're crazy. How many of you guys have parents like mine that love you, but they don't quite understand this business and they're afraid of it? So I applied to all these colleges, I got accepted, and, you know, but my heart was really, I wanted to go to film school. And my dad made me a promise. He said, if you go to a state school, yeah, I had a lot of scholarships. He said, major in what you want, but don't ever just go to school with, you know, a drama degree. Have a backup. And that's what I did. I went to college for 5 years. I graduated with a double major, TV and film communications. I busted my butt, 18 credits a semester. For those of you guys that don't know, 12 is normal. Not only did I take 18 credits a semester and I graduated with like a 3.7, I also worked full time as a waitress. The reason why, even though my parents had money, my mom was diagnosed with breast cancer my very first semester of college. It tore me to shreds. I thought, this is it. My mom, I have to come home. And if anything, it lit a fire under my butt to not be a brat, to stop waiting for handouts. If I really wanted to make things happen, like stay at school, I was really going to have to put my money where my mouth was. And I realized waitressing was what I was good at. I mean, let me rephrase that. I was a horrible waitress, but I was a great people person. And that's what tips are about. And I realized at 19, I bought my first home. I was able to save up enough money. I didn't get drunk. I didn't like go out and spend money frivolously. I saved up every dollar that I made because my little sister was 2 years behind me. And I had enough money saved by the time she started college so that she could live with me rent free. I bought a home at 19. All I needed was like 5% down. But when I graduated from college, I was very arrogant. And this is the truth. I was very cocky, very arrogant. I thought because I was making money as a waitress, I was making pretty good money. And because I went to college, I thought I was deserving. The key word was entitlement, which is like the dirtiest word in anything, entitled. You're not entitled to anything. You have to work hard. And when I graduated with a double major, I quit my waitressing job. I thought I was better than everybody else. And I sat like most people up on websites waiting to be discovered. I applied to every single job I could find. I tried back then going through like the yellow pages. Again, I was in Florida. This was like pre-internet really. And I pretty much did what my friends were doing from my class. And it led to my demise. After a year, I started waiting on tables again. And I was exactly where I said I never wanted to be. I was a struggling waitress with a complex. And my mom asked me when it was that 1 year after graduating from college, what was I doing with my life? And I remember saying, I don't know. And she said, what do you mean you don't know? You're so smart. I said, I know, that's the problem. I graduated. I don't know where to go. I literally would take like any job. I didn't want to wait on tables. And I thought to myself, man, kind of like being in a loveless marriage, I pray that this works out. I kept taking these on and end jobs that I didn't love just to be able to pay the bills because I was too proud to continue waitressing. And my whole entire life changed. I was doing real estate for a while. I met Michael Fomkin by the grace of God, and we created this tremendous company based on his incredibly brilliant brain and my big mouth. And I say this because he's so left brain. He loves to read. He loves to learn. I just love to talk and hang out with people and get to know them. And when we decided to create VIP Ignite, we did it on this organic concept was, it's not what you know, but who you know, and most of all, who knows you. Every day I deal with people going, is this real? I don't want to spend money. Is it going to cost me anything? Yes, it is. It's going to cost you time. It's going to cost you money. But if I put you face to face in front of somebody that can change your life and change your entire world, your family's world, the question is, what would that be worth to you? What would that be worth to you? And when we first created VIP Ignite, and I actually had a picture that I just found of Antoinette at one of our live events, I thought to myself, man, if I could put people face to face in front of casting directors, producers, agents, A&Rs, that would be great. And as we started to grow, some of you guys may know, I ended up getting a radio show with CBS. I had Howard Stern's old studio. Mike and I got to record live from Howard's studio once a week, and it was really cool. Then we started investing in Broadway, won 6 Tony Awards, you know, and I mean, this is a new year, 2023, man, we're here. And I think about how many New Year's resolutions go unanswered. And pretty much it's because you don't even try. You'll blame everybody but yourself. Is that agreeable, right? And if you want this, you're going to work hard for it. And you know, when we first created this company, it was very organic, face to face. It was only networking. And I found that when people were buying tickets back then to go to our big networking events, they were meeting top people that would essentially be interested in them. But a lot of times the people that were going to the event felt entitled. They felt because they spent money to go to my event that they were deserving of a contract. Real agents and managers want talent that are ready. So when we decided to create coaching with people like Antoinette and people like, you know, Mark Schoenfeld and Robert Kalinsky, we wanted key individuals that had great success, that literally wanted to change the lives of other people that shouldn't have to reinvent the wheel. Monique Coleman from High School Musical, she works for us. Margot Bingham from The Walking Dead, when she's not filming, she's part of our company training our talent on how to do proper self-tapes. By the way, she also started Boardwalk Empire, Barbershop, you know, like New Amsterdam, which is the Blacklist spinoff. Learn from people that are successful. And, you know, Tanya is a good friend of ours. And, you know, Tanya said to me when I first met her through Ryan Colby, I don't do these. Even when you spend $10,000 to go to these IMTAs and IPOPs, you would never get a chance to have one-on-ones with any of these agents unless your number is called. It's called a cattle call, which is why I also am adamantly, against pageants. I don't believe in those. Never judge a book by its cover. I want people, even if you're not the most attractive, well-versed, trained, I want people to get to know you, the real you. How many of you guys agree with that? If you agree, type amen. So when we decided to create this Orlando program, again, New York was literally shut down. LA was shut down. COVID was at an all-time high. You know, literally the whole entire world as we knew it in Hollywood, the rug was pulled out. We were like, wait, what? How are talent going to now be able to audition if they don't live in New York or LA? They can't even travel. A lot of these casting companies weren't even seeing new talent. And thank God we had the master of, you know, the universe, Michael Fomkin, who literally said, hey, let's train people on how to do this the right way. Let's give them introductions live on Zoom. So I'm going to go over this one more time on the Orlando event that we're doing. I've already spoken to Tanya Deneen, and I think I sent you a screenshot. She says, where's VIP? I'll be there. Like wherever we need her, she is there because she wants to sign talent. And most of all, we literally have taken a stand against all these scam companies. We're tired of being, labeled, oh, you're like these other businesses. No, we're not. This is why we did a free call. We want to help those we feel we can help. Some of you will go and sparkly object syndrome. You have fun. Others are going to put their nose to their books and they're going to work. They're going to work on Meisner technique because the agents that we have, they want to train you step by step by step by step. You want to go and do it on your own? Bye. We won't miss you. Okay. So let's go over this very quickly on the program that we put together. I'm going to share my screen. This again is the big Orlando event, which is going to be life-changing. And I'm going to share this. Deneen, let me know if you could see it. Here we go. Yeah? Okay.
We can see it. Do you have, hold on. I sent you the PowerPoint. I can share the PowerPoint. You can go over it. Hold on just 1 second.
Yeah, that would help. I hate technology so much. And, at the end of the day, guys, you can go and spend money on pictures, classes, and websites. Like, that's sweet. But you're not going to get seen by top people in this industry. Not anymore. If you guys have not watched the news, I mean, this is a pretty crazy place that we live in. Casting directors are not risking, safety. A lot of times people are posting pictures that aren't even of them. A lot of talent that are brand new say they'll be there and then they don't show up, or they're just mentally incompetent, or, they're a little bit scary. So casting directors really want to go with people that they know and people that have been vetted. And that's why it's so important that we do this the right way. Okay. So Orlando summertime experience. Can you guys see the screen? Give me a thumbs up. Rome, Marjorie, somebody. Okay, good. I can't see everybody. Orlando summertime experience. Let's do it. So this is in the amazing city of Orlando, which is where I currently reside. Again, finding out you're pregnant March of 2020, when literally the world was shut down in February 2020. I had two options, New York or LA, and have a baby. I call it the Simba syndrome, holding a baby up on Zoom so your family and friends could see him, or actually coming home to Florida to have my child. I decided to stay in Florida because, well, I hate winter. I'll tell you this right now. I'm not a fan of I do like snow and like Hallmark movies. It's cute, but not like when you're trying to drive in it and black ice and cars spinning out of controls. I don't find that fun. And also my father passed 2 months after having my child here in Florida. So by the grace of God, I got to spend the last couple of months with him before he died. So Orlando is a quite unique market. There's a lot of work happening here in Orlando. Disney is coming here. They're building all their sound stages about 10 minutes away from me. So yay for property values. But New York and LA, they pretty much got tired of this whole shut down Hollywood, and they've come to greener pastures. So we welcome Hollywood here in the state of Florida. So we're going to be giving you a 4-look photo shoot. And I'll tell you right now, so many people, Deneen, you can attest to this. So many people email me photos, or they tag me in photos on Facebook and Instagram, and I'll just hit like and say, great job. You look great. But it doesn't mean I'm necessarily ever going to risk my credibility to submit you out for a casting with those photos. A lot of times these photos are poor lighting, poor makeup, poor wardrobe choices. A lot of times you're working with photographers that you know, or getting photos that you think that you like. So your friends and family will say, wow, you look like a model. Those photos aren't going to benefit you in this industry. Like there are, actors headshots, there are character headshots, there's a modeling portfolio. If you're going to do this and you want to be marketed to experts, this has to be well calculated. Do you guys understand this? I mean, again, I work on Broadway. So I wouldn't be able to deal with Snapchat filters or crappy headshots. I would never recommend that person to work ever, because that one picture now reflects me. If you understand that type, understood. So you don't just get photos done because it makes you feel good. You get photos that are done correctly. So having somebody like the amazing Ryan Colby, it's like we should almost get him a cape that says the amazing Ryan Colby. But he has an eye for fashion. not because he's an agent, but he's also a celebrity stylist for people like Liam Neeson, Stanley Tucci. I mean, he's worked with some of the biggest names in the industry. If, let's say, for an example, Christine Harding was getting submitted out for a show like Blacklist, or another day she was getting submitted out for Orange is the New Black spinoff, Ryan Colby would literally calculate, almost like with his beautiful mind, exactly what she needs to look like in order to wow that casting director. Okay, does that make sense? And that's really what we do here. So getting the photos done correctly. This isn't about what you like. This is about what casting directors like. And we've done that because we hire the best, like Ryan Colby, 40 years in the industry, you know, working with the top people. I mean, he was the former art director of Vogue. So for those of you that don't understand the word proximity, even adding his name to your resume, you're welcome. Because that he wants to help those he feels he can help. You're also going to get hair and makeup done the right way. You're also going to get 6 weeks of training with Ryan Colby himself. And again, that's all virtual. We're going to be going over YouTube and TikTok. I mean, that's amazing. A lot of you guys are trying to do this brand ambassador stuff online. Let's actually do it the right way. Most of all, let's do it the safe way. Keyword is safe. Okay. Because what you're putting out there, the content that you're putting out there, even if you're new, it can come back to bite you in the butt later on. And we've seen this over and over and over again. You're going to get the virtual agency meet and greet. Again, we're New York and LA based, but it doesn't mean you have to live in New York or LA. But I don't know about you. If I were living anywhere, even in LA, I would want to like have conversations with really top people. Does that interest you at all? So having a virtual agency meet and greet, also the live agency meet and greet. Tanya Kleckner herself will be flying from Los Angeles to Orlando. Yes, I will be there with Deneen with a big bottle of wine and you know, just saying like, hey, let's do this. But not only is she looking to potentially sign talent, that's not the reason why you're doing this, but she wants to help you because after working with Tim Burton and Disney and all these amazing people, Apple, she knows exactly what a self-tape should be. She knows exactly, you know, everything that you need in order to accomplish your goals. We're not reinventing the wheel again. This is an agent who works directly, and she only books speaking roles for major motion pictures and TV shows. Okay, so if you guys want to go and hire like a casting director who says that, you know, if you pay her, she's going to put you in a movie, hashtag that's illegal. Just so you guys know, there are a lot of casting directors out there also selling classes, telling you that if you pay them, they're going to put you in a project. That is illegal. That is illegal. Having a top agent tell you step by step by step what to do in this industry, that is priceless in this industry. So I don't want anybody to think that if they pay for this or join our program that you're guaranteed, because I could put you face to face in front of some of the biggest agents in the world, but I can't force them to love you. That's you. That's on you. That's your part. Do you guys understand that? You're also going to get truth management. So when you email these like casting people that you find on the internet, how many of you know that like they're legitimate castings? You don't. You have no idea. A lot of these people are catfishing talent because a lot of times you're naive and gullible when you're starting out. Oh, wow, somebody wants me to star in the new Avengers. No, they don't. If they found a picture of you, you have to have an agent. Your agent has to submit a headshot. You have to have training. You have to be able to do a self-tape. No one is asking you to star in a major motion picture. Get your head out of the clouds. That's not how this business works. So we're going to go over step by step by step with truth management. And not only that, but you can flush it down the toilet, see what comes out the other side. If there's somebody reaching out to you online, stranger danger, you send them to us, we will make sure they're legit. And we will also make sure that it's going to be beneficial to your career. No more showing up. Wow, they told me to come to this abandoned hotel. What are you doing? Deneen, how many times have we had talent that showed up to basements, office buildings in the middle of the night, alleyways? Have you watched Dahmer? What the hell is wrong with you? Like, nobody in this business works for free, kids. They don't work for free. Okay. And if that's what you're looking for, you go ahead and post your ad on Craigslist and good luck. Okay. You're also going to get training with the amazing Robert Galinsky, 50 Cent's acting coach. Again, he's also training NFL legend Edgerrin James. I can't even say his name.
Edgerrin James.
Thank you.
Hall of Fame football player.
Yeah, so like, who are you to be able to have 50 Cent's acting coach know your name and be able to work with you? Okay, that is tremendous. And if you don't understand the power of proximity, try adding that to your resume and see how you stand out compared to all the other people that just bought a backstage access, on a website, right? You're also going to get live trainings. Now, one of our coaches is from the show Sopranos. We also have we have Disney stars, we have people from the Goldbergs, people from The Walking Dead, people from America's Next Top Model, Antoinette, who you already know, Mark Schoenfeld, Kalinsky, Monique Coleman from High School Musical. Like, we have tremendous people that love our company. So the question is, if you got to add their name to your resume and you're going out for auditions, would it help you a little bit or a lot to add their names? And this isn't pre-recorded, this is live. Would it help you a little bit or a lot? Type it. A little bit or a lot if you're going out on auditions, right? Even social media, you're getting photos done by a top photographer, like working with Ryan Colby, who has proximity to all these amazing people. Having access, literally, oh my gosh, that is going to change your life. And then obviously you're going to get access to the vault. One person who we didn't even mention is part of the vault. We have, again, the Phantom of the Opera, the head of Francis Ford Coppola Productions, the head writer, co-creator of Saturday Night Live is also part of our vault. You can't even hire these people. They would never work with somebody brand new without like top representation, but they'll work with our company because of who we are and what we've accomplished. It's a lot easier to ask Les Brown to come on a call, a free call, right? Because he knows and trusts us as a business. Okay. And again, getting to work with Les, I can tell you right now, he'll charge you $7,500 for 5 hours of his time. And that's not even one-on-one. The fact that he's a part of the company, he's asked us to produce a show with him. Like, I couldn't even, Deneen, we were together last year for New Year's Eve. I mean, was this even on the resolution? Not to mention Michael Famkin, regardless of your political beliefs, working with Donald J. Trump as an advisor, like, I'll tell you right now, my family, like my mom's side, they're Democrats, and that's fine. Most of the Broadway community, Democrats. But if I got a chance to sit down with somebody who has access to some of the biggest people in the world, political figures that can implement things to change the world, even having a voice, what is that word to you? Rome King, if I give you an option to be able to plant a seed in somebody's ear, something that could change and bring awareness, fly above the clouds. Do you guys understand this? What would that word to you? Somebody tell me. So the fact that Michael now is an advisor, like, oh my God, right? So there's so much, and I think about, these dangers right now on the internet. And if you guys don't know, like even like the crazy Idaho killer guy, he was following and tracking some of these people based on social media. That is some scary stuff, which is why sometimes I have to reprimand people when they're posting silly things on Facebook and Instagram and tagging and literally sharing their IP address. And I know where you live now and what your kids are doing, who their teacher is, where their school is located. That is scary. Do you understand that? And that is what's out there in this industry. When you join those websites, when you're getting, these private messages from people you don't know on Facebook and Instagram, I don't care about the money, guys. I care about you. Do you understand that? This is what it takes to keep the bills on. We are a paid for service, and this is a free call. A lot of you gotta go, be right back. Bye. Others, you are soldiers and you made it to the end. Regardless, rain, sleet, snow, deaths, births, you are still here because you're a survivor. I know for a fact if I put somebody like Marjorie Cleveland on set, I know Marjorie's going to be there early. She's going to be respectable. She's not going to be the idiot trying to TikTok and do FaceTime with, like, I know she's going to be there until they say goodnight. It's not, how long is this going to be? Can I leave? Can I just get a selfie? No, my friends. At VIP Ignite, we have a higher standard. Do you understand? You are not coming into this family unless you are wiping your feet clean at that door and you're coming in clear mind, clear heart. You got it? This is for winners. We are only going to take you to a higher level, but I can't force you to be successful. That's on you, kids. I can give you the training. I can give you access to the most amazing people in the world. I could snap my fingers right now and put you face to face with the head of Warner Brothers casting. It's not going to make a difference if you don't have what it takes. Is that understood? So Deneen, let's go over the value. The value, I laughed when I saw this, 15,000. I laughed about that. New York City average rent right now is $5,000. Most kids pay $65,000 a year to go to college. When I graduated with a double major, no one introduced me to Warner Brothers. Here are Tony winners. Here's the head of Saturday Night Live. Are you kidding me? They said, good luck, kid. You're out on your own. And that's exactly what I had to do, which is why we don't take this for granted. The value of this is $4,997. That keeps the lights on. In order to rent out these venues and pay for photo shoots and hire these people, it costs money. They don't work for free. It is a business. The fact that we're offering a fast action taker, $2,997. I don't even want to see one person ask, does this include hotel? If you even ask me that, bye. You know what I'll do? You pay the 15 grand and I'll cover your Spirit airline, $200 round trip. Okay. It's almost a $16,000 value. I can tell you right now, Les Brown was $1 million value. That's what it cost me to get face-to-face with Les Brown, $1 million. That's what Mike and I invested just in Broadway. Just in Broadway, to be able to give you these people on a silver platter. So this is what it is, $2,997. This is going to be life-changing for some of you. Some of you, it's all about the money. Bye. You keep going on, putting yourself up on fake castings, pageants, showcases, taking classes. You're not for us. You're shiny object syndrome. People that are getting a chance to work with the cast of like The Sopranos or Disney's High School Musical, you're going to have to work. You're going to have to show up to classes on Zoom. You're going to have to study your monologues. Do you guys understand this? This isn't for everybody. When you get a chance to schedule your final interview, money is due at your appointment. Either hold it or pay in full. I don't mind working out payment plans, but if you even say, I don't know how I'm going to pay for this, I don't know how I'm going to help you. I don't mind working with some of you, and I understand life gets really tough. Sometimes life gets really shitty, okay? But if you want to play in this house and you want access to these people, you've already seen Tanya can book you $1 million an episode. What's it like sitting down face-to-face in front of Tanya Kleckner, an agent to literally stars of hit TV shows? Deneen, you know this. She's constantly submitting for huge projects and she's looking for new faces. Whether or not you've done anything ever before in your life, you're getting the training you need here and you're going to be meeting with her live. The question is, do you have the balls to live out your dreams? How many of you guys got balls? I hate to sound like that, but if you don't, you have 24 hours to grow a pair before your interview, whenever it is. Because at that time of the interview, you already heard Tanya. If they're even wishy-washy, this isn't, I have to talk to my mom, my wife, my priest. Yes or no, do you want in? I don't mind helping you figure out the money situation, but at the time of the interview, you're holding it with a deposit. Why? Because if I even have a red flag even planted in this crazy head of mine that you're not going to show up or that you're financially struggling and you're going to ruin the integrity that the company built, save your money. Because I can't make that relationship back. It's gone forever. Do you understand that? So there's the link. If you're serious, schedule. If you're not, I hope you had a great free boot camp because that's what it was. This was the epitome. Wow, you had a chance to talk to Les Brown live on Zoom. Amazing. Does he know your name? By the way, you could follow him with the other million people that follow him. He doesn't even know how to work social media. I had to walk him through how to do Zoom. He's going to be Deneen White's new project. She's going to show him how to work social media. Okay. Because he wants to learn. He's tired of relying upon other people. And you should be tired of relying upon these companies that aren't doing you justice. If you spent money and you spent time and you're not where you need to be, well, then it's time to switch things up. You got it? So we have Ryan Colby coming on now, and I hate to keep Mr. Fashion Icon waiting, but
we are going to keep Mr. Fashion Icon waiting for just a couple minutes. Okay. Because I want to answer any questions. Like, I know you've gone over everything, which is awesome. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. So if you guys can share the link in the comments. Okay. There we go. Perfect. We have the link going in the comments. But if anyone has any questions, please ask them now. We're gonna answer a couple questions, and then we'll bring the one, the only Mr. Ryan Colby on. All right. And the question, I'm asking you to keep the questions pertaining to Orlando. Don't ask, what are we doing next Thursday or something like that. Please keep them pertaining to Orlando, okay? So Daisha Knight has a question. You have to unmute yourself, my friend. There you go.
I apologize. My question for Orlando is, am I able to participate once I finish my payments for New York?
Schedule an appointment. Schedule an appointment, and then we'll work on that.
Somebody's asking, should voiceover be out on the resume? Of course it should be. You should put voiceover on especially if you booked work. Somebody's asking, I'm wondering what type of flexible jobs the people you work with usually have, if you can list a few.
Okay, I can, hold on, let me answer that. Can I take that one?
Yes,
our talent book work consistently. So you asking what kind or what types of flexible jobs the people you work with usually have? Someone went over that yesterday. I forget who it was. Someone actually, like, I think it was Patrick Lang, went over a list of like 10 different jobs that you can do. Sorry, be resourceful. Like, we're not a job placement. We're not a job placement agency. So you could be a barista, you can be a CNA. There are so many things that you can do. I don't know your list of experience, but you can, if you're really good at social media, you could be a social media manager. If you are an organized person, you could be a virtual assistant. There's a lot that you can do. Yes, Inner Circle, please still schedule for this. Does anyone else have any questions before we bring on the fabulous Mr. Ryan Colby? And my assistant who's on, please make sure that you keep dropping the link. We want you guys to schedule an appointment. If you've been on for this long, what are you waiting for? We talked about this yesterday. We talked yesterday about, and we talked today about how this here is the most important moment in your career. Are you going to say yes to yourself, or are you going to like think about it and hope and wish for the best?
Candace Rayford went to our Atlanta event, and she met one of the top casting directors from Stranger Things live at the event. And she actually missed her second day of our event because she went on set. And
yeah,
then
she called me.
Yeah, she's like, am I going to be in trouble if I don't go to day 2? And Deneen said, no, why? She goes, I got booked, which I don't feel.
Yeah,
like,
she had a photo shoot scheduled. She was like, Deneen, I have a problem. I was like, what? She's like, I got booked on the job. I was like, and your problem is, well, I have to go for my COVID test early. And I was like, okay, so then I'll just move your photo shoot around. Like, being on set, come on now. Anyway.
Javon says, do I need to have my self-tape and monologue recorded when showing up to Orlando? Well, Javon, we're going to go over, if you're already going to Orlando, great. You still need to schedule, because some of the stuff that we're offering at this particular, this is a boot camp special. We'll just say, it's like I'm waitressing again. Hi, welcome to VIP Ignite. My name is Alicia Kabak. Today, here are your specials, but you're still going to want to schedule, because if you are going to Orlando in any capacity, we want to make sure that before you go, that literally we're dotting I's and crossing T's. So schedule an appointment, or I know you also talked to Debbie. Just email Debbie and she can go over that with you.
Betty has a question. If you raise your Zoom hands, you don't have to wave at me. I know. Trust me. I'm the same. I'm like in the same age. I'm like, oh, pick me. Okay, Betty, unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My question is, are there going to be any safety precautions in effect for COVID?
I got the answer to this one. Hold on, let me answer your first question. Okay. We follow and exceed the guidelines that the CDC has. So if the CDC says, hey, you need to mask and you need to wash yourself from head to toe in antibacterial soap, we do that. I'm just making that up. But we always follow the CDC regulations. So if the CDC regulations say that we should be masked, whatever, for the local jurisdiction, we do that. If not, then you are free to mask, do whatever you want. We're not going to judge anyone for masking or not masking. That's not our job.
Mm-hmm. And I want to piggyback off of something Deneen started to talk about. Just so you understand, when we do these live events, when we do them, you will have working actors whose life of theirs, like on tape, like going to the studios, and also the entire crew is at stake if one person has COVID. Remember that, especially on Broadway, since it's live. So like, God forbid Vanessa Hudgens had COVID and there is no understudy, the whole entire production would shut down. So when we're doing these events, we're cognizant to what our people are working on. Like Tanya works from home, but she definitely has actors coming in. Like, we can't put like any set at risk. So we have to make sure that we follow the protocol.
We follow the CDC regulations, but if you feel that you need to protect yourself further than what the requirements are, again, you can wear a mask, you can do whatever you need to do to protect yourself, but we follow the local regulations. We're not going to have everyone follow rules for one person. That person has to protect themselves.
Yeah.
Okay. And what if we had another COVID outbreak? Is there
okay, so let me answer that question as well. So in 2020, we had an event scheduled in June of 2020 in Los Angeles. Okay. Yeah. Literally, in March of 2020, the whole world shut down. So what we did was we actually changed our whole business model to fit that. So if there's God forbid, there's a COVID outbreak, we're watching the news. Like, Mike watches more CNN, I think, than like the CEO of CNN. So we always know what's going on in the world. So if there's a COVID outbreak, what we'll do is we'll follow the regulations, or we postpone the shoots. We work with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Not to mention, we have some of the top health providers in the world because of Mr. Trump. So, you know, we have access to some tremendous people in the health.
And did you schedule yet, Benny? You're asking all these questions. Schedule your appointment so we can talk to you.
I'm trying to get to the link now.
Okay. Share the link. Share the link.
I'm like, I'm a little social media technology challenge. So
this is really easy. What, Jemiah, please share the link again, just the link for the schedule. Betty, all you do is you click the link. It'll take you right to, it's like voodoo magic. It's the craziest thing.
Okay.
If I can do it, you can do it. Because I know Alicia says I'm really tech savvy. I am so not. There it is. Just put your mouse over that link and click. Tell me when you're done. Then I'm going to mute you. Then I'm going to answer another question. Are you good? Give me a thumbs up.
I think I'm good.
Okay, awesome.
Now, I do want to stress one thing. I'm not going to call anybody else on this call, but there are people on this call that have already scheduled meetings, because I see them on my phone, because thank God for Debbie, we have a spreadsheet, that have just interviewed with us last week or 2 weeks ago that financially couldn't figure this out. Please don't be offended if we ask you, are you financially prepared to do it this time? Because there's over 100 people on this call. They're also watching live on YouTube in addition to Facebook. And this isn't like who has money, buy a ticket. We have very few spots. Okay. So I want to make sure that if you're going to schedule that, it's with intent to purchase if you're accepted. So if you just interviewed in the last 30 days and financially you were struggling, living in a car, just lost their job, whatever the situation was, and again, we're sympathetic, please don't schedule, because there's nothing that we can do to help you unless something drastically changed. Does that make sense?
Betty, you're muted now. Just give me a thumbs up if you were able to schedule. Okay. No, you are not. I don't
know what that means.
I'm not sure. All right. I appreciate. Okay, so we're gonna unmute Catherine, the Funk family. How about that? It's just easier to say the Funk family. And then we're gonna bring on the one and only Mr. Ryan Colby. So, okay, Funk family. You guys should like do a traveling band. It's the Funk family.
I know. Well, we just want to say thank you so much. Like, I just wanted to share some gratitude and some bombs of just just so much inspiration and impact that you guys have. Like I said, this is at least my second one. This whole thing is literally worth billions and the billions because of all the value you guys bring. I mean, literally, like, Les Brown has like been one of my favorites for I can't even count how long. And then all of these other people that have just been amazing and so worth it. So thank you again for the billions that you guys have invested over time and collecting those coins, those centers of influence networkers, always collecting
Ooh.
coins. Yeah,
I like
I'm always
that. That's
I'm a
good.
coin collector, so you guys are part of my coins now. So thank you. And I just want to say we're like ready to go. We're excited. Michael, we had miracle happen between the last time we were on and here. Michael Miracle like fought for himself to be well. I mean, yeah. And so now he's here permanently with us. Met our 6 weeks. Sarah and Michael are both now permanently here. And they're like ready to go. Michael has earned money and I told him about it and he was like, this is exactly what I want. And so he went out and
I have all of my money ready to go and I'm ready to get this going.
Yeah, out of his own pocket.
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 16.
He needs to be on Disney. Do you guys see this? Look at that face. Oh my God.
He's so adorable.
He's so cute. Now the question is, you're cute. The question is, do you have what it takes?
Yeah.
So
I have determination and
wait, say that again.
I have strong determination to do whatever I set my mind to.
That's good.
And I follow what I'm told. You need me to do this, I'll do it.
Yeah, and he's a hard worker. The other thing too is just you know, the obstacle is the way. And we've just been working really hard. Sarah's excited. She yeah, anyway, we just want to say thank you. We don't want to take any more of your time, but we're really, really, really grateful. And thank you for the billions of dollars that you've added to us and our family here in this house in Scottsdale, let
Way
alone
beyond millions.
all the others that you've impacted over the weekend. Thank you.
You were right there. We literally like 2 weeks.
I know she was messaging me. She was like, Deneen. I was like, I'm in the mastermind.
I will meet you. I will drive and meet you. Whatever. Next time. We'll see you.
I didn't even tell you where we were. Did you follow our Instagram? Did you see that?
Yeah, I'm friends with Bill Walsh online. Yeah. I'm friends with you guys. I was like, you guys, where are you? Like, I'll stop by. I will literally stop by the gas station. That's right.
Yeah, when you go to one of those masterminds, like he had us going from like 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. So it was like boot camp.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta do what you gotta do.
That's what we do.
All right. Thank you guys. Thank you, folks.
Oh, good. Betty's scheduled.
Yeah.
We are scheduled Friday.
Okay, good. Good. Betty, I was going to slap you if you didn't schedule, especially since everybody said how great your energy was. Now the question is, you ready to put your money where your mouth is? If I put you in front of these people, are you going to make it happen? You ready now?
I just met Betty this weekend. I've enjoyed watching her, so.
I know that, but that's what scares me because sometimes they get this like sense of I can do it. And then I put them face to face with like somebody like a Robert Russell from Warner Brothers. And then like, oh, I can't do it. So I need to know that you're serious. Like that, it's everything to us.
And if you're not yet serious, you have me in your corner. I'm addicted to helping people be successful. Kai, I want to ask you to put do you have a question specifically about Orlando? Okay, we're going to answer your question and then Mr. Colby is like, Deneen, unmute me now. That's not really his voice. But he's like, do you guys even know I'm here? I'm like, we know you're here, Mr. Colby. Calm down. All right, Kai.
So I just wanted to give you a little follow-up about my financial situation.
Why don't we do this personally? I would love for you to reveal to strangers and Facebook and YouTube, but I prefer you not to.
It's not going to be like a lot
really
of.
Good.
Okay. So you want to do this personally then?
Is it something really good, or if not, schedule an appointment and we'll talk?
How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Again, another one. It's like that 90210. You're 20, but you could still play like a middle school student.
Thank you.
I've been watching Ginny and Georgia. You seen that show? You look like you should be on that show.
Doesn't sound familiar, no.
It's on Netflix. It's good. Just check it out. All right.
Thank you. I'll take your word for that.
All right, Kai, did you schedule an appointment for Orlando?
Yes, I did with Ashley, I believe her name is.
Perfect. We'll talk to you all. I just don't want you revealing too much of your personal stuff.
Right. Of course. It's just like you said earlier, was that like if you're not sure about it, or like if you're not sure you can make your money up. I know that I am sure, since you said that this is going to be in the summer, correct?
May.
Summertime. Okay. No, yeah, I could definitely do something. I got some things. I'm working on some things.
I can tell Kai. Okay, we will
And Deputy
see you.
Davis is on. She says, Kai, just schedule and we can go over everything. That's from Debbie.
He just told us he did, so that's awesome. All right. Thank you, Kai. Okay, Simone, is this related directly to Orlando? Give me a thumbs up if it is. All right.
Let's go, Kelly.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you know exactly what day it's going to be in May?
Schedule your appointment, get accepted, and then we'll answer that question. How's that sound?
Great. Great.
Like that answer?
Just so you know, for security reasons, we will never give you the exact location or the exact date unless you're actually going to the event. I've learned my lesson with having big events in New York City, especially working in the music industry. So many people would be out there handing out their CDs when I would have people from Def Jam and Bad Boy there. So we've learned our lesson. It's also for safety. So if you're going, then you'll have all the information you need.
Schedule, get accepted, and then we'll give you the deets.
Oh, well, I was going to ask, is it going to potentially be on a weekend, considering the fact that I work throughout the week, or maybe I could take
Depending on
maybe
this
Thursday
call
and Friday
works,
off.
it will be on a weekend.
Great.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. Okay, friends.
Imagine if we had events, Deneen, on like a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. That would be so cool.
We have like you, me, Mike,
but everybody,
Debbie.
Everybody works. So
awesome. All right. So, does anyone else have any questions pertaining to Orlando before I turn the floor over to Michael, to Ryan and Alicia?
You're just besties.
All right, Mr. Colby, let's see here. Can you turn your camera on so I know which?
Betty's retired. Betty's ready to go on set for 30 days straight, like Leslie Pina. She's good, right, Betty?
Okay, Mr. Colby.
Oh, thank you, Ada. That was nice.
Hello.
Oh, hello. You're a ray of sunshine today.
Yes, trying to be.
That's funny because I have these bags from Beverly Models for you that are that exact color.
Oh yeah, they are that color.
Did you forget them in International
There's
Talent?
a few new yellow pieces.
Yeah, well, I have some, so you can accessorize. All right, sir, how are you? Are you feeling better?
Yeah, I have a little bit of a headache, but it's good.
Okay, but your skin looks perfect. I mean, it looks flawless. So I don't know if you're moisturizing or
I
exfoliating.
only moisturized today. Only had time. That's all I had time for.
Okay, I was waiting for some glitter, some shimmer. None of that today.
Not today.
Okay, well, that's fine. We're good with that.
No.
Okay. So, Ryan, this is our favorite time of our boot camps, the Model Garage. Now, there's a lot of people, and I've I don't know how much you heard, but you know, when we do these photo shoots, you're going to construct photo shoots based on what our talent qualify for, not what they like to see themselves wear. So I do want to call on a 16-year-old who has, in my opinion, a great look. His name is Michael Funk. I just like saying his name. But I want to hear your thoughts. And Michael, we're going to drive up into that Model Garage, Actor Garage, and we're going to put you in front of Ryan Colby. So say your prayer that he's nice on this one. Ryan, this is Michael Funk. Michael, this is Mr. Colby. Ryan, what type of roles can you see him playing, or what would you submit him out to?
Where did he go? I don't see him.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure that he can see you. Hold on. I'm gonna put myself on mute.
He was on like
There
a
you
minute
go.
ago, but then
Michael, talk. Speak.
Hello.
hello. Oh, okay, I see him now.
Hello.
What kind of roles? Well, I already texted that I liked him.
Yes.
He's not. You have a very good look. Very good. You could be anything from 12 to 16. How old are you?
I am 16.
You're 16. Okay. So you could play 12 to 16. How tall are you?
I am 5'9".
That's a little too tall for a 12-year-old, but
yeah,
that's a good height for 16. But no, you have a great look. I mean, you can work every day. You really do. You have a really strong look. With the right images and with a little bit of training, there's really no job you can't do. So you've
Thank you.
a really good foundation to start working almost immediately.
And what type of roles? Like
We
if we
just
were
need photos.
Hey, right.
I
If
mean,
you
it depends on how strong you read. I mean, if you're more comedic, there's the whole Nickelodeon Disney route. I mean, I could see you on Disney every day. But if you read more serious, then the indie route, you know, more of what some of those young actors are doing in the indie horror genre. It's very lucrative for teens to be in indie horror. They're producing them.
I can
And,
pretty much act anyway, anyhow I
okay,
need
well,
to.
we would have to see that.
I understand.
And then I could tell you, but based upon physicality, if you feel you can do any genre, then you really could be in New York or LA. I feel LA would probably be interested in you first because you seem very bubbly and smiley, and New York seems to be a little, they like the more emo, moody kids. But
I can see that.
So I would probably say 60-40 LA and 40% New York. So I'd probably start you in LA just because there's a tad more opportunities for teenagers in Los Angeles.
Thank
And
you.
what type of photos would you have him do? Is the hair okay, or would you like the hair cut? What would
The
you?
hair's okay. There's a little bit too much product in it. Whatever you've got in it today, it's a little too much, but the style is good. The texture is good. I would just put less product in your hair, but that's about it.
All right, sounds good.
Just make it more natural looking, but you have a great face. You can work every day. It's just a matter. And 5'9" is good because you could probably grow another 1.5 inches, 2 inches over the
Yeah, I
next
think
2
so,
3 years. And that's a good thing. So you're on a, you know, you've got good foundation. So hopefully I'll see you in Orlando and introduce you to some agents because you can work, you know, with
And he's
Miami.
I'll be in
agent,
Orlando.
Orlando. Oh, you're in Orlando. Okay.
I'll be in Orlando.
He's in Scottsdale, Ryan, but his
Scottsdale, Arizona. Okay.
mother's a friend of the company, and this is their second boot camp, and they're gonna make this happen. This is something that they want to do, and we anticipate seeing them in Orlando, which is where you'll be as well.
Yeah, and Michael earned his own money to be able to do it. So
Oh, he did what?
Michael earned his own money to be able to do the Orlando. I told him about it, and then he busted tail, and he's got his money
He
to
earned
put
his
down.
own money doing what?
I had a job up in Idaho with my dad.
Okay, that's cute. That's cute.
Yeah, it's his own money, and we've got a sound booth behind us. He's been practicing. He does he wrote his own monologue. He's
Okay,
got
great.
it anyway. So yeah, so he's working.
Well,
on
I would actually, I mean, the thing with writing your own monologue, and I'm not saying you're not a good writer, but that's traditionally not the best way to start. You really should pick a model. You can add that in your repertoire, like in your box of monologues, but that can't be the only monologue. You really should have a monologue that is well known for teenage boys, something from Good Will Hunting or something from I don't know. I heard something recently. You know, there's you know what monologue I heard the other day that was very unique from a 15-year-old. I didn't personally hear it, but a casting director friend of mine, we were talking, and he said he just heard one and he booked a boy because of it, from the Damien Part 2, the Omen series. And there's a scene with the boy, he's like 15, and he's basically telling his parents that he rules the world and they have no power, and he's going to pretty much kill them. And it was very serious, but it's a very strong scene, and it got this kid a gig. And because of your skin tone and your look, I could see you doing a horror film and doing something serious. So I would definitely pick scenes from a movie or a TV show in addition to your monologue that you wrote. Do not just use the monologue that you wrote. It could really be your downfall.
I will do that. I'll make sure not to use my monologue.
I mean, you can use it,
100%.
but do not let that be the only one you have in your head when you go on an audition and they say, hey, read us a monologue, and then here you come with this monologue that you wrote. That's not going to work. You need to have something that they know, and if they say, hey, do you have anything else? Then you can be like, oh, I wrote this, and then that'll be an easier transition. Never go in there thinking that Ernest Hemingway and that you can write your own stuff, because that won't work for you.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. And that's why we're here, because we want to work
I
with the
see a lot
best.
of people get excited about the industry, like, I'm going to write my own stuff. And it's like,
You have to do what is done before to do your own thing later.
yeah, exactly.
So Catherine, just in case your son starts screaming out this monologue that he's going to start memorizing, just let your neighbors know that he's not really possessed by the devil.
Well, anyway, that's just an example, because that's an underrated film with a really strong teenage lead, where the kid was in every scene and he did an amazing job, and it's an underrated movie. And the reason I bring it up is because my friend booked this guy on a Lifetime TV movie, because he did a monologue that was unique. Instead of coming in there with every monologue that every boy does, he did something different.
That's awesome. Well, bang the guitar with one hand on chord, right? And that's we're here to like learn from the best, and that's why we know we want to not make the mistakes. So that's why we're here. Thank you for your expertise.
You're welcome.
All right, so
I can't wait to meet you.
Okay, great. Me too.
Hug it out. Okay, here's my question for everybody on this call that just witnessed that. Imagine Michael Funk wanting to get into acting, sitting up on websites, trying to figure this out on his own, doing this original monologue that he wrote. Now, we talked about Ships in the Night. Does anybody here feel that the transition now going towards the light, going towards our final destination? He has somebody that's been in the industry for 40 years that works with people like Ryan freaking Murphy. Ryan Colby himself just told him the exact monologue he needs to use from one of the top casting directors from Lifetime, and it booked this kid a job. Do you guys understand this? And that was within like 2 minutes of a free call.
Yeah.
You guys
Let's
understand?
go.
Oh my God. Like, you need to write this down in your journal.
Sometimes these casting directors, what you guys have to understand, that goes for everyone, whether you're 16 or 66, it doesn't matter how old you are. The thing with casting directors is that they're really very, they're very tired, they're very bitchy, they're very jaded. And if you don't impress them or do something to like wake them up after they've heard 45 people belt out the same dialogue, you're doing yourself a disservice. So always keep it interesting and cool and fun. Don't do the cookie cutter typical things, especially if you're a female. Don't start trying to do Meryl Streep or Susan Sarandon. If you're a male, don't start doing Johnny Depp and Al Pacino or Brad Pitt. And if you're a black male, please don't do Denzel or Samuel L. Jackson. Do something different, because they, believe me, they have heard every Denzel scene ever written. They have heard every Meryl Streep scene ever written, and you're boring them. Because if you're not as good as Denzel or Meryl, you've just ruined your day. So try and be different when you go to these auditions, and pick things that are more obscure that fit your age and demographic and et cetera, et cetera. Don't just do the first thing that comes up on Google when you put in men's monologues or women's monologues, because that sometimes will not get you the job, and they will not be impressed. They'll be like, you did no work, you just did the basics. You basically phoned it in, and you're boring me.
Okay, guys, so we have our new Colbyism for 2023. Hashtag don't be boring. Wait until we introduce you to Mark Victor Hansen, Ryan. Chicken soup is a soul. You really have this Hallmark-esque type way of speech with your words, and you're just so heartfelt.
Oh, Hallmark, yeah. No, people are just sometimes, yeah. And like I said, my friend booked this kid because he woke him up and he was like, "Oh, I know that monologue. That's from that obscure 1975 movie," and it was just interesting. And he was like, "You know what? This is a kid."
Well, if I know Catherine Funk, she's probably Googling it right now. She's going to have it on like some kind of Word document. She's going to print it up. She's going to have them recorded, send it to us. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, hashtag don't be boring. We're going to totally get t-shirts made on that one. All right, so I'm not calling on people that like have their hands raised. If your camera is on, I'm just going to start calling people. Next person I'm going to call is Sonia Russell. Hi, Sonia. Or should I say Sonia?
Hello?
Okay, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, but I can't see you. Are you in a car?
Yeah, I'm fixing to head back in. I was walking around. I've just been sitting so long. I'm not a real
Okay,
still
that's fine.
patient person. I have to get up and move around. And
Okay, that's fine.
yeah,
How old and how tall are you?
I am 5'9". I am 49 years old. I live here in Hot Springs, Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Yes, I actually have 3
Okay.
grown children and 1 grandbaby.
Oh, cute.
And I'm
Okay.
recently helping take care of my mother as we speak.
Okay. Well, at that age and that height, you're more conducive for administrative roles, pharma work, pharmaceutical stuff. If you have strong headshots, I can't 100% see what you look like because of the darkness of the
Yeah,
car.
I'm gonna move. If you give me 1 second, it'll take me 2
Yeah,
minutes to get
it's
through
a
the door.
little dark in there. I can't see your
Yeah.
features. I just see
Well, what I can do
glasses
is
and teeth.
I can call on somebody else, and then when you get inside,
Yes, that'll be
Yeah,
fine
it's,
and
it's dark
perfectly.
there because Arkansas is a
Yes.
couple hours ahead, so it's like 5:30. But anyway,
Yes.
I could, based on your age alone, you are good for pharmaceutical stuff, administrative stuff, judge stuff, managerial roles, stuff like that. Young grandmother or older mother stuff, stuff like that. That's usually what women of 49 years old are playing. If you have experience, then obviously you could do co-star roles,
Me, Mom.
villain roles. It just depends upon your experience and your reading ability when it comes to
Yes.
okay, good.
Yes, let me go to some light so you can see my face. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
They said
Okay.
still too much.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, you could be. You're more of like, definitely more administrative. A doctor, a skilled doctor, not like a new doctor. A skilled doctor, a lawyer, a judge, a detective. Roles like that where you have some sort of authority. That's kind of.
Yes, that's more of me anyway. I worked a lot of management jobs.
Okay, good.
So forth.
So that's kind of,
what about
and
the
as far
hair
as
color?
any print work, it would be similar. It would be more lifestyle, banks, pharmaceutical, cars, food products, stuff like that. Supermarkets, foods, stuff like that. That's what they would use. Lifestyle people for print.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Print
good.
work. Yeah.
Happy New Year to you. All right, thank you for visiting Models Garage. All right, Michelle Tennant Persky, you're next. Step right up.
Cool.
It's okay. I know her. Now you do. Michelle meet Ryan. Ryan meet Michelle. Okay, go ahead,
Okay.
Michelle.
In North Carolina, I'm 48 and I am 5'8".
Okay, very similar. You could do that. Your face has more of don't take this the wrong way, but you could be probably more villainous. In as far as some sort of, the bitchy boss. But you could also probably be the nice.
I love
the
it.
nice
I'll take it.
neighbor, the nice neighbor. You could be the nosy neighbor. You could be the neighbor that like is in everyone's business. Stuff like that. That's what I would physically see you as. As far as your reading ability, if you could do any comedy, that would probably work for you. You could be like the blonde who isn't understanding what's happening and stuff like that. Those kinds of roles are funny if you do them right. A la, you kind of look like that woman that was in Bridesmaids that had the role where she was married and she had the annoying children. So that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
stuff like that. I mean, it depends
Thank
on your
you.
reading ability. I don't, if you are a strong reader, if you're not and you can only do print work, then you similar to the woman before you, lifestyle, car work, pharmaceutical work, stuff like that. Young grandmother work, stuff like that. If you're
Okay.
only doing print.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome.
Love it.
All right, let's see who's next at the Model Garage. David Santos. Guys, I'm only calling on people that have their cameras on, FYI. So if you want to pull on up to the model's garage, your camera must be on. All right, David Santos. You have to unmute.
All right, there we go.
Okay.
Hey, I'm David Santos. I'm from New. I'm 25. I'm 6'4".
I can't see this person, even though they're talking.
Let me see. Please
They're
hold.
not showing up on my screen.
I want to make sure I mute everybody.
Continue talking.
Right now, I'm between New York and Madrid.
Okay, now I see him. Okay. Now you're between New York and Madrid. Where are you at right now?
New York. Mostly I'm in New York, but I'm in between New York and Madrid.
Okay. How old are you and how tall again?
25. I'm 6'4".
6'4"?
Yeah.
Okay, that's really tall. Okay. Can you take off the hat?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, yeah, you have a good commercial look. Do you have a slim body? Do you have abs and everything?
Yeah.
Okay, because of your age, you'd be good for sportswear and lifestyle wear like sweatpants, hoodies, maybe high fashion if you got the right photos. I would have you shave, but because of your height, you might be a bit too tall, but it depends on your proportions. You could probably do some high fashion. And if you're in Madrid during Fashion Week, they actually tend to like overly tall guys from Madrid. They really do like the 6'2" and the 6'3". So that's a good thing for you if you can walk properly and if you have the right imagery. Now, for high fashion in Madrid Fashion Week is getting more and more popular as the seasons go by. So that's a good thing. It's getting more national attention as opposed to local attention. And models are actually going there to do shows, which they didn't really used to do before. Models, they would just use local Spanish models for Barcelona and Madrid Fashion Week. Now they're bringing in the Russians, they're bringing in the Brazilians, they're bringing in the Americans to do the shows because they're becoming more popular. So that's a good thing for you. If you can walk and you have strong images, you could probably do shows overseas in addition to shows in New York, but you would need the right imagery because you're a little too tall. So I would have to show you shorter. I know that sounds weird, but I know how to shoot people so they look taller or shorter. And so I would have to have you shot so you don't look so tall, so I could trick the client into thinking that you're not, and they would use you, you know what I mean? So it's all smoke and mirrors with this industry. So sometimes I have to make people look tall, look shorter. So I would do that with you, but you would be good for New York, LA, and if you have Madrid access and a place to stay, that's amazing. There's some amazing photographers and magazines in Spain that don't exist over here. So that's good. And plus, once you're in Spain, you have access to England and France, and so it's really close. So you have access to jobs over there where they're more likely to book someone already on the continent of Europe than bring someone in from, United States or South America, stuff like that. So yeah, two good markets.
All right. I hope that was helpful.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Georgia Perry.
Thank you.
I got Georgia on my mind. Hello, Georgia.
Hi.
Hello, Georgia.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, you see me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm from Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
Okay, how tall and how old?
I'm 61. I'm 5'7".
Okay, so you would be good for like the glamorous grandma. I can see you like a little bit of extraness, based upon your look. You have good skin, so I think that you would be good for like the elegant higher end grandma, the higher end judge, the higher end hospital administrator, stuff like that. So if you can read well, those are roles that could be offered to you. For print, same thing, like, you know, high-end clothing, Nordstrom's, you know, stuff like that, where you would be wearing, you know, suitings, jewelry, rings, earrings, nice shoes. I probably, depending upon how you photograph, probably would go that route as opposed to more of the lifestyle commercial route. I would definitely just make you look as expensive as possible in print.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is she meant more for New York or LA, Rye?
New York.
There you go.
New York.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I think clients in New York would respond better.
Okay. And what about the hair color? Keep it? Change it?
I'm on the fence because I kind of like it, but I would have to see it in better lighting. So I would have, I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to see it in daylight to see how strong that color is. If it's subtle, then I would say keep it. If it's too bright and looks too juvenile, then I would say just make it like a nice brown. But I'd have to see it in better lighting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, let me see scale 1 to 10, and I hate to rate Ryan Colby. We all know he's a 10, but this particular learning exercise was as helpful a little bit like a 10, or was it, yeah, whatever, I could do this on my own. Because I really want to express to you, to have Ryan even, hey, when I go to the Tony Awards, when Deneen has to go somewhere, Ryan's always like, Deneen can tell you stories about going to the mall with Mr. Colby, and
Am I allowed to share one?
quite a treat.
Okay, so just one. So last year, we had a big photo shoot in Atlanta, and Ryan Colby had the opportunity to stay with us for. I feel like you were there for a while. By the way, I have a board game we're going to play the next time I see you. But that I digress.
Atlanta. I was there for like 5 days. Everybody.
Yeah, you remember you and I stayed together because Mike was on a business trip.
Oh yeah.
And you had to keep me company.
And baby Kaden, like he's at my house.
Okay, well, I'll lend Ryan to you, but so Mike's like, you need to get some clothes because you need to take photos in Atlanta. So I'm like, okay. So I'm like, okay, Ryan, we got to go shopping. He's like, oh my God, I love shopping. I took Ethan Hawke from the worst dress to best dress. So we go to the mall and we're walking around and I'm innocently walking with Ryan. He's like, pulls me to one of those kiosks in the middle of the mall. And he takes this dress off the rack and he's like, try this on. I'm like, Ryan, I'm having flashbacks to when I was 10 years old and my mom took me shopping. And he's like, no, try it on, really. And I was like, I thought it looked atrocious, honestly. It looked a bit like my great grandma's Afghan that you would have thrown over.
I'll take it.
But when I tried it on, I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. So when you have someone like Ryan Colby take you shopping, he can take something that looks like an Afghan on a hanger and like you wear it and you were like, hey, look at me, I'm awesome.
It was unique because of the color and the cut and the fabric. You weren't going to find a dress like that because the woman had a kiosk because she probably couldn't afford a store. So
I wasn't judging the kiosk.
No, but that's what the kiosks are for, is for people who can't afford stores. So when you sometimes I like to support them because they are more unique. You're not going to find that dress anywhere.
I know, but I never, ever would have. But I'll tell you offline why I was so emotionally traumatized by that moment. That's not a story we share on Zoom.
What was that? The green dress. What dress was this?
That was the green dress. Yeah, you know the green dress?
On you.
I know, it's my favorite dress on me too. I can't wait to go home so I can wear it.
VIP. We just live out your worst fears and just make them into rainbows.
You have to lean into your fear, people. Lean into your fear.
The obstacle is the way.
Awesome.
Worse.
Well, Ryan, this has been absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for putting our future talent through the model garage. I can't wait. I actually had someone reach out to me. She's like, Deneen, are you gonna tell us who Ryan was interested in? I was like, no, you'll know when you know. Sorry. But anyway, so Ryan, thank you so much for being here. I'm gonna call you in a few minutes to talk to you, but I really appreciate you being here. So thank you so much. You're not in trouble at all, sir. But
Okay, very good.
right.
Okay, well, everyone have a good rest of the night, and I will see you in Orlando.
Okay.
You're gonna see them before. You're doing some training starting in February.
Fashion Week in February in New York City. Where are you? He goes LA and that's it. He just lives in a bubble
He
now.
forgets about the East Coast like we don't exist anymore. Awesome. All right,
I will see
Ryan, thank you.
everyone soon. Okay, see
Bye.
you. Bye.
All right, guys, this has been an absolutely amazing weekend. I just want to share a little something with you about my why, because I know Alicia shared her why. And I also want to give you guys the opportunity also, if you have not yet scheduled, we're going to be on for like 5 or 10 more minutes. So if someone can share the link, that would be amazing. Like this is like literally your last chance to get in on these amazing things that we're doing in Orlando. Okay. So this is like last chance to schedule. Oh my gosh. Sarah and Michael, you guys could be twins. And I'm sorry if you hate hearing that. But like I saw Michael, I was like, did Sarah get her hair? Oh my gosh. The Funk family, I'm telling you, we're taking you on the road. Anyway, so I just want to share a little something with you guys about a why, because I told you that, and I know Alicia told you too, like no matter whether it's the best of times or worst of times, when you do something because you absolutely love it and you have a why, you show up on the best days and you show up on the shittiest days. And yes, I just swore. Okay. So I'll start with a year and a half ago, and then I'm going to fast forward to today. So a year and a half ago, I lost my mom. She had a massive stroke, and 2 days later she was gone. And then the next day, Alicia and VIP Ignite and Mike and Debbie, they were all in New Orleans. And I was like, I literally had my plane ticket, but I got the call and I was with my family, obviously. And so my mom passed away on a Wednesday, and Thursday, Alicia's like, hi, I need you to do a Facebook Live. And I was like, I'm gonna curse. I'm like, I wanted to be like, listen, bitch, my mom, what do you mean? My mom just like, what do you want? But you know what? Because I had a strong why and I'm addicted to helping people be successful, I was doing Facebook Lives. And to this day, I'm like, I was insane. But my why for being here is to help you guys be successful. So over the last couple of weeks, we've been going through a real hard time here at VIP Ignite. And I'm sharing this with you because I want you guys to understand why I'm standing here right now. Because I honestly, if I had my choice in my humanity, we wouldn't be here today. I was like, no. But so a couple weeks ago, Mike's mom fell and she fractured her hip. And that was like okay, I don't know if any of you have ever had an older person that you care about fall and hurt themselves. She was like, I don't need to go to the hospital. I'm fine. I'm like, okay, we'll stand up. She couldn't. So we had to get her to the hospital. And it's been a roller coaster of a couple weeks. We have seen so many miracles over the past couple of weeks. Like that part of the reason that we're celebrating little miracles is the one day Mike's mom was like, oh my gosh, I want some water. And I was like, she wants water, everyone. And we celebrated because it was a miracle because she wanted water. And we've encountered people. Mike and I are convinced that we've run into angels, like literal angels. And so it's been a battle. The past couple of weeks have been such a battle. but we've still been showing up. Okay, we've still been showing up because our why is to help you be successful. So we haven't really announced this publicly. We've only told a few people. But last night, Mike's mom passed away, and we didn't sleep. You know what I mean? Like, Mike's an only child, and we didn't sleep last night. And everything inside of me wanted to be like, no, you know what? We can't do this. But you know what? If any of you had the opportunity to meet Philomena, I know some of you met her like maybe at different events, or you know anything about her. She was like positively the strongest woman I've ever known in my whole entire life. And we talked as a company, we're like, okay, well, what do we do? And the reason we're here now is because we are zealous for your success. And I'm not saying this to impress you, and I'm saying this to impress upon you that the reason that we had Craig come on and talk about your why, the reason we had Antoinette talk about how you need a community, the reason that we had George talk about success, the reason yesterday we had, I'm looking at the schedules that are on the wall, so if you see me looking to the side, I'm not crazy. I'm just like going through everything. But the reason that we talked about faith, family, and fun, living a heartfelt life, is because literally the reason that we're here today. Sorry, and Allie's like, I'm trying to keep it together too. But the reason that we're here today is because we're zealous for your success. And I know that a lot of you are going through some deep, deep, deep shit. Okay, I know that. But what I want you to understand also is that if you're here right now, if you're here and you've been on for over 16 hours, what I want you to understand is that you're here for such a time as this. You're here for a reason. You're not here because you got lost. You've made a decision to be here this long. So the question I have for you is this. Why are you here? And I'm not trying to make you guys sad, okay? Because you know what? At the very end, I was holding her hand and I was singing to her, and we were having a beautiful time. It was just her time to go. But the question I have for you is, why are you still here? Are you here because you like my stories? Are you here because you like seeing Alicia put people on the hot seat? That's all awesome. But if you're here just for that, that's great. But what I want you guys to really consider is you've put in 16 hours. And what I want to know is this. If you want more, have you scheduled your appointments? This isn't me trying to push you over the edge or anything like that. Because honestly, I'm going to go to sleep just fine tonight. I'm probably going to sleep better than I have in like a month. But I want you to understand that when I told you that today was the most important day of your career, I wasn't messing around. Today was the most important day of my career. If I take off this makeup, I look like I got punched in the face, y'all. Literally, I look like I got punched in the face.
And I've known Philomena for 20 years. This is when Michael got appointed by Donald Trump to run the arts and entertainment. His mom was so proud. And it's so sad.
It is sad, but you know what? On our saddest day, we showed up for you. And I'm not saying this because I want you to be like, oh my God, they're so nice or anything like that. I'm letting you know that when you want something, you freaking show up. So here's the question.
It's not an option. It's not an option for us.
What's not an option?
Professional. I say calling out sick is not an option for us.
No.
Dad died. I still had to do a live call. There was no stand-in, so when it comes to business, we showed up, we smiled, we played full out. This is what we do, but we had to honor her.
Did any of you think that there was anything going on with me today? And again, I'm not saying this to impress you. I'm not saying this for, oh my God, Denise's so awesome, Alicia's so awesome. I'm letting
Well,
you
we
know
are.
this.
We are
Well,
awesome.
we're beyond awesome, okay? Oh, there's awesome, and then there's us. Like, we're above awesome. That goes without saying. But what I want you to know is when we tell you need to freaking show up, we're not telling you that because we're like, oh my God, it's such a theory for us. No, we show up.
Mike Trash showed up the very first time you met him.
Holy crap. Yeah, let me brag on Mike Trash. So Mike Trash, when I interviewed him, he just lost his best friend, his partner, his music partner for decades upon decades to COVID. And he called me, he was like, okay, well, Deneen, so I need to tell you something. I'm like, okay. He's like, my best friend just died. I was like, Mike, if you need to reschedule, I get it. He was like, excuse me? No, I'm a professional. And don't get me wrong, we bawled our eyes out through half the he may act like a badass, but he's a real softie inside. But but we cried it through it. But you know what? Mike Trash is now an award-winning music writer, an award-winning screenwriter, because he showed up for himself. And I'm not trying to guilt any of you. If any of you are going to schedule because you feel guilty, don't do it. But if you know that this is your life's passion, if you know that you have a message, if you know that you have a story, I don't know what you're waiting for. Because you know what? Time is your only non-renewable resource. Do you know what I would give for another couple weeks? Do you know? I would give anything. But I can't get that. But you know what I can't? You know what I know how to do? I know how to make money. And I'm not saying this to impress you. I'm saying this to impress upon you that if this is what you feel you're called to do, if you have a story to tell, if you've been here for 16 hours, we're going to share the link one more time. I want you to schedule. Yeah, if you're scheduled, you can feel free to go. I do want to give you guys a challenge really quickly, though. So before you go, I want to know what your why is.
This is my why. Say hi, Anthony.
Hi, Katie. What's up? So your challenge is, if you've already scheduled, you can go. If you don't plan on scheduling, you can go. But your challenge is your why. I want to know what your why is. I just bared. Did he say my name?
Say hi, Kaden. Say bye-bye.
Oh, Kaden
was just on.
So I just want you guys to know that. So if you guys can share the link one more time, we're going to share it one more time. Your challenge is to go into the Facebook group and share your why. Why are you here? All right. Okay. Is my team still here? Can we share the link one more time? Not, I'll find it. I'm resourceful. All right, guys. So does anyone have any questions, any comments, any concerns? I have so many God-given. Okay, well then let's share them with the world, Betty. What are you waiting for? You got the challenge. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you guys for showing up for yourselves. When I told you that the boot camp group is where you're going to share it, when I told you guys that this is the most important day of your life, I wasn't joking. I don't mess around when it comes to destinies and futures. Last night we were in the hospital and we were talking to someone, and she was so helpful to us. And you know what she told us? I was like, I think you're an angel. And she's like, no, you know what? You're an angel, because you in your moment just shared something with me that I needed to hear. I was like, holy mackerel. And again, I'm not saying any of this to impress you. I'm saying this to impress upon you that if you're still here, there's a reason. And I'm going to give you one more chance to schedule so you can come change your life in Orlando. So change it, but this is your chance.
Anthony and Uncle Mike and Uncle Colby, they're all coming to see you, bud.
Yay! Okay.
For Anthony might go to Disney with you. And Uncle Colby will stay here in your room. Could you imagine? Wouldn't that be great?
We need video footage of that. Okay, so does anyone have any questions, any comments, any concerns? If you want to share anything, I'd love to hear anything that you want to share. But I just shared the link.
And if you guys know Michael, please just thank him for a great day, great weekend.
He showed up in a way that
We weren't sure this morning.
I wasn't.
I
But
was
you
like,
know
I
what?
got this. I got this. Okay, Kaden. Here.
But you know what? When you're doing something that you love and you have a strong why, and our strong why is to see you be successful. All right. I wasn't trying to end this on a sad note. I was trying to be inspirational. I see a lot of tears and I understand that, but I don't want you to leave this sad, oh my gosh. I want you to leave this like, you know what? If they can freaking show up, so can I. If Les Brown can be homeless and now talk to billions of people, so can you. Be inspired and take action. And I think that's all I've got.
Yeah, Kaden.
Kaden's like,
yeah.
All right, guys. We love you. Have a great night. I can't wait to talk to you guys this week. Fun family. I can't wait to talk to you. I love that. I'm gonna make you guys t-shirts.
Aww.
Exactly. You didn't notice, you know why? Because we showed up.
We
showed up and played full out.
Hey, go see Pop.
All right, guys. We could stand here and look at each other awkwardly for the next couple of hours, but I think what we're gonna do is I'm gonna bid you guys a fond farewell. We love you. I can't wait to work with so many of you. When you show up for your success, success shows up for you. And I can't wait to see. You know what? I need success stories. Who's going to be my next success story? Type success in the comments.
Raise your hand, Kaden. You want to be the next success story?
He's already a paid model, that kid.
Uncle Colby needs to book you another job now.
Look at that. Okay, well, successful people, we will see you on your interviews. We love you. We honor you for showing up. Thank you for being here. But
it's time to go. We love you.
Time to go.
Can't stay here.
Yeah,
We'll
you don't have to go.
see
You
you
can't
done.
stay here. All right, guys, have an amazing night. Thank you for being here. I'll be.
Janine, please give Michael love from all of us here at VIP Ignite.
I will.
From all of us, please. We love him.
I will. We will. All right, guys. Have a great night.
Bye, everybody. Thank you for playing full out. Janine, you did a great job hosting today. Say bye-bye. Say bye, Anthony. Bye. Bye.
He's not.
Bye. Tell her bye-bye. He's got like a southern accent now. I don't know where he got that from.
What do you live in the South, kid? You live in Florida?
We're New Yorkers again. Hey, say goodbye, Anthony.
All right, guys. Have a great night. We could do this all night, but
no, you hang up. No, you hang up.
Okay.
Just hang up.
I'm hanging up. Bye, guys. Have a great night. Thank you for playing full out, and we will see you on your interviews and in your training. Bye.
Bye.